BPN Audio presents Storm Warrior, Book 4 in the Storms of Magic series by P.T. Hylton and Michael Anderle. Read for you by Gabra Zachman. Prologue. Arcadia, 16 years earlier. When they came to kill Laura, she was reading the letter she'd written to her daughter. She'd read it dozens of times, at least once a month ever since Abbey was born. There was a ritual to it. It soothed her troubled heart to read the words she couldn't say aloud, the things Abbey was too young to understand, the things Laura wasn't sure she'd be there to say later. Laura had long ago resigned herself to the fact that she might not live to see her daughter grow up. It was early afternoon, and Benjamin and Abbey were visiting the home of one of Benjamin's fellow hunters, a man with a son a year older than Abbey. With her 3-year-old daughter out of the house, Laura had a rare few hours to herself. And yet, she was spending the entire time reading and rereading this piece of parchment. She finished the letter and refolded it so the word Abbey showed on the front. Then she stared at it for a long time, considering what her daughter would think of her on the distant day when she finally read it. Would she understand? Or would it make her hate the woman who'd given her life? A loud pounding on the door startled her, interrupting her thoughts, and a chill ran through her. That wasn't the knock of a neighbor wanting to have a casual chat. That knock had authority. She briefly considered ignoring it, just pretending she wasn't home. But if her visitors were who she suspected, that would only lead to them breaking down the door. They weren't really the will-come-back-later types. She stood and straightened her dress, using the time to steady her nerves. If it came to it, she'd fight. Taking a deep breath, she mentally prepared herself for that possibility. She strode purposefully to the door, forced a smile onto her face, and pulled it open. Her heart sank at what she saw. 4 hunters. "Hello, gentlemen," she said in a chipper voice. "Here to see my husband?" The grim looks on their faces made it clear they were not. She recognized all 4 of them, but she couldn't remember the name of the one in the back. He'd only been a hunter for a month. She knew the rest of them all too well. These were her husband's friends. Darrell, the man in front, looked her in the eye. "No, ma'am. We're here to see you. Let's step inside." Laura stood firm. "We're very busy. I'm making dinner, and Benjamin—" "We know Benjamin isn't home, Laura." Darrell sounded almost regretful. Luke, the man who spoke next, did not sound sorry at all. "You think we'd do this when your husband was here? How dumb do you think we are?" "Very." Laura shouldn't have said it, but she couldn't help herself. Darrell grimaced and pushed his way past her into the small home. Laura forced herself to stay calm, to remain composed. Yet she held on to the fear and anger that was forming a tight ball in her stomach. If it came to a fight, she would use that emotion. "Come right in." Her voice sounded remarkably calm considering the fear raging inside of her. She had to get through this for Abbey's sake. "Such brave men, waiting until my husband's gone before paying a visit. Were you watching the house?" Darrell cleared his throat. "We didn't come alone." All 4 hunters had entered now, and they stepped aside, allowing another man to come through the door. Even though he was draped in shadow, Laura recognized him immediately. She let out a gasp of surprise when she saw him. He stepped into the light and flashed his signature wide, toothy smile. His raven black hair was shorter, but other than that he looked exactly as she remembered. It was difficult to believe it had been 5 years since she'd last seen him. "Hello, Laura." He crossed his hands in front of his waist and stared at her with those piercing eyes, so dark they were almost black even when he wasn't using magic. She froze, torn between running away and slapping him square in the face. "Carter, I didn't know you were back. Last I heard you were following a lead south." "Indeed I was. Then I went east. Farther east than you could imagine possible. I've seen things that you wouldn't believe." Places where the sand stretches so far you think you'll never see the end of it. Places so cold you practically have to put your hands in the fire just to get the feeling back in them. And the people. He made a strange scoffing noise in his throat. Such people. And I thought the scum on the boulevard were bad. But I'm back now. Lara fought to keep her voice level. She wanted nothing more than to get this man out of her home as quickly as possible. If he was still here when Benjamin arrived, well, she didn't want to think about what might happen. "Does this mean you finally completed your mission?" she asked. Carter's gaze cooled a few degrees. "I'm afraid that's still a work in progress." "And how's Chancellor Adrian feel about that?" The man paused a moment before answering. "He understands the difficulty of the task. That was why he assigned it to me." Lara wasn't so sure that was true. Some claimed Adrian had given Carter the job because it would send him far from the city. Carter was the only person in Arcadia who could hold a candle to Adrian when it came to power, so he was a threat. Or so some people speculated. The hunters stood on either side of the room, flanking Lara. They held their shockers ready. Carter cast a disdainful eye around the room. "Tell me, does your husband really believe you picked up your magical skills from some uncle? Or has he figured out you're lying to him?" Lara practically snarled her response. "I'm protecting him." "Whatever helps you sleep at night. Fortunately, your story provides the perfect cover for your death." Lara had known he was there to kill her the moment he walked through the door, but hearing it spoken plainly sent an icy chill through her. If she was going to get out of this, she needed to fight. Carter gave her a pitying look. "Lara, you had to know this day was coming. After everything you've seen, everything you know. You refused to help us, so there's no other choice." "What about my family?" It was a foolish question, but she needed to keep him talking. He chuckled. "That's the beauty. We'll claim you're just another unlawful who was caught practicing magic. You provided us our alibi. Isn't it rather convenient that after—" Lara raised a hand and cast, sending a dagger of ice flying through the air toward him. For a gratifying moment, a look of surprise crossed his face, but he quickly recovered, moving his right hand before the dagger reached him. A tiny piece of ice hit him, cutting his right cheek, but the rest turned to water and splashed harmlessly onto his shirt. He shook his head sadly. "You've gotten slow. Time was that ice dagger would have been through my throat before I even knew you were casting. Domestic life has not agreed with you, Lara." He turned to the hunters. "Take her." "No!" She turned and grabbed the nearest piece of furniture, the dresser, but the hunters were soon on her. One of them knocked into the dresser, and she watched in horror as the letter she'd written to Abbey slid backward and fell behind the heavy oak piece. As they dragged her from the house, she gave no thought to the loss of her own life. She'd known for a long time that this could be coming, and in a way she'd been the cause of her own downfall. Her only concern was for the letter. How many years would it be before Benjamin moved that dresser? Or would he even stay in that house once she was gone? In her heart, she knew he would not. And with that knowledge came a terrible realization. Benjamin would never know the truth. Abbey would never know the truth. Chapter 1. The foggy day glided across the water and raced towards her target, propelled by a powerful wind. "She's turning!" Elliot called from the crow's nest. Abbey shielded her eyes from the sun and gazed in the direction Elliot was pointing. It took her a moment. Then she saw it through the spray. Sure enough, their target was angling toward port. Tempest Chaser, the stormship they'd been hunting for the last 3 days. "Set us 3 degrees port," Captain Sid shouted. "Aye!" a sailor called in response as he made the adjustments to the wheel. Abbey marched to the quarterdeck, where her captain stood. Sid's arms were crossed as she watched over the crew carrying out their well-orchestrated dance. "Think they're angling back for a fight?" Abbey asked Sid. The captain didn't take her eyes off the ship in the distance. Not if they're smart. Running won't do them much good either. Tempest Chaser was a mid-sized stormship, one that held no special renown. It was one of the many ships in the fleet that spent most of its time sailing the fishing routes, making sure they were safe for the fishermen and women. Her captain was an older man who had spent much of the last few months complaining about the state of Holdgate to anyone who'd listen. He didn't approve of the fact that the city had turned on its most favored son, Tor. He didn't like that they'd given Thunderclap, the flagship of the fleet, to an underachieving, easygoing captain like Roy. Most of all, he hated the Barskall stormcallers who had recently been brought to the city, and he was indignant that the Holdgate fleet was actually using some of them on the stormships. So when Tempest Chaser hadn't returned from their latest voyage, and a handful of villages along the southern Caldfell coast had reported devastating attacks, it wasn't difficult to put two and two together. Captain Sid spoke, her voice thick with disdain. "Storm Raiders. I thought we were done with this idiocy." Abbey chuckled, but there was no joy in it. "If there was one thing I learned in our travels, it was that idiocy wasn't the private property of Captain Tor or Dahlia. It's a widespread affliction, and those who have it are all too happy to share." Sid nodded toward the bow of the Foggy day. "Check on our stormcaller for me?" "Aye, Captain," Abbey said. As she walked to the other end of the ship, her eyes scanned the deck, appraising her crew. She was happy with what she saw. They were working hard, quickly and diligently going about their tasks. The pre-battle energy practically crackled in the air, yet they remained focused. It was a credit to Captain Sid, and to the crew themselves. They'd been through a lot together, this ragtag bunch. They'd fought Barskall and Stone Shapers. Now they were back on the Caldfell Peninsula, and things had come full circle. They were home and fighting storm raiders, just like the good old days. It was almost enough to make Abbey smile. Almost. She'd been to 3 of the villages these assholes had raided. She'd seen the devastation they'd left in their wake, and she'd spoken to the families of those they had killed. Abbey wouldn't be smiling until this was over and done with. She'd almost reached the causeway to the foredeck when Olaf stopped her. "Hey, Abbey, did you tell Dustin my idea?" His eyes were so big and hopeful it almost made her laugh. "Just to be clear, your idea was that he not destroy them with storm magic, right? That he get us in close and we try to board them?" He nodded eagerly. "No, I did not tell Dustin that idea, because it's horrible." If he was insulted by her comment, it didn't show. "Okay, yeah, I can see why you'd think that, but we need to show these guys that storm raiders don't get off easy. I mean, a massive wave and it's over? We need to strike fear into their hearts, and nothing strikes fear like a warrior with a flaming sword rushing at you." Abbey shook her head. After everything they'd been through, Olaf still thought battle was a glorious game. She almost admired his ability to keep his Holdgate ideals. She put a hand on his shoulder. "Listen, Olaf. I know you're excited about your magic abilities and you want to put them into action." "They basically turned the tide at the battle in Amas," he interjected. She decided to let that one go. "I'm sure you'll have plenty of opportunity to strike fear into your enemies' hearts with your flaming sword. But we're going to take care of this the most efficient way possible." He gave a brisk nod. "Understood." Abbey turned back toward the foredeck, pleased at how well he'd taken the decision. The Olaf of just a few months ago would have argued his point, and probably challenged her to a fight over it, too. He'd come a long way, though it had helped that every time they did fight, she knocked him on his ass. As she reached the bow, she slowed her pace. She'd learned not to surprise Dustin when he was storm-calling. The task took total concentration, and surprising him, especially before a battle, could throw him off his game. She spoke in a soft but confident voice. "Hey, Dustin. What are you up to this fine day?" He sounded a little distracted when he answered, the way he always did when he was storm-calling. "Not much. Sailing on a storm ship, catching some sun, hunting storm raiders, the usual Tuesday stuff." His voice grew more serious. "These idiots are showing us their port side. Nice big target. I think it's time to stop chasing and start playing rough." "You know I like it when you talk that way." Abbey crossed her arms, settling in to watch the show. "Careful," Dustin said distractedly. "Elliot will get jealous." Abbey didn't think that was very likely. Things had remained frustratingly platonic between them since their return to Holdgate, despite every sailor on the ship knowing there was a mutual attraction there. It was starting to annoy Abbey. "Let's stay focused on the battle and leave my love life alone for the moment." Dustin grinned. "What love life?" Without another word, he closed his eyes and tightened his grip on his staff. Almost immediately, dark clouds appeared over Tempest Chaser, and the air grew thick with electricity. A lightning bolt crashed down, striking the mast of the stormship. It was quickly followed by a second, then a third. Abbey let out a soft whistle. "Looks like all your practice is paying off." Not long ago, Dustin had considered calling lightning his weakness in storm magic, but he'd made a point of changing that. The mast of Tempest Chaser was in flames. He opened his bluish-green eyes and nodded toward the other ship. "Hey, what do you say I bring us in close? I'll bet the crew would love the chance to finish these idiots off personally." Abbey frowned. "Olaf got to you, didn't he?" Dustin couldn't hide his smile. "I have no idea what you're talking about." Abbey just shook her head and told her crew to prepare for battle. An Arcadian, 2 Barskall, and the captain of the Holdgate City Guard walked into the woods. Sounds like the beginning of a damn joke. Rold's voice dripped with disdain, as if he couldn't believe his life had come to this. Fanar clapped him on the back. "Cheer up, my friend. It's a beautiful fall day. You're armed to the teeth, and the possibility of battle hangs in the air. What do you have to be glum about?" Rold just shot him a look. Fanar tried not to take it personally. He'd been in Holdgate nearly 3 weeks now, and in that time he'd grown accustomed to the strange looks he got while walking down the street. Not from everyone, since there was nothing about his physical appearance that made it obvious he was a Barskall, though he was a bit shorter than most men in the city. But people talked. It was one thing to have Barskall stormcallers on the stormships. The people knew the stormcallers had been held against their will and forced into servitude by King Elias. But having Barskall warriors walking free in the city was something else altogether. And Fanar wasn't the only one. While most of the tall grass raiders had elected to return home to Barskall after their escape from Gren, Hekla and Sigmund had decided to stay with Elliot. 3 Barskall warriors now walked the Holdgate streets. For Fanar, it was still a time of trying to figure out where he fit into things. He wasn't a sailor. Perhaps with time he'd be able to learn, but even the thought of a rocking sea made his stomach roll. He was a fighter. So it was that he found himself patrolling the woods east of Holdgate with Benjamin, Hekla, and Rold, the captain of the Holdgate City Guard. It had been Benjamin's idea, of course. They knew Barskall warriors were hidden somewhere out here waiting for their chance to strike, so why not use friendly Barskall to find them? They'd been walking for a few hours, investigating a number of tips from local lumbermen about possible Barskall sightings in the area. So far, they'd come up empty. As they walked, Fanar said, "It's impressive to see a captain out here. Many leaders relax and make their soldiers do the hard work." Rold scoffed. "Maybe that's how they do things in Barskall, not here. A leader who doesn't lead quickly loses the respect of his men. He keeps it up too long, he's likely to get his throat cut some night while he's sleeping." Fanar glanced at Benjamin. The blacksmith had been silent almost the entire journey. It was clear he wasn't a big fan of Rold, but the Holdgatesman seemed oblivious to everything but his own disdain. After they'd been walking for a few more minutes, Benjamin spoke. "Hekla, Fanar, tell us what you think. If a Barskall army were gathered in these woods, what would their approach be?" Hekla let out a chuckle. "I should probably let Fanar handle this one. I haven't been to Barskall in more than a decade. I will say this. It took the tall grass raiders a long time to come to terms with the approach of raiding small villages. That's not our instinct." Fanar nodded his agreement. "I won't pretend to know what the warlord Anderle is thinking. I've never met the man. But from everything I've heard, he conforms to the typical Barskall ideals. That means he'll want to make a big statement with a large-scale attack, especially because he's waited for so long. And that means Holdgate is the most likely target." Rold grunted. The way I understand it, they had some sort of arrangement with Dahlia. Now that she's dead, maybe they'll sit in those mountains for years waiting for a return that will never happen. Fanar chose his words carefully. He didn't want to act disrespectful toward this man who already disliked him so much. I don't believe that's the case. It's a miracle they've waited this long. Perhaps you're right, the captain of the guard allowed. I suppose you can't expect a bunch of drug-addicted savages to act rationally. Despite the crude way he said it, Fanar agreed with the sentiment. The Barskall would have brought a limited amount of cider dreck, and they had to be running low by now. They'd save a supply for their big attack, but it wouldn't be easy. Fanar knew from experience that the drug was almost impossible to resist. Ever since he'd drunk it during the fight at the palace in Gren, it had been in the back of his head like a strange song, calling him to find more. Anywhere. He hadn't spoken about this craving to anyone, but he knew that if he'd had any cider dreck on hand, he wouldn't have been able to resist it for long. Rold nodded toward something up ahead. This must be it. They approached a small clearing just off the trail and found the remains of a campsite. The logger they'd spoken with had reported a group of 10 men who'd camped there 2 nights previously. He'd claimed they were Barskall, but Fanar was skeptical. After all, how would he know that just from observing the smoke from their fire? Well, Benjamin said, if they were trying to cover their tracks, they did an absolutely shit job of it. Fanar couldn't disagree. He spotted the bones of 3 rabbits that must have served as a meal. Benjamin turned to Fanar. Let's assume for a moment that they were Barskall. What would they be doing here? Fanar considered that a moment. They'd be scouts, perhaps searching for the best route to bring a large group of warriors to the city. The logistics of moving an entire army through those mountains. I don't even want to think about it. Rold sighed. That's all well and good, but I'm not sure what we are going to learn from a campsite, except that whoever camped here has a taste for rabbit. Hekla bent down and picked something up off the ground. Perhaps this would help? She held it out to Rold. Fanar was shocked to see it was a rolled piece of parchment. It was sitting on top of that pile of bones there, she said, like someone wanted it to be found. Rold's face was grim as he read the parchment. When he finished, he wordlessly handed it to Benjamin. The blacksmith looked no more pleased as he read. Well, that answers the question of who camped here, Benjamin said. He handed the parchment to Fanar. The Barskall's eyes immediately went to the beginning of the block of text on the page. Then they went to the end. What he saw made him grimace. The note began, "Let this serve as warning to the people of Holdgate." It was signed, Errol, warlord of the Barskall and future ruler of Holdgate. Chapter 2. So the letter was a warning? Abbey asked her father. Apparently. It was mostly graphic threats about what they were going to do to our city, and our people, and our skulls. Huh, Abbey mused. Writing a strongly worded letter doesn't seem very Barskall. My thoughts exactly. Fanar and Hekla agreed. Maybe if Dahlia were still with them? But since she's not... Yeah. There was no need to finish the sentence. Either the Barskall leader Errol had learned some of Dahlia's tactics, or someone else had been involved in writing the letter. But who? And why? Maybe to make the leaders of Holdgate focus on the Barskall instead of some other threat? There were no answers. Only more questions. Abbey decided to change the subject. Ready to hand this place over? Benjamin nodded slowly. It's going to be odd. I've spent nearly every day in here for the past 16 years. Between our rooms upstairs and the shop, I'd sometimes go days without stepping outside. No kidding, Abbey said dryly. I grew up here, remember? Sometimes I thought your feet were permanently attached to the floor behind that anvil. She looked around the shop, taking it all in. The next time she was here, it might look the same, but it wouldn't be her father's shop. Are you sure you want to do this? She asked. He gave her a half smile. No, but it's a little late to back out now. It had only been a week since he'd sold the shop to a man named Augustus, a former apprentice of another blacksmith in town. The young man had wanted to move quickly and would be taking possession of the shop in a few days. Abbey had already helped her father move most of their personal items from the apartment over the shop to his new place, a small home on the north side of the city. As for Abbey, she had rented a room near the water. She could afford it on her wages as first mate of the Foggy day, and it would allow her to be close to her ship. As exciting as it would be to finally be on her own, she'd miss living here with her father. She was so accustomed to the burnt, sweet smell of the blacksmith shop and the sound of a hammer hitting iron that things seemed strange without them. She was having trouble sleeping at her new place. At least when she was at sea, she had the sounds of the ocean and the ship to lull her to sleep. Benjamin placed a small hammer in his bag. Most of the tools had been sold with the shop, but a few, the ones he'd brought with him from Arcadia mostly, he was keeping. You know, after my recent travels to Algon, the Faroes, and Gren, this place seems smaller somehow. He glanced up at the empty spot where his sword used to hang. I'm still mad about that idiot stone shaper throwing my sword in the ocean. Now I won't even have the equipment to make a new one. So what will you do? Ready to join a stormship full-time? He chuckled. Not on your life. It felt like I was seasick for a month. I'd like to avoid reliving that experience. Maybe I'll travel with Jarvie when he returns from whatever secret trip he's on this time. He quickly changed the subject, clearly not wanting to dwell on the future. It sounds like your hunt for Tempest Chaser ended well. It did. We even managed to get the ship back to port. A few repairs and it'll be ready for a new crew. Abbey smiled. I take it Olaf gave you the rundown? Benjamin nodded. He was quite chatty during our last lesson. I have to admit he's becoming a decent physical magician. He's a quick learner. I know. It drives me crazy. She took one more long look around the shop. Anything else we need to do before I make my sad goodbye? I've got the dibs tonight. Benjamin shook his head. The dibs. Damn foolish practice. Abbey grinned. That it is. I'm kind of looking forward to it. Her father paused for a moment before speaking again. Actually, there was one more thing I was hoping we could do before we close up shop. He nodded toward the corner. She followed his gaze and saw two practice swords leaning against a wall. A smile crept onto her face as she walked over to them. What, you want to spar for old time's sake? She handed him a sword. He gave it a swing, and the dulled blade cut through the air with a whoosh. That's part of it. What's the other part? Ever since you were 10, I've known you were talented with a sword. I've long looked forward to the day I wouldn't have to hold back in our sparring sessions. He smiled slyly. That day has come. As he finished speaking, he slid forward, flicking the blade toward the center of her torso. She blocked the strike, but just barely. Whoa, I don't think I've ever seen you move that fast. The surprise in her voice was genuine. She'd had no idea he'd been holding back. Benjamin set his feet and raised his sword to a ready position. Maybe the old man still has a thing or two to teach you. I wouldn't go that far. It was Abbey's turn to strike, and Benjamin narrowly avoided her blade as well. No magic, he said, only iron. Just the way I like it, Abbey replied. In the first few minutes they took the measure of each other, neither holding back, both fighting with full strength and speed. As the sparring continued, each became more aggressive, meeting strike with counter-strike and using every trick in their arsenals to get the other to fall for a feint or miscalculate a blow. After 20 minutes they were both covered in sweat, and both had a few welts that would be nasty bruises the following morning. Benjamin was a little more out of breath than Abbey, but they were pretty evenly matched. Finally, Abbey held up a hand. Okay, enough. Ha! So you concede? Abbey laughed. If you want to call it that, sure. I have the dibs in 2 hours, remember? This won't be my last battle of the night. Now that the fight was officially over, Benjamin tossed his sword to the ground and put his hands on his knees. Abbey realized he was much more tired than he'd let on, but his face had a glow to it, too. He was beaming with pride. I hope I was a worthy warm-up. That you were, Father. That you were. Dustin was staring out the window, watching the street below, when there was a knock at his door. He answered it to find an old friend standing there. Captain Roy. This is a pleasant surprise. Roy grinned. "I'd ask if you were busy, but I know better than that. You're a man of the sea. That means you have no idea what to do with yourself on land. Tell me I'm wrong." "I'd be a damned liar if I did. Please, come in." He led Roy to the small table where he took his meals, the only place in the small apartment with 2 chairs. "The last time you were here was the day before we left on our first voyage on the Foggy day. Those were simpler times, weren't they?" Roy took a seat and leaned forward. "I suppose that's one way to put it. Let's not get too nostalgic for the time when Captain Tor and Dahlia ruled the seas, though." Dustin waved the thought away. "Of course not. What brings you here this afternoon?" For a moment, Roy didn't answer. He gazed past Dustin toward the open window behind the young stormcaller. Finally, he said, "We found Undertow." Dustin hesitated. The stormship had been missing for weeks. Its discovery should have been cause for celebration, but Roy looked anything but happy. Roy continued, "Some fishermen came across it floating up near Bode. It was so burnt it was barely recognizable, and there wasn't anyone aboard." Dustin's eyes widened. "Wait, you're telling me the entire crew of Undertow is dead?" The captain shook his head slowly. "Dead? Captured? We don't know. What we do know is somebody burned the ship." "Is it possible the fire was an accident?" Roy thought about that a moment. "I suppose it's possible, though it hardly seems likely. There wasn't a single body aboard, so they would have had to abandon ship. The ship's boat was still attached to the side, so we know they didn't row away." Which meant that either they were captured, or every sailor aboard drowned, Dustin knew. But if it wasn't an accident, who could have done such a thing? The Barskall? Undertow was a large ship, second only to Thunderclap in the fleet. It seemed unlikely that Barskall warriors could have taken out such a ship. They weren't exactly known for their prowess on the sea. "I can see you working through the possibilities," Roy observed. "With Dahlia gone, who would have been strong enough to have done this?" "All those sailors." Dustin didn't know the crew of Undertow well, but the ship had been among those who'd helped them fight off Captain Tor's attack on Holdgate. Their former stormcaller had died atop the city wall at Captain Tor's hands. "We need to find out who did this, Roy." "I couldn't agree more. If anything, this demonstrates why we need a strong fleet. Which brings me to the other reason I'm here." Roy paused a moment. "I know you've been through a lot on the Foggy day, but it's time for you to make your decision." The meaning of the captain's words weren't lost on Dustin. Technically, he was still stormcaller of Thunderclap. He'd gone with Captain Sid and the Foggy Day to Gren to help her find her brother, but it had never been meant to be a permanent arrangement. Most of the crew members Sid had borrowed for that mission had already returned to their previous assignments, including Clemens. The notable exception was Abbey, who'd decided to stay aboard the Foggy Day as her permanent first mate. The only position still in limbo was arguably the most important one, the stormcaller. Roy looked Dustin in the eye. "Thunderclap needs to be strong now. Like it or not, we're the flagship of the fleet. That means we need the best stormcaller. I know I don't have to tell you again, but I believe that's you. It's your decision, but I can't wait forever." "I understand." Dustin knew that if he left Thunderclap, there would be no shortage of volunteers to take his place. Every stormcaller dreamed of standing at the bow of that ship. It had been Dustin's dream, too. So why was he hesitating? Roy gave him a sly smile. "If you decide to stay with the Foggy Day, I won't hold it against you. You'll hardly be the first man to turn down an assignment because of a girl." Dustin's eyes narrowed. "What are you talking about?" "Come on, I've seen the way you look at her. It's been obvious ever since you snuck her aboard the Foggy Day. You're smitten." It took Dustin a moment to even figure out who Roy was referring to. "Abbey? No, we're just friends." Roy chuckled. "Call it what you will. If you can't see the wave as it's about to crash on your head, that's none of my business. I'm just saying that every man has his own reasons for the decisions he makes, and I'm not going to question them. I respect you too much." Dustin tried to push Roy's comments about Abbey aside. For all he knew, the captain was using this as a negotiation tactic, a way to get Dustin to leave. In truth, as much as he wanted to stay aboard the Foggy Day and be with his friends, and friends was all they were, He knew where his responsibilities lay. He could do more good for the fleet aboard Thunderclap. "The Foggy Day is going on a week-long cruise starting in a few days," Dustin said. "I don't want to leave them with no stormcaller. I'll sail with them on that voyage, then I'll officially rejoin Thunderclap." Captain Roy smiled. "Good. I'm glad you've made your decision." After Roy left, Dustin sat at his table for a long time, wondering if it had been the right one. Chapter 3. The sun was just beginning to set over the water as Abbey and her 3 friends approached the Drunken Bear, the tavern that would serve as the location for that year's dibs. Gideon walked next to Abbey. "I must say I'm honored to have been selected for this important task. We haven't known each other long, and it means a lot that you selected me." No problem," Abbey said. Elliot let out a laugh. "You want to tell him, or should I?" "Tell me what?" There was concern in Gideon's voice now. Abbey hesitated, but only for a moment. He deserved to know. "I didn't pick you. Captain Sid did." Gideon let out a contemplative grumble. "I thought this whole thing was the first mate's responsibility." "It is. I just asked her for a little advice. She had a pretty solid record at the dibs during her time as first mate. Captains aren't allowed to attend, but she was happy to help me strategize." "And what's her strategy?" Fanar asked. Elliot chuckled. "Let's just say it's not a coincidence that Abbey's crew consists of a stone shaper, a Barskall warrior, and a stormship sailor who was missing for 15 years. Gideon grunted. "Aren't we risking intimidating potential recruits?" "The recruits have no say in where they end up," Abbey pointed out. "The goal is to intimidate the other first mates." Elliot chuckled. "After taking out Captain Tor and Dahlia, I would think you could handle the intimidation thing yourself." Abbey shrugged. "Every little bit helps." She gave him a quick wink. Fanar nudged Gideon. "Why do I get the feeling this is going to turn into a date between Elliot and Abbey?" Abbey shrugged. "Hey, we'll see where the evening takes us." "This is not a date," Elliot said. "When I take you on a date, you'll know it." They reached the tavern, and as soon as the door opened, Abbey heard the boisterous sounds of laughter, insults, and barked threats. She liked this place already. The crew went inside, walking across an open area on the sawdust-covered floor to the far side of the room. On their left, first mates and their crews were gathered. This was the loud side. Stormship sailors jockeyed for position and hurled jabs, all verbal for now. The right side of the room was dead silent. A group of close to 100 young men and women stood gathered, all of them trying to look tough, but most clearly petrified. These were the recruits, the young people who wanted to become stormship sailors. With the shortages caused by the purging of the storm raiders from their ranks, every one of these people would likely get a position. The events of tonight would determine which ship they'd work on. It was a big night. Placement on a prestigious ship like Thunderclap or Wavebreak would mean an immediate bump in social status for both the sailor and his or her family. At the same time, placement on one of the lower-rung ships would put a sailor on a course for a low-wage, dead-end career. Potential stormcallers had the testing. For those who wanted to be stormship sailors, it was all about the dibs. "This brings back memories," Elliot muttered. "I was petrified the day of my dibs. I couldn't believe it when Randall selected me for Thunderclap. It felt like I'd won the best prize at the biggest festival imaginable. I thought I'd be on the ship the rest of my life." "Instead, you came to Gren to be a hare in my ale," Gideon interjected. Elliot grimaced. "It wasn't exactly my choice. You know that, right?" Abbey did her best to ignore them. Even though they were on the same side now, there was still some tension between the former leader of the Tall Grass Raiders and the man who'd spent a year hunting them. That was another reason Sid had suggested they both be included in Abbey's crew. If they were both going to serve on the Foggy Day, they needed to get along. But for now, Abbey didn't want to deal with their issues. She needed to concentrate. The Foggy Day would gain a handful of new sailors that evening, and it was up to her to ensure they were the right ones. Elliot gave Gideon one last look, then turned to Abbey. "How about you?" Were you nervous at your dibs? I never had one. His eyebrows raised in surprise. How the hell did you manage that? Abbey grinned. I snuck aboard the ship. And they didn't throw you off when they found you? Nope. They gave me a job. Elliot shook his head. You've got to be the luckiest person in Holdgate. Luck has nothing to do with it. It's my charming personality. With that, she led them to an empty table among the other first mates. On glancing around, she didn't recognize many of her competitors. One thing was immediately clear, though. She was the youngest first mate in the group. The majority looked to be in their 40s. She suddenly realized she'd never given proper consideration to how quickly she'd risen through the ranks. Most sailors worked for decades to gain the position she'd achieved in a couple months. Maybe Elliot was right about her luck. On the other hand, it wasn't as if she'd gotten the position for no reason. It had come only after she'd killed Captain Tor, led a secret mission to the Barskall storm-calling school, and helped defeat Dahlia's armada. She spotted one face she recognized. The man met her gaze, and she gave him a friendly nod which he quickly returned. Clemens. She wasn't angry about him returning to his post on Thunderclap. It only made sense for him to do so. She'd grown to respect the man during their travels to Barskall and Gren, and he'd proved himself fiercely loyal. And yet, tonight he was her competition. He wouldn't be calling her boss like he used to. That much was certain. The ceremony began with the first mates drawing numbers to determine the order of their selections. Abbey got the number 3. When Elliot saw the number, he grinned. See? Lucky. Abbey couldn't argue. There were 15 ships represented, so being third was excellent. She gazed at the recruits again, remembering Sid's advice. Most will go for the biggest and the strongest, the captain had told her. That's not the smart way to play it. Let them wear themselves out fighting for dibs on those sailors. Instead, look into the recruit's eyes. Find one with a fire burning there. You'll know it when you see it. That's the recruit you want. The first mate from Wavebreak had drawn first position, and just as Sid had predicted, he picked the biggest recruit, a young man who had taken off his shirt to display his impressive muscles. After the choice had been made, the first mate of Sea Harvest called, "Dibs!" challenging the claim. The two first mates moved to the open area near the front of the tavern. A young man Abbey assumed was the barkeep handed them a thick oak staff, and each man grabbed it with both hands. The barkeep called, "Go!" and the struggle began. It lasted just under 2 minutes. After a series of kicks, headbutts, and profanity-laden insults, the first mate of Wavebreak managed to wrench the staff away from the other man, thus securing his claim to the recruit. A cheer went up among the first mates. The first selection was officially confirmed. The second selection was challenged as well, but this time the man who called dibs won the staff, thus stealing the recruit for his own ship. Abbey didn't watch the fight that time. Instead, she watched the recruits, looking for the fire Sid had mentioned. Then it was Abbey's turn. You, she pointed to a skinny young man with only a few whiskers on his chin. A surprised silence fell over the tavern. Fanar gave her a skeptical look, but he said nothing. The young man didn't look strong or even all that confident, but she'd seen that fire in his eyes. A long silence hung over the room, and it seemed no one was going to challenge Abbey's pick. It wasn't exactly surprising. Who else would want that skinny kid? Dibs! All eyes turned toward the man who had spoken. It was Clemens. His crew looked shocked, but Clemens just smiled. I know Abbey, he said. If she wants that scrawny whelp, he's worth having. The barkeep motioned them over, and Abbey and Clemens locked eyes as they prepared for combat. The barkeep held out the staff, and Abbey and Clemens each grabbed it with both hands. Any questions before we start? The barkeep asked. I get the staff away from him using any means necessary, right? Abbey asked. Then the kid joins my crew? Any means that don't involve interference from anyone else, the barkeep clarified. Clemens hesitated. What are the rules on magic? The barkeep didn't respond for a moment. Did you say magic? Abbey grinned. Don't worry, Clemens. I won't use magic. I beat you last time we fought without using it.
That may be, but this is different. I'll never doubt your skill with a sword or your fists, but this here's about strength. And there I have you beat.
Abbey had to admit he had a point. He was stronger than her. Not that she couldn't even the odds a little with magic, but she'd promised to play this straight. The barkeep kept one hand on the staff. When he removed it, the fight would begin. Abbey looked at the man and realized she'd never seen him before. Not that she was a regular at the Drunken Bear, but she'd been here a few times since she'd become a stormship sailor. It was the largest tavern in Holdgate, and it catered to the sailor crowd. That brought in everyone else, since stormship sailors were heroes in Holdgate. The barkeep had a decidedly un-Holdgate look to him. For one thing, he wore his long, jet-black hair tied back. Holdgate men tended to let theirs fall free. His facial hair was nothing more than a bit of stubble, another rarity among men in this city. He turned and saw her looking at him. An immediate smile sprang onto his face, and he gave her a quick wink. Before she even had time to blush, he shouted, "Go!" and took his hand off the staff. No sooner had the barkeep released it than Clemens pulled hard. In that moment, Abbey almost lost her grip. It wouldn't have happened if she hadn't been distracted by the barkeep. Somehow, through sheer force of will, she managed to keep her grip. If she hadn't known Clemens was stronger than her before, she certainly knew it now. She'd have to be smart about this. The next time he pulled, she went with it, pushing the staff toward him and angling it slightly. The staff careened against his jaw with the force of his pull and her push, and he grunted with pain. She quickly twisted the staff, but he managed to hang on. The first mates and crews around them were cheering and calling insults at them now. Some were chastising Clemens for not being able to take the staff away from a woman, and others were chastising Abbey for not being able to get it away from a loud-mouthed simpleton like Clemens. Clemens tried to take the staff with brute force next, but she wasn't going to make it that easy. She tightened her grip but allowed her arms to go limp, so they went with every twist he made. Abbey drove her head into Clemens' nose, and the headbutt landed with a satisfying crack. A sympathetic groan came from the crowd as blood began to flow from the man's nose. "You just had to call dibs on my pick, didn't you?" Abbey's voice came out sounding strained. "I have a feeling you're going to regret that decision when you wake up tomorrow morning." Clemens grinned at her, revealing blood-stained teeth.
Are you kidding? I'm having the time of my life. This is already the best dibs in years.
Abbey allowed herself a moment to marvel at how truly odd the people of Holdgate were, and how much like them she was. She was enjoying the hell out of this, too. Suddenly, the door to the tavern flew open, and a man dashed inside. He sounded out of breath as he spoke. "It's the Barskall! Holdgate is under attack!" The tavern fell silent. In the distance, Abbey could hear the ringing of the watchmen's bells. For a long moment, no one moved. It was as if, even in this tavern full of first mates, they were all waiting for someone to tell them what to do. If that was the case, Abbey was happy to oblige. "Get your asses moving! To the walls!" At the sound of her voice, the sailors seemed to wake to the seriousness of the situation, and they scrambled toward the door. Abbey realized both she and Clemens were still holding on to the staff. "Let's put this on pause for the moment." He grinned through the blood once again.
That's not how this works. First one to let go loses.
She couldn't believe what she was hearing. Even after everything they'd been through, Clemens still cared more about this stupid contest than an attack on the city? Didn't you hear him? The Barskall are attacking.
I know. And I also know you. You care about helping Holdgate more than you care about any of this bullshit. Unlike me, this is my life.
He paused for a moment before continuing.
Which is why you deserve to win.
Abbey's eyes widened. What? Clemens let go of the staff and turned to the young man they'd been fighting over.
Enjoy your time on the Foggy day. She might not seem like much, but she's got one hell of a crew.
With that, he turned and marched out the door. Abbey stared at the staff in her hand for a moment before tossing it to the barkeep, who nimbly grabbed it out of the air. Her hand went to the sword at her side. The Barskall were finally attacking. It was time to fight. Chapter 4 Abbey started toward the door of the tavern, but then she paused. The recruits were still standing on the right side of the room. Every one of them had a sword or a spear, and yet, there they stood. She turned on her heel and glared at them. "What do you think you're doing? Our city's under attack." They all stared back at her, but no one answered. Finally, the skinny man, the one she'd fought Clemens over, told her, "They said that if we moved or spoke before we were selected and our first mate gave us leave to join our crew, we'd be disqualified." Abbey stared back at him, flabbergasted. "Are you kidding me? Don't you think a Barskall army attacking Holdgate might override that statement?" "They said we couldn't move no matter what, ma'am," he replied. She marched over and stood in front of the recruits. "I don't know what they told you before I got here, and frankly, I don't much care. But I'll tell you this. Anyone who isn't out that door and sprinting toward the Barskall army in the next 30 seconds, not only will you never work on the stormship, I'll do my best to make sure you can't even get a job shoveling horse shit." The recruit stared at her, wide-eyed. She took a deep breath. "Anyone who is willing to fight? I'll lead you. And if defending your city isn't enough to motivate you, I'll point out that you can prove a hell of a lot more to the first mates in a real battle than you can by standing around in this room watching them wrestle over a wooden staff. Now let's move." She turned and marched to the door without waiting to see if they'd follow. Every one of them did. Fanar, Gideon, and Elliot were waiting for them outside the tavern. "Is this a real attack, or could it be some sort of drill?" Gideon asked. Fanar clapped him on the shoulder. "My friend, you'll soon learn that the people of Holdgate aren't big on practicing. They are too busy living for the moment." As the recruits filed out, Abbey grabbed the skinny young man by the arm. "What's your name?" "Dag, ma'am." "Pleased to meet you, Dag. I'm Abbey." "I know. I was in the militia when we fought Captain Tor." "Excellent. You're part of my crew now, so that means I need to see if you can fight. Stick close to me, understand?" "Yes, ma'am." "Good. And Dag?" She flashed him a smile. "Welcome to the crew of the Foggy Day." Then she turned to the other recruits. "All right, everybody. Rule number 1 is, keep up. If we miss the fight because I had to wait for your sorry asses, I will not be pleased." With that, she turned and trotted east down the street, toward the wall that faced the forest. Even though they were a dozen blocks from the wall, she could hear shouts and the sounds of fighting. Thankfully, the recruits had come dressed for battle, wanting to impress each other. In the case of some, that meant they clutched a shoddy-looking spear or sword. It was better than nothing. Elliot came up beside her as they ran. "Looks like Dahlia's Barskall finally made their move." "Looks like," Abbey agreed. It was surprising. They'd waited for so long that it seemed like they had some sort of plan. Surely word of Dahlia's demise had reached them. It was common knowledge in Holdgate, and Abbey wasn't naive enough to think the Barskall didn't have a few spies in the city. Yet here they were, attacking at dusk like it was just another raid. Abbey wasn't going to complain, though. If they wanted to make it a straightforward fight, that was perfectly fine with her. They reached the wall, and Abbey grabbed one of the city guards sprinting along its base. "Hey, where can we help?" The guard pointed up. "They've got ladders, and they climb as fast as spiders. They're all strung out on that damn potion of theirs." Abbey nodded and ran to the nearest staircase leading to the top of the wall. She paused at the base and turned to her crew. "Follow me to the top. The recruits and I will line up along the edge, knocking down their ladders and killing any Barskall who make it to the top. Elliot, Fanar, Gideon, you hang back and kill the ones who make it past the recruits." Elliot looked offended. "You want us at the back? I need my best fighters making damn sure no Barskall get off this wall." Dag took a step forward. "Don't worry, ma'am. They won't get past us." "I like you already. And Gideon?" She turned to the stone shaper. "Please refrain from turning our wall into a giant shovel or something. We kind of need it for defense of the city." With that, she scurried up the stairs. The scene at the top was chaos. There were as many Barskall as there were city guards. Abbey went to work immediately. She charged at the nearest Barskall, slamming her shoulder into him and sending him reeling over the edge onto his friends below. She took down another one, driving her blade through his heart before she remembered what she'd promised the recruits. She'd said she was going to lead them, which meant she couldn't lose herself to the battle the way she sometimes did. As recruits reached the top of the wall, she assigned them places near the edge, A 5-foot piece of real estate they were responsible for ensuring no Barskall crossed. Once they were all set, she took her own place among them, stationing herself at the spot where the Barskall were most frequently placing their ladders. 5 minutes into the fighting, Abbey scanned up and down the line to ensure the recruits were holding their own, and was pleased to find they were doing very well. Elliot, Fanar, and Gideon were easily dispatching the few Barskall who got past the front line, and as far as she could tell, only one of the recruits had sustained a serious injury, a nasty stab through the arm. Satisfied, she turned back to the darkness beyond the wall and prepared for the next wave of the attack. To her surprise, it never came. After a few minutes of silence, she took a step back and scanned the line again. The fighting had stopped everywhere. "Stay frosty," she called in a loud voice. "This isn't over, not by a long shot." The recruits waited at the ready, gazing out into the darkness beyond the wall. But Abbey was wrong. There were no more attacks that night. What they had thought was a full-scale Barskall assault had ended as suddenly as it had begun. The next 3 days were quiet in Holdgate. There were no more attacks, and though the city guard conducted numerous searches into the forest beyond the eastern wall, they found no more Barskall. The whole thing left Abbey feeling uneasy. Why would a small group of Barskall attempt such an obviously doomed attack on the city? There was only one answer Abbey could come up with: to test them, to see how they responded to an attack, and to find out how long it took them to mount a proper defense. All information that would be useful later when they mounted their real attack. Abbey wasn't the only one upset, though some felt that way for completely different reasons. "It's not fair," Olaf grumbled. "I take Hekla out on an evening cruise one time, and this is what happens? I miss an entire battle?" "Are you still complaining?" Abbey asked. The two of them were aboard the Foggy Day, preparing for the arrival of the recruits. First they'd go out for a day cruise to let the recruits feel what life was like on the open water. Then, in 2 days, they'd be leaving on their first real voyage, a trip southeast along one of the more popular fishing routes. "It's not complaining. It's regret over a missed opportunity." Olaf worked as he talked, coiling a bit of rope into its proper location. They wanted the ship looking perfect the first time the recruits saw it. That would set the bar for how they were expected to maintain it. "I mean, you all did fine. You won the battle. I'm not saying you didn't." "That's good to hear," Abbey said dryly. "But can you imagine how it would have gone if I'd been there? If I'd have been on top of that wall with my flaming sword, the Barskall would have taken down their ladders and run off into the woods in fear, drunk on cider dreck or not." Abbey couldn't help but laugh. Sometimes she couldn't tell if Olaf was being purposely ridiculous, or if he really believed his over-the-top boasts. "I take it you're getting more consistent with your fire magic?" "Consistency is overrated. I mean, sure, sometimes when I'm practicing with your father it doesn't go as well as it could, but in the heat of a battle when my blood is rushing with the thrill of the fight, I guarantee it will be no problem." He stood up and stretched, putting his hands against the small of his back. "Hey, let me ask you something. Back when Captain Tor was holding the Foggy Day hostage that first time, I heard you cast a fireball and set his mainsail on fire. Is that true?" "Yeah." As much as Abbey didn't like it, her rescue of the Foggy Day had become part of her legend. Olaf frowned. "I don't get it. I've never seen you conjure a single fireball. If you have that kind of power, why don't you use it? Especially when your life is on the line." Abbey thought a moment before answering. "To be honest, I don't think I could do it in the heat of battle. I hid below decks for what must have been an hour before I cast that fireball on Thunderclap. I've occasionally moved things with magic during battle. I did it to Captain Tor in our sword fight on top of the city wall, and I pulled Dustin through the water once. But it's not reliable, and I feel drained afterwards." Olaf tilted his head. "Huh. It's the opposite for me. When I cast fire, it energizes me. It's like, I don't know, something inside me is doing what it was designed to do." "Yes!" Abbey had been trying to put that same feeling into words. "That's how I feel when I change the weight of things. With other magic I have to force it, but when I change the weight of things it's like I'm using my magic, doing what I was built to do." The sound of a person clambering up the gangplank interrupted their conversation. A moment later, Dustin stepped onto the deck.
Hey, Abbey. I'm glad I found you.
We were just talking about the battle the other night, Abbey said.
Dustin nodded. You think it's possible that we've been overestimating the size of the Barskall force this whole time? Maybe that was all of them.
Abbey raised an eyebrow. Seriously? No way. If their force was that small, they wouldn't have attacked Holdgate. They'd have focused on the smaller villages.
Maybe you're right, Dustin said.
He sounded distracted.
Listen, there was something I wanted to tell you. Olaf, you should hear this too.
He paused for a long moment before continuing. Abbey could tell he was having trouble getting the words out. Finally, he spoke.
After this next voyage, I'm going back to Thunderclap.
Abbey waited in shocked silence, not knowing what to say. She'd known he hadn't officially given up his position on Thunderclap, but she'd assumed it would only be a matter of time before he did. And yet, why should he? Thunderclap was the flagship of the fleet, and storm-calling on that ship was the highest position a stormcaller could attain. Not only that, the flagship deserved the best stormcaller, and that was clearly Dustin. It made sense. So why was she so surprised? Olaf put her thoughts into words before she was able to.
I don't understand. You and Abbey are a team. I mean, the things you two have accomplished. Why would you split up?
Dustin didn't meet either of their eyes.
You could make the argument that's why we should split up. Spread the awesome, rather than keeping it all on one ship.
No one laughed at his dumb joke.
It wasn't an easy decision. In the end, I thought Thunderclap was where I could do the most good.
Abbey nodded slowly. I understand. You and Captain Roy will make a great team. Again. Did you tell Sid?
Yeah. The stormcaller cracked a smile. She let out a string of curses so long I almost missed lunch, but she said she understood. She knew I was just a short-timer on the Foggy day. She agreed that it was time for me to go back to my real assignment.
We'll miss you, Abbey said.
A look of horror suddenly appeared on Olaf's face. We're not going to get that blind stormcaller Sid had before, are we? Dustin chuckled. Let's hope not. Listen, let's keep this between us for now. I don't want the rest of the crew to know until after this voyage. I want them focused, not wondering who their next stormcaller might be.
You got it. Abbey still couldn't believe it. Only one more voyage with Dustin. Then they would go their separate ways. Chapter 5. The night before the Foggy day was scheduled to leave on their voyage, Abbey had her first real dream since returning to Holdgate. The first dream that felt true. It began with her floating over the greenest hills she'd ever seen. These weren't the dramatic mountains of Caldfell. These were smaller, rolling things that stretched as far into the distance as she could see. This was the same land she'd dreamed about in Gren, she realized. No sooner had she made the connection than the now familiar woman's voice began to speak. I found you. You went far away, but I found you. It took Abbey a moment to find her own voice. Who are you? Why are you looking for me? I already told you in the other dreams. We need help. The monsters are coming. The way the woman said it contained no panic. She was simply stating a fact. I don't understand. How are you talking to me in my dream? It's my boon, the woman said. My gift. I can read dreams. Not individually, but I can read the collective dreams of cities and countries. Abbey struggled to understand what the woman meant. It would have been difficult even if she hadn't been soaring through the air, unable to control her movement. Very rarely, the woman continued, I can communicate through dreams. Only with certain people. Apparently you're one of them, but you seem so far away now. I was in Gren the first time you came into my dream, Abbey said. You know Gren? Only through their dreams. I'm lower, I think. There was a long pause. Then the woman continued. I see something happening in the dreams of the world. For the first time in years, people are inspired. They're inspired by the ones rising up and fighting for justice. Suddenly the world around Abbey changed. She saw images flashing before her, brief glimpses of people she'd never seen before. A woman riding on the back of a dragon with a ship floating through the air behind her. Another woman, this one watching evildoers through the eyes of the animals of the forest. A woman with red hair commanding the shadows to do her bidding. A dark-haired woman standing next to a tiger. Finally, she saw a woman with a white robe and gold belt standing in a city. Arcadia? And she saw her face change until she looked like someone else. And then Abbey saw herself, sword raised as she rode the wind, speeding toward an enemy. "You saw all this in dreams?" Abbey asked. "These women inspire people. Their actions have taken root in the minds of those around them and changed their dreams. They've given people hope." All these women were using their power to help others? Abbey once again wondered if this was real, or just something she wanted to be true. "These women and their powers," Abbey asked, trying to find the right words. "Is this something new?" The woman laughed, and the images in front of Abbey seemed to shimmer with the sound of it. "Oh no, old dreams leave echoes, and sometimes I'm able to read those too. The way I understand it, this one is something very old." Another scene appeared in front of Abbey, a woman dressed in strange clothing, striding confidently down a corridor. She passed many men and women, and as she did, they all murmured in respectful tones, calling her many names. One stood out among the others. Queen Bitch. Abbey blinked hard, and she was once again flying over the rolling hills. "I don't understand all this." "Neither do I," the woman replied. "But I know you can help us. Look for the symbol. It will guide you." A final image appeared, one she'd seen in a dream on the way back from Gren. It was a skull that looked almost human, except for the teeth. A pair of bones crossed behind the skull, and behind that was the image of bat wings. Abbey squinted at the symbol. "I have no idea where to start looking." "Neither do I. But you must start. When you find it, you will be able to find me." The image disappeared, and Abbey saw a dark, gaping hole in one of the hills. Enormous shadows were climbing out of it and crawling in all directions. Then the scene went black, and Abbey floated in darkness. She woke with a start, the dream still swirling in her mind. It had felt so real, but now that she was awake, she couldn't be sure that the voice of the woman hadn't been conjured by her mind. And yet if it were true, she had to act. Her father had told her of the mystics who had a temple near Arcadia. They could enter the mind. Was it possible they could enter dreams? Abbey didn't know, but she did know that wherever that woman was, it was far from Arcadia. She'd said Abbey had been closer when she was in Gren. Was it possible she was in Barskall? Or was it somewhere else, somewhere Abbey had never heard of? The thought excited her. If there were people in a strange country, she wanted to see them for herself. She wanted to see if those beautiful rolling hills were real. She wanted to find out if there were really monsters. And if there were, she wanted to fight them. She pressed the palms of her hands against her eyes, and the pressure cleared her mind a little. Suddenly, the dream felt less important. Even if the woman asking for help were real, Abbey needed to take care of other things before she could even think about trying to find that mysterious symbol. Regardless of what the doubters said, the Barskall were in the mountains, and they were planning something. Stormships were disappearing. Even though the Holdgate fleet appeared to be in top shape, it was in more danger than ever. And unlike when she had been fighting Dahlia, now she didn't even know who the enemy was, or what they wanted from Holdgate. There was no way the Barskall were being this patient without someone else guiding them. Abbey didn't have the answers, but she intended to find them. She considered going back to sleep, but from the faint light coming through the window, she knew the sun was beginning to rise. She got up and ate a quick breakfast. As she did, she looked around the apartment. She wouldn't be seeing it for a while, since their journey was about to begin. They were only scheduled to be gone a week, But if there was one thing she'd learned in her time as a stormship sailor, it was not to take anything for granted, especially schedules. Every time she pulled out of the Holdgate harbor, she knew there was a possibility she wouldn't be coming back. Benjamin started to push open the door to the shop, but he paused. The place was no longer his. It now belonged to Augustus. Benjamin had officially turned the shop over to him the day before, and now he wasn't sure of the correct way to proceed in this situation. Should he knock? Walk right in? In the end, he settled on a combination. He pushed the door open, knocking as he entered. Augustus gave him a friendly nod as he saw him. A sheen of sweat covered the young blacksmith's forehead. Benjamin cast a discerning eye around the shop. Something felt different. The forge, the anvil, and the tool bench were all in the usual places, but then he saw it.
You moved the workbench.
Augustus nodded sheepishly.
It felt like it would be better for my working style if I put it here.
Benjamin resisted the urge to tell the younger man why it would not be better there. He'd had it placed in that very spot himself for a while. Still, there were some lessons a man needed to learn for himself. This was Augustus's shop now, and he could make his own mistakes.
Looks like you're getting settled in, Benjamin said.
In truth, he was impressed with how far the young man had come in only a day. Most of the equipment had been left by Benjamin, but Augustus was already making the shop his own.
Augustus nodded. Indeed, I'm thinking I'll be able to open officially by the end of the week.
Impressive. Benjamin looked around again, not sure what to say next. He'd promised to stop by to check on Augustus, but now that he was here, he wasn't sure what to do with himself. His eyes were drawn to various parts of the shop. Every square inch of it contained a memory. There was the spot where Abbey had picked up his massive hammer when she was only 5, likely the first time she'd used magic. There, near the counter, was where she and Dustin used to play for hours when they were kids. And the spot that now held the workbench was where she and Olaf had faced off in negotiation by combat not all that long ago. The thought that he'd sold all these memories of his daughter's childhood filled him with regret. But what else could he have done? As much as he'd enjoyed working the iron, he'd never intended to spend the rest of his life as a blacksmith. He'd long fought the truth, which was that he was born to be a fighter. For many years he'd hidden that knowledge even from himself, but Abbey had shown him that strength and power didn't have to be used to oppress the weak. It could be used to elevate them, to fight for justice. And now that he knew that the potential to fight for good lay within him, he couldn't go back to his old life, as much as part of him still wanted to. Being a blacksmith was a noble calling, but it wasn't his. The knowledge of his true nature had changed him, and he had to accept his new life, especially since he wasn't quite sure where it would lead him yet. Augustus walked over and leaned against the counter.
By the way, someone came in looking for you this morning. Guess he hadn't heard about the new ownership.
Oh, yeah? Who was it? Augustus screwed up his face as if he was trying to remember.
Now that I think about it, he didn't give his name. He was probably in his late 20s. Black hair he wore tied back. Tall and thin.
Benjamin frowned. He couldn't think who it might have been.
What did he want? First he asked for you. When I told him I owned the shop now, he started asking questions about you and your daughter.
Benjamin tilted his head in surprise.
What did he want to know about Abbey?
The younger man shrugged.
He seemed interested in her career. He wanted to know how long she'd been a stormship sailor, if the rumors about her killing Captain Tor and Dahlia were true. Stuff like that.
Benjamin felt his pulse quickening. On the one hand, Abbey wasn't exactly a rare conversational topic in Holdgate. Though the people had ostracized both him and his daughter for years for being from Arcadia, recently the city had embraced them. Ever since Tor's attempted raid on Holdgate, Abbey had become a folk heroine in the city. Her status grew with each new feat, and the exaggerations increased with each retelling. But something about this situation felt off. Why would someone who was casually interested in Abbey come into his shop looking for him?
What did you tell him? I don't know Abbey, so I couldn't tell him much. Just the stories I've heard about her heroics. The man hung on every word.
A grin appeared on his face.
Is it possible he's a suitor? Maybe someone Abbey hasn't told you about? If he were a suitor, it would seem unlikely he'd be showing up at my former shop fishing for basic information.
He paused a moment, thinking.
Do me a favor. Let me know if he shows up again. I'd like to have a word with him.
Benjamin spent the next half hour helping to get things situated and answering Augustus's questions about the equipment. Eventually, he got the feeling he was doing little more than distracting the young blacksmith from his work, and the man was asking questions he already knew the answers to just to be polite. Benjamin took one last look around the shop and promised himself he wouldn't come back here again. He needed to give himself a clean break. He said goodbye and took his leave. As he was walking away from the shop, he was startled by a man rushing toward him.
"Jarvey," he said with surprise. "You're back."
The old man looked scragglier than the last time Benjamin had seen him. His beard was a wild mess of dirty whiskers, and his road-worn clothes were filthy, but there was a liveliness in his eyes that hadn't been there before. All in all, Benjamin would have to say his travels had agreed with him. Jarvey grabbed Benjamin by the arm.
"It's good to see you, old friend. We need to talk."
"Of course.
Shall we chat over lunch?" "There's no time,"
Jarvey said, his voice urgent.
"I've been in Algon, and I've been in the mountains. Something is happening. We're in danger, especially our stormships."
Benjamin blinked hard. The only danger he was aware of were the Barskall. Stormships? Jarvey squeezed his arm hard.
"We need to talk to the magistrate and have him call a council of storm captains and storm callers. They need to hear about this now. We have to make sure no more stormships leave port until we have a handle on this thing. It's death to go out on those waters."
The color drained from Benjamin's face.
"What's wrong?"
Jarvey asked.
"It's Abbey."
He swallowed hard.
"If what you're saying is true, she's in grave danger. The Foggy day set sail this morning."
Chapter 6. Abbey got up early the next morning and walked the deck. It was a habit she'd learned from Sid when that woman had been first mate of this ship. Get up before the rest of the day crew and be on deck at the start of every shift. It set a nice tone for what was expected. What she saw this morning brought a frown to her face. Dag, the new recruit she'd fought Clemens over, was leaning against the railing looking east, watching the sun rise over the water. Abbey took a deep breath, forcing the anger down, and sidled up next to him. She stood silently for a long moment, waiting for him to notice her. When he didn't, she spoke. "Beautiful sunrise." He flinched, clearly startled, but then he nodded.
"Yes, ma'am. Maybe the most beautiful I've ever seen."
"Well, you'll see plenty of them on the stormships if you stick around." She leaned a bit closer and spoke in a conspiratorial tone. "You know, there's one place on this ship with an even better view of the sunrise."
"Yeah?"
He seemed genuinely interested in where that place might be. If she hadn't been so angry, she might have felt bad about how hard she was about to pull the rug out from under him. "Yeah. It's this little spot you might have heard of called the Crow's Nest." She let her voice get louder now, raising her volume until she was yelling. "You know, the place you are supposed to be keeping watch so our enemies don't sneak up on us and kill us in the night? You recall the Crow's Nest?" He blinked hard.
"I'm sorry, ma'am. I just wanted to stretch my legs a little so I didn't—"
"I asked you a question. Do you remember the Crow's Nest?" The shift change was just about to take place, and sailors were filing up onto the deck, ready to take their stations. The veterans grinned as they watched the spectacle, and the other recruits looked terrified. Dag was supposed to be the favorite recruit. If this could happen to him, it could happen to any of them. Dag had the lost look of someone who knew he was in trouble and was desperately trying to find a way out of it.
"Yes, ma'am. I remember the Crow's Nest."
"Then prove it." Dag stared at her blankly.
"Ma'am, I'm not sure how to—"
"Get your ass up there!" What she wanted him to do finally clicked, and he oafishly climbed his way up to the Crow's Nest. It took him 4 times as long as it would have taken a more experienced sailor. Abbey struggled not to smile. The anger was gone, replaced with the joy of putting a new recruit through the ringer. She waited until he'd reached the top, then hollered up at him. "What the hell are you doing up there, Dag? Your shift's over.
Get down here!" Dag blinked down at her for a moment with that dumb, confused look on his face, then quickly made his way down. When he reached the bottom, he hesitated, not sure whether he was free to leave or needed to stick around for more berating. Abbey leaned close. "If you ever abandon your post again, I will tie you into that crow's nest and not let you down for 3 days. Do not make me do that. I have better uses for line than tying up your sorry ass. Understand?"
"Yes, ma'am,"
he answered immediately. "Good. You're to spend the morning scrubbing the bulkheads below deck. I want them as clean as they'd be if I did them myself. And I'm a very diligent scrubber. You can go." He didn't need to be told twice. Abbey shook her head. Dag would make a fine sailor one day, and he'd regale recruits with the story of the time Abbey had gone after him for abandoning his post. She turned and saw Captain Sid standing behind her, arms crossed and a sly smile on her face. "Some people say I promoted you to first mate too quickly. I wish those people could have seen that display of discipline. There isn't a crusty old sailor in the fleet who could have done it better." "Well," Abbey replied, "when it comes to crusty, I had a great teacher." The next 3 hours passed in the combination of hard work, boredom, and danger that was life aboard a stormship. They had a nice wind at their backs thanks to Dustin, and the sky was clear. The recruits were pleasantly shaken, and they all found an excuse to be anywhere Abbey wasn't, lest they suffer the same fate as their friend Dag. Abbey spent some additional time with their non-Holdgate crew members. Gideon, Hekla, Fanar, and Sigmund weren't exactly new recruits, but they weren't experienced sailors either. They needed all the help they could get. She was walking the main deck when she noticed the water getting a bit choppy. Very odd, especially with Dustin at the prow. She was about to head his way to make sure he was all right when a signal came down from the crow's nest, now occupied by Elliot. A ship was approaching from the southeast. By the time she made it to Dustin, clouds were beginning to gather overhead, and a light rain was falling. "Think it's a storm ship?" Abbey asked. Dustin shook his head slowly. "Wouldn't make sense. It's too far away." He paused for a moment, gripping his staff. "This weather's pushing back too hard for just some light rain, though. It doesn't want to be quelled. It's almost as if—" He left the thought unfinished as he stared toward the approaching ship. He didn't have to complete it. Abbey knew what he was thinking. "It's a Barskall stormcaller," she cursed under her breath. In all the excitement of the battle near the Faroes and the voyage to Gren, she'd lost focus on the fact that Algon still had some Barskall stormcallers. They'd been so quiet of late. This was a ship from Algon. It had to be. And Algon had proven itself to be no friend of Holdgate. But were they bold enough to attack a stormship in open water? Barskall stormcallers were powerful in their own way, able to cast from a much farther distance than Holdgate stormcallers. But up close, they wouldn't stand a chance against even the least skilled stormcaller in the Holdgate fleet, let alone Dustin. In short, it would be suicide for an Algon ship to attack a stormship, and they had to know it. Abbey turned to Dustin. "Is it possible they don't know we're a stormship?" Dustin grimaced. "Possible, but damn unlikely. Their stormcaller would almost certainly have felt me pushing against their weather." "So what do we do?" Abbey asked. As much as she wanted to give him her advice, Dustin was the stormcaller, and this was very much his territory. "Should we wait for them to get close so we can be sure?" Dustin thought for a moment. When he spoke, his voice was firm. "No. There's a stormcaller attacking my ship. I'm not going to be cautious about this. I'm going to light them up." Captain Sid stepped up behind them. "I was really hoping you'd say that." "All right," Abbey called as she marched around the deck. "Go to combat positions. Dustin's going to do his best to take care of them long range, but prepare for the possibility of being boarded. If we need to fight up close, be ready." Sailors scurried around the deck, preparing themselves for everything from rough waters to swordplay. That was the thing about stormship battles. You never knew if the enemy's attack would come in the form of lightning, waves, or arrows. Abbey stuck her head through a hatch leading below decks and frowned at what she saw. "Dag? What are you doing?" The young man looked up at her. "I'm scrubbing the bulkheads, ma'am." "Like you said." "We're preparing for battle." "You said to keep scrubbing until you told me otherwise."
She shook her head. Recruits took everything so damn literal. I'm telling you otherwise. Get ready for a fight. Without waiting for a reply, she turned and took one more walk around the ship. Then she returned to where Sid and Dustin stood at the bow. The crew are at their battle stations, she told them.
Good, Sid replied. Whenever you're ready, Stormcaller.
Abbey squinted across the water. She saw the ship and an island in the distance beyond it, but she also saw something else. Dustin, wait. What is that? A small figure was floating toward them above the water. They watched in silence as it drew closer at an alarming rate.
What the hell?
Sid asked. The annoyance was clear in her voice. She wanted to be in control of everything on her ship, and the unknown drove her crazy. Dustin leaned forward a little. Is that a person? No way. But even as she said it, Abbey knew Dustin was right. The form in the distance was becoming clearer, resolving itself into a torso and 4 limbs. Abbey put a hand on the rail and started to climb onto it. Dustin, give me wind? I need to get closer. Captain Sid put a hand on her shoulder.
Are you crazy? We don't have the slightest idea who that is or how the hell they're doing that.
That's exactly why I need to investigate. Sid thought for a moment, then gave a quick nod.
I'm just sending you out a little way, Dustin said cautiously. I'll keep you hovering with a slight wind from below. Signal me if you want wind from any other direction.
Aye, aye.
She climbed onto the rail and jumped over the edge, reducing her weight as she started to fall. Dustin's wind caught her when she was 3 feet above the water, and her stomach dropped as she rushed upward 20 feet. She ever so slightly increased her weight, just enough so she could maintain altitude, then signaled to Dustin to shoot her forward. When she was this light, the wind didn't so much hit her as carry her. It was as if the world around her was moving, and she was floating motionless. The ship, the island, all of it seemed to rush toward her. But especially the man, because he was moving toward her too. She raised a hand when she'd almost reached him, signaling Dustin to stop her forward motion, and she floated there, held aloft by the wind from beneath her. She stared at the strange man in front of her, and was surprised to find she recognized him. It was the man from the dibs, the one she'd assumed was a barkeep. He'd handed the staff to her and Clemens. She was floating 10 feet above him, but even from this angle he looked taller than he had that night. His long black hair hung loose, and he wore an easy smile on his face. He exuded such confidence that it was hard for her to believe she'd overlooked him that night in the bar, that she'd mistaken him for a simple barkeep. His eyes were pure black, a sure sign he was using physical magic to hover above the water. He was much more than just a barkeep. One look at this man told her he was a killer. Hello, Abbey. His voice carried easily despite his relaxed tone. Sorry, you're going to have to catch me up, she said. I never got your name that night at the Drunken Bear. His smile widened a little. She noticed that his ship was moving closer, and something in the back of her mind told her maybe she should be giving that fact more attention. But the way this guy was smiling, something about it made her skin crawl. Dread crept up inside her. My name's Simon. It's wonderful to finally meet you. Her eyes flicked toward the ship again. What are you doing here? He chuckled. I'm here for you, Abbey, because I feel sorry for you, and I want to help. You didn't get to know her, not like I did. You were so young. Her? Listen, Simon, I'm not up for games. If you have something to say, say it. Who didn't I get to know? He tilted his head as if surprised. Our mother, of course. She was so surprised that she didn't know how to respond. After a moment of silence, he continued. Please understand that I genuinely want to help you, Abbey. I want to teach you the things you need to know, the things Mother would have taught you if she were still alive. Then we can be the family we were always meant to be. But I'm afraid the lessons are going to be painful. And they start now. Simon's hand suddenly burst into flame. If he felt any pain, he didn't show it. He wore the fire like a pair of gloves. He raised both hands and flung the fire outward.
Abbey raised a defensive hand, but the twin fireballs soared past her. "No," she whispered, realizing Simon's intended target. She turned just in time to see them slam into the foggy day. Screams of panic and surprise came across the water, and Abby's mouth fell open as her ship went up in flames. Chapter 7. Dustin stared out at the two figures floating over the water, one held up by his wind, the other suspended by unknown means.
"What the hell are they doing?"
Captain Sid asked, her voice heavy with tension.
"It looks like they're talking," the stormcaller answered. "Actually, if I know Abbey, she is either scaring him off or she's about to escalate things. There's nothing for us to do but wait and see which one it is."
They got the answer to that question a moment later, when the mysterious figure's hands began to glow. Dustin squinted toward him, trying to understand what he was seeing.
"Is that fire?"
The man raised both hands into the air, and two fireballs flew toward the ship. There wasn't time to do much other than brace themselves. In the course of a moment, a dozen thoughts flashed through Dustin's head. He felt fear for Abbey against this unknown but apparently powerful opponent, and fear for himself and his crewmates. He felt the grim determination and detached excitement he always felt when a battle was starting. He wondered about the man's powers. They appeared to be some strange spin on what Benjamin could do, plus the added benefit of flight. All that and more ran through his head in the time it took the two fireballs to cross the space between the man and the ship. And then all thought was driven from his mind as the fireballs hit. The ship shook with the force of them. One hit the mainsail, and it instantly caught fire. The other landed on the foredeck not far from Dustin. Sid recovered more quickly than he did.
"Let's go."
When he didn't immediately respond, she grabbed his arm. He almost went with her, but then he shrugged her off. Abbey was still floating on his wind out there, facing down that fire-throwing freak. Without Dustin's wind, she'd be helpless. He could see sailors on the deck of the other ship now, bows in hand, taking aim at Abbey. He had to get her out of there. Ignoring the fire at his back and the panicked cries from his shipmates, he gripped his staff and closed his eyes, conjuring a wind that would bring her toward the foggy day. He opened his eyes just in time to see her take a swing at the fire-throwing man with her sword, before Dustin's wind pulled her back. As she began to move toward the foggy day, Dustin turned and for the first time truly understood the gravity of their situation. There weren't just two small fires on the ship. The fire from the mainsail had quickly spread, and the ship was now ablaze. Two more fireballs struck the ship, and Dustin cursed. He hadn't even seen the mysterious man throw them, and it was his job to prevent attacks. Chaos erupted all around as sailors vainly attempted to douse the flames. A single look told him there was no way that was happening. He could bring down the heaviest rainfall of his life, and it still wouldn't make a difference. The fire on the foredeck wasn't as bad as the inferno blazing on the main deck now. He moved around it and spotted Sid leading the efforts to fight the fire. Damn that stubborn woman, he thought. He knew she wouldn't give up her ship, even when it was obviously beyond saving. Not unless someone talked some sense into her. He scurried down the causeway, yelling as he went, "Sid! Look around!" She glanced up at him for just a moment, and he saw absolute fury in her eyes. Then she turned back to the line of men hauling buckets of water from the sea. He marched up to her and touched her arm. "It's too late. You have to give the order." "No way," she snarled, not even looking at him. "Listen to me. Your crew would follow you to hell. They'll keep fighting this fire as long as you tell them to, and every one of them will die. Unless you give the order." Sid looked up, and he saw tears standing in her eyes. She was shaking with rage. "Who the hell is this guy? Why'd he attack us?" "We'll figure that out later. You have to give the order." "I know." She looked around at her ship, what she could see of it through the billows of smoke pouring from the hull. Then she spoke in a loud voice. "Crew?" She paused for only a moment before giving the order. "Abandon ship." The crew obeyed without question or hesitation, as they always did for her. Men and women, some of whom had been sailing on the foggy day for years, ran to the rails and jumped into the sea. Dustin hurried to the ship's boat, hoping he could lower it and use it as a base of operations for his rescue efforts. That idea was quickly quashed when he saw that it too was on fire. He found Sid on the poop deck on the starboard side, an area the fire had not yet reached. He knew she wouldn't leave until she was sure her entire crew was off. From the number of sailors treading water near the ship, it had to be close to empty. Sid took one last look at the inferno blazing on the main deck. "There's nothing more you can do," Dustin called over the sounds of the fire. "Promise me we'll get him," Sid said, "whoever the hell he is. Promise me we'll make him pay." Dustin managed a weak smile. "We'll get him." He climbed onto the rail, took a deep breath, and jumped. The fall seemed to take much longer than it should have. As he landed, his head collided with something. It could have been a piece of wood from the ship, something that had been tossed overboard, or even another person. But whatever it was, the world went momentarily dark, and he had the detached realization that he was about to drown. Then there was nothing. He came to when someone grabbed him around the waist. Something pulled at him, and his head broke the surface of the water. He gasped, and salty air filled his burning lungs. A voice whispered in his ear, "Stay still. I'm trying to save your ass. Again." At the sound of the voice, everything wrong with the world, the chaos around him, the fact that he'd just lost his ship to an unknown foe, all slipped away. Abbey had him in her arms. He felt himself grow lighter, and the sea carried the two of them. For a long time, he said nothing. He simply trusted Abbey. Then his head began to clear, and he spoke. "What are we doing?" "We have to regroup." Abby's voice sounded absolutely cold. "We're going to kill that son of a bitch. But we have to regroup first." Dustin accepted that. Abbey wasn't one to retreat, not ever. If she said they needed to regroup, he absolutely believed it. A few moments later, Dustin felt sand beneath his feet. Abbey released him, and he struggled his way to a standing position. They were on the island, the one he'd seen in the distance beyond the ship. He looked out at the water and saw both ships, one burning and the other triumphant. He also saw smaller boats in the water. Those would be the enemy taking the survivors of the Foggy day captive, Dustin knew. "Abbey, I saw you talking to that man. Who is he?" Abbey clenched her fists, and her voice was choked with emotion when she answered. "I don't know who he really is or what he really wants. All I know is what he told me. He says he's my brother." With that, she turned away from the sea and walked up the beach. Dustin took one last look at the Foggy day, then followed his friend. She was right. It was time to regroup. Abbey marched up the beach, her eyes searching the landscape. The island was heavily forested beyond the beach, and a number of hills rose in front of them. She saw a few columns of smoke rising from the peak of the nearest hill. "Dustin, look," she said, gesturing toward the smoke. "There's some kind of settlement up there. Maybe they know of a boat we could use, or maybe they can point us to a fishing village on this island." Dustin stumbled up beside her and put his hands on his knees. "That's great. But don't you think we should discuss what just happened?" She struggled to keep the emotion out of her voice when she answered. "What's to discuss? You were there, same as me. He has our friends. Talking about our feelings won't save them. We need to act." She started walking again, but Dustin quickly stopped her. "Hold on. We need to figure out what's going on before we go running off into the woods. That guy said he's your brother? Is that possible?" Abbey sighed. "You want to talk about it? Fine. His name's Simon. He's obviously a physical magic user, so maybe he's from Arcadia. Could he be my brother?" She paused for a moment, allowing herself to consider the possibility for the first time. "I highly doubt it. But maybe. He looked 10 years older than me, and he referenced us having the same mother. So maybe he's your half-brother? I don't know. Maybe." Dustin leaned on his staff. How he'd managed to hang on to that thing while nearly drowning, she had no idea. "Any thoughts on why he destroyed our ship?" Abbey closed her eyes for a moment before answering. This was why she hadn't wanted to talk about it. If she could avoid talking about it, she could avoid thinking about it. "He said he was here because of me. He wanted to teach me a lesson so we could be the family we were always meant to be." "Seasoned salt," Dustin muttered. "That's some serious horseshit."
You know this isn't your fault, right? The guy's a lunatic.
A lunatic who might never have been in Caldfell if it weren't for me. I saw him in Holdgate, you know. I think he's been watching me."
The Stormcaller shook his head. "Something about this doesn't track. We have to assume he burned Undertow. Was that about teaching you a lesson too?"
"I don't know, but I do know this."
She turned toward him, raising a finger.
"If you hadn't pulled me back, we might have stood a chance in that fight."
Dustin's mouth fell open in surprise. "Excuse me?"
"I was signaling for you to send me forward, not back. If I could have gotten aboard their ship, maybe I could have done something."
"Like what? Our ship was already on fire. I'm not going to apologize for saving you from your fire-wielding crazy possible half-brother."
"Maybe you should. Our ship is gone, and our friends might be dead. Maybe the only—"
The sound of coughing from nearby interrupted her, and both Abbey and Dustin turned toward it. A figure lay on the beach 20 yards north of them. They glanced at each other, then ran toward the person. Abbey reached the spot just as the person rolled over. It was Hekla, and although she was pale and still coughing a little, she wore a wide smile. "Never let it be said a Barskall can't swim as well as a Holdgatesman," she said weakly. They allowed her to rest for a minute. Then Abbey helped her to her feet. Abbey had to admit it was pretty impressive that Hekla had managed to swim all that way when none of the others had. "So it's just us?" the Barskall woman asked. Abbey nodded.
"I'm afraid we have to assume the others are dead or captured."
Hekla grimaced. She hadn't been on the Foggy day long, but she'd been working closely with Elliot and Sigmund for years on Gren with the tall grass raiders, and she had a blossoming relationship with Olaf. "We need to find a way off this island. That fire-throwing asshole won't defeat himself."
"Our thoughts exactly," Abbey said. "We can either wander the coast searching for a settlement or head into the woods and find the source of that smoke. I vote for the latter."
Hekla nodded. "We should go where we know there are people." Dustin sighed. "Fine. A walk in the woods it is." The forest proved to be fairly easy to move through. Unlike the one near Holdgate, there wasn't a lot of undergrowth. The large trees blocked most of the light on the forest floor, and they were spaced far enough apart to allow for easy walking. They lost sight of the columns of smoke as soon as they stepped into the forest, but they knew if they continued uphill they would reach the settlement. What they'd find there remained to be seen. "I'm fairly certain Sigmund's dead," Hekla said suddenly. There was sadness in her voice, but she was holding it together surprisingly well for having just lost one of her oldest friends. "He was still standing on the main deck when it collapsed. I was about to jump over the side, and I saw him fall." "He's a tough old bastard," Dustin pointed out. "He could have survived. Maybe he climbed out through the hole that fireball put in the hull." It sounded ridiculous, but no one challenged the notion. They had to hang on to their hope, as thin as it was. For Abbey's part, she tried to remain focused on what would happen next. Find the settlement and ask about the nearest fishing village, then go there and beg, borrow, or steal a boat. Beyond that, Abbey had no idea. It would be the three of them versus Simon and his shipful of... what? Barskall? Algonians? She didn't have any idea who he'd aligned himself with. Assuming she could find him, she'd save her friends, capture Simon, and find out what he really knew about her mother. But those challenges would come later. For now, it was all about finding a boat and getting off this island. After they'd been walking for 10 minutes, they broke into a clearing and Abbey stopped. Dustin and Hekla did the same. All three of them stared at the strange relic in front of them. It was Dustin who first gave voice to their thoughts. "What do you suppose this thing is?" The other two just shook their heads. It was from the old world, that much was clear. The large structure was made of rotting wood and rusted metal, but it was not difficult to imagine how it might have looked when it was new. Abbey wasn't focused on the structure itself as much as the symbol on it. It was the symbol she'd seen in her dream. Chapter 8. For a moment, Elliot thought he might be dead. The world was filled with fire, then his head went underwater and everything became quiet and dark. He swam as hard as he could toward the surface. When he'd been swimming for 10 seconds, he realized the direction he was moving in wasn't up. He didn't know where up was.
Then the panic set in.
He forced himself to relax, an almost impossible task with the chaos around him and his lungs screaming for oxygen. He stopped, let out a little of the precious air he was holding, and watched the bubbles. To his dismay, they didn't shoot straight in one direction to give him a clear answer as to which way the surface lay. Instead, they swirled in a number of directions, pulled by the currents. But he did see the general direction the air bubbles went, and he swam hard after them. When he finally broke the surface, he gulped air greedily and started treading water. "There's one!" a voice called. He turned toward it and saw 3 men staring at him from a small boat. They angled their vessel toward him and began to row. His first instinct was to flee, to swim away from them as quickly as possible. But flee where? His ship was burning. There was an island nearby, but there was no way he could make it there before they caught up to him. As much as he hated to admit it, his best bet was to allow himself to be captured. He kept treading water as the boat rowed up to him. 2 men reached down and roughly pulled him from the water. "Thanks, gentlemen," he said with a weak smile. "Drop me off in Holdgate?" One of the men smacked him hard. "No talking." Elliot did as ordered, but he watched the men carefully as they rowed back to their ship. He was fairly certain he could take the boat from them. He'd start with the one who'd smacked him. He'd slam into the man's legs and knock him over the side. He'd catch the second man with an uppercut and shove him into the water after his friend. That would leave the last man, the one who was rowing. But again he wondered what the point would be. The mysterious fire-wielding man stood at the bow of the ship, watching the boats as they captured sailors from the foggy day. Even if Elliot's plan went smoothly, he'd be an easy target for that man's fireballs in his slow rowboat. His best bet was to ride this out. A few minutes later, the sailors hauled him onto the ship, tied his hands, and tossed him wordlessly through a hatch. "Ah, thank the sea," a familiar voice said. Elliot grimaced. It was dark down here and his eyes had yet to adjust, but he'd recognize his sister's voice anywhere. "They got you too?" "At least we're still alive," a man said. Elliot recognized the voice as belonging to Fanar. "You're not kidding. It was a close thing for a minute. Who else is down here?" Sid answered. "Looks like they grabbed most of us. It's getting crowded, but I've never been happier to be jammed into such a tight space with so many people." It turned out only a dozen of the crew was still unaccounted for. These included Dustin, Abbey, Hekla, and Sigmund. "Damn it," Elliot said. "Yeah." There was sorrow in his sister's voice. "I saw Sigmund fall into the fire below decks. The others? I don't know." "I know one thing," Olaf said, his voice shaking with barely contained fury. "That bastard is going to pay." "That he will," Sid agreed. "But we have to be smart about it. I recognize this ship. It's from Algon. The flagship of their fleet, if I remember correctly." Elliot took that in. He'd heard about Algon's attempts to create a magic school, but he hadn't heard of them outright attacking Holdgate ships. And he was almost sure he'd seen a few Barskall on the deck before they tossed him down here. Had the Barskall aligned with the Algonians? Sid continued. "This is a shitty situation, there's no denying that, but things aren't as bad as they could be." For just a moment, Elliot was glad for the dark, since it meant his sister couldn't see the skeptical expression on his face. "How's that exactly?" "For one thing, we're still alive. That's not nothing. If they wanted us dead, they would have used us for target practice while we were floating in the sea." "Pleasant thought," Gideon interjected. Sid ignored the comment. "The fact that they didn't means they want us alive for some reason. Our job is to figure out what that reason is. Could be they want to sell us, trade us, get information from us, or just make a spectacle of us with a public execution." Fanar nudged Gideon. "Now that's a pleasant thought." "Point is, we need to find out their intentions. Chances are their leader will want to chat with me, captain to captain. I'll use the opportunity to find out everything I can. But that's not all we have going for us. They don't know Gideon's a stone shaper." Olaf perked up at that. "And they don't know about my fire magic." Sid sighed. "Yeah, sure, that too. But everyone keep an eye out for stone Gideon could use." Elliot didn't say anything to that. He didn't want to kill the hope his sister was trying to inspire, but that felt like a slim possibility to him. Where would they find a stone? "One more thing," she continued. Abbey and Dustin are out there. No way they both died in the fire. Not them. They're alive, and they'll be doing everything in their power to save us. I know them, as do most of you, and we know—" The hatch to the deck opened, and Sid quickly stopped talking. A man climbed down the ladder, the same man who'd been floating above the water. He was alone among dozens of prisoners, but you wouldn't have known it from his confident demeanor. Fire erupted from his right hand, filling the chamber with light and engulfing his fist. Elliot squinted at the sudden brightness. "My name is Simon," he said. "We'll keep things simple. You get one chance, and only one. Any one of you attempts an escape, and every one of you dies. I know it's not exactly comfortable down here, but you're going to have to think long-term. If you do as you're told, you'll live through this. I'm not out to murder you. Not unless you give me a reason." He looked them over, his face unreadable. "I need to talk to one of you. The outcome of that conversation will determine how long you'll be my guests." Sid started to stand, but Simon turned his gaze toward Fanar. "Barskall, if you'd please join me on deck." Fanar got to his feet, looking as shocked as the rest of them. Simon followed Fanar up the ladder and shut the hatch, and they were once again in darkness. Elliot chuckled. "Here we are. Our fate is in the hands of a Barskall. Let's hope he's smarter than he lets on." Abbey stared at the strange relic, her eyes fixed on the symbol etched into its side. It was faded, as if it had been there for centuries, but it was just like the one she'd seen in her dreams. A strange skull and crossbones with bat wings behind it. She didn't know the intended meaning behind the symbol, but she knew what it meant to her. The dreams were real, and that meant the woman who needed help was real. The monsters were real. "I don't like this," Hekla said, and for once the Barskall woman's voice held something like fear. "It feels strange here, like we're being watched." Dustin ignored the comment. "It's from the times before the Mad Days. Interesting, but we should keep moving." Abbey turned toward him. "No way. We need to investigate this." "Abbey, I hardly think—" She put a hand on his shoulder. "I need you to trust me on this one." Dustin pressed his lips together in a thin line, clearly frustrated. "Fine. We'll take a quick look." Abbey nodded, then started toward the relic. She wondered what it might have been once. A rail made of strange metal circled its perimeter, and strange tubes of a darker metal were placed at various points. "It's a ship," Dustin said quietly. Hekla scoffed. "This doesn't look like any ship I've ever seen. And how the hell would it get way up here?" "No, Dustin's right." Now that he'd said it, the pieces were starting to click for Abbey. The shape of the hull, the railing. Hekla was right, it didn't look like their ships, but this was from the old times, the time of marvels. The strange rigging didn't look like it was meant for sails, but who was to say what had powered this strange vessel? She jumped up, grabbing the rail and pulling herself onto the deck. It, too, was made of the strange metal. As Dustin and Hekla climbed up, Abbey saw movement out of the corner of her eye. She looked toward it just in time to see something, or someone, dash into the woods. She opened her mouth to tell the others, then paused. It could be that Hekla was right, and someone had been watching them. On the other hand, it was just as likely the movement had been a deer or some other large animal. If she told the others, they'd want to leave, and there was no way that was happening. Not yet. When Dustin and Hekla were aboard, Abbey led them through a door to the interior of the ship. It seemed they'd boarded near the bow. The group was quiet as they walked, unsure how to even give words to the strange rooms they were passing through. These things were so foreign to them that it was as if they had come from another planet. Finally, they reached the last room near the stern of the ship. They looked around, but Abbey didn't see anything useful to their cause. "There's gotta be something else here." The frustration was clear in her voice. Dustin sighed. "Listen, Abbey. If we're going to be rescued, we need to—" "We can't count on being rescued," she practically snarled at him. "What are the odds of that happening? We're on a remote island in the middle of nowhere." "What then?" Dustin's voice rose to meet her tone. Do we give up? Settle down on this island? Start a family farm? Have some babies?"
"Just to be clear," Hekla interjected, "if we are trapped here forever, I call dibs on making babies with Dustin."
Abbey ignored the comment, glaring at Dustin. "You know that's not what I meant. I'm just saying we'll have to make our own luck. Calling for help isn't enough."
"If you've got a suggestion, I'm all ears."
Abbey started to answer, but something behind Dustin caught her eyes. "Hang on. What's that?" A strange design was etched into the bulkhead. It wasn't nearly as beautifully crafted as the skull and crossbones on the outside of the ship, but it must have been put there for a reason. The three of them stared at it for a long moment. Then Hekla shrugged.
"I guess this was what passed for art in the old days."
Abbey wasn't so sure, but she didn't have a better explanation. Suddenly a smile broke out on Dustin's face.
"Harold was a crusty old bastard, but seas bless him for making me spend all those hours studying."
Abbey raised an eyebrow. "Harold? Your old mentor?"
Dustin nodded, then shook a finger at the lines on the bulkhead. "It's a map. You see that X there? That's Caldfell."
Abbey squinted at it a moment. "Holy hell, you're right. But—" Caldfell was so small compared to the rest of the drawing that she hadn't recognized it. If this was a map, the scale of it was shocking. Was it possible the world was really that big? And why was there an X drawn on Caldfell?
"Look."
Dustin stepped toward the bulkhead, the anger forgotten now. It had been replaced by excitement. He pointed at the X. "Caldfell." Then he moved his finger to some shapes to the southwest. "The Lost Isles." Then he pointed at a larger shape farther west. "Gren." Abbey nodded slowly. Based on the smaller scale maps she'd seen glimpses of, that all made sense. She pointed at a huge landmass southwest of Gren. "But what the hell is that?" Dustin shook his head slowly.
"I have no idea. That's beyond the edge of any map I've ever seen."
Abbey thought back to her dream. The woman had said Abbey had been closer to her when she was in Gren. Could that mysterious land be where the woman lived? If so, that was where Abbey needed to go, assuming she found a way off this island, and saved her friends, and defeated Simon. While she was thinking about how to even begin the daunting list of tasks, a booming voice came from outside the ship.
"You are trespassing on sacred ground."
"That can't be good." Dustin stepped toward the nearest port and peered out. Hekla sighed.
"Told you we were being watched."
The booming voice continued.
"Come out and prepare for your punishment."
Abbey raised a hand. "It's okay. It's probably just some local nutcase. Let's go out there and smooth things over with him."
"The sacred cannot be defiled by human flesh," the booming voice called.
100 voices answered. "It must be sanctified with human blood." Hekla and Dustin turned toward Abbey. "Okay, maybe there's more than one nutcase," she said sheepishly. The chant outside started softly, then got louder and louder until the voices vibrated through the metal hull of the ship.
"Kill the trespassers! Kill the trespassers! Kill the trespassers! Kill the trespassers!"
Chapter 9. Simon led Fanar to large quarters in the stern of the ship. He sat down behind the ornate desk that dominated the room and gestured for the Barskall to sit in the chair across from him. Fanar did so, taking a look around at the rest of the chamber. There was a cot, a basin for washing, and a wardrobe. Fanar hadn't spent a lot of time on ships, but he'd spent enough to recognize this as the captain's quarters. Yet Simon hadn't introduced himself as Captain Simon, and Fanar thought he could detect a slight wobble in the man's steps as he walked across the deck. There was some strange dynamic going on here that put Simon above the real captain of this vessel. Fanar couldn't imagine that happening on a Holdgate stormship, but who knew how things operated in Algon? If that was really where this ship was from. Fanar looked back at the desk, and two things caught his eye. His sea axe, the dagger-like weapon he always wore, and a large bottle of cider drac.
Simon folded his hands on the desk and gave Fanar a friendly smile. I spent the past couple weeks in Holdgate. Took a job at the Drunken Bear. I saw you the night of the dibs. Fanar shifted in his seat and said nothing. When being interrogated by an enemy, even in a well-appointed room like this one, he made it a policy to not say any more than he had to. After a moment, Simon continued. I thought it a little strange that a Barskall was with the crew of the Foggy Day. He gestured at the sea axe. I would have suspected you were a Barskall from your build, but it was your weapon that gave you away. What did they call that thing again? A sea axe. Fanar's eyes kept returning to the cider dreck. As much as he despised the drink, he also desired it. And a bottle that size? If he drank that, there was no telling what he could do. Maybe he could even free his friends. Simon smiled. Yes, of course. A sea axe. I'd like to see it in action someday. Maybe I burned your ship a little too fast. Perhaps I should have let my men board the Foggy Day so I could watch you fight. Fanar kept his expression calm, even though his insides burned with anger. If you'd like to see a demonstration of the sea axe, I'd be happy to provide one. Just untie me, and I'll give you a real close look at it. Simon barked out a laugh. I like you, Fanar. I've liked you since the moment I heard your story. A Barskall who asked his enemies for help defeating the king oppressing his land. It was such a cold, logical move. He shook his head slowly, as if in admiration. He leaned forward a little before continuing. Tell me, Fanar, how many of your own countrymen have you killed since joining up with Abbey and her friends? None who didn't deserve it. Simon laughed again, but it was more of a chuckle this time. Is that so? I thought I'd heard people in your country are conscripted into service, forced to join the army. Is that the case? Fanar nodded. Aye. Simon leaned over and picked up the bottle of cider drac. He took the cork out and sat quiet for a few moments, until the liquid in the bottle began to boil. Apparently whatever fire magic this man used also allowed him to heat things. So, in your opinion, Simon continued, Barskall warriors forced into service and addicted to this draft deserve to die simply for doing the things they're forced to do? The fumes from the boiling cider drac reached Fanar, and his head began to swim as he breathed them in. It's not simple. It's war. I never said it was simple, nor did I say anyone didn't deserve to die. I simply said you made the logical choice. And I need you to make the logical choice once again. I'm listening. Fanar was sick of these games. Simon reminded him of a general he'd served under during his brief stint in the Barskall army. The man had been convinced he was smarter than anyone else, and he loved listening to himself talk. Good. Then I'm going to be straight with you. I've formed 2 alliances recently. The first was with Algon, and it's going very well. They've placed me in charge of their new magic school, and they've come to agree with my views on magic. They even gave me their flagship for this little mission. He paused, looking around the cabin, clearly pleased that he'd been able to talk the Algonians into giving him the ship. The second alliance is with the Barskall, and it is not going as well. After their warlord Anderle found out Dahlia was dead, he wanted to attack Holdgate. The Algonians sent me to convince him to honor their agreement and bide his time, which I was able to do. Temporarily. He paused a moment. You remember that attack on Holdgate? Fanar nodded. He'd been on the wall that night, backing up the fresh recruits who had all looked scared for their lives. That was my idea, Simon admitted. I wanted to see how Holdgate responded to an attack, but I neglected to tell Anderle I was sending 100 of his warriors on a suicide mission. Needless to say, he was not happy, and the alliance with the Barskall grew a bit tenuous. Anderle has become an obstacle. I'm sure I could convince his subordinates, but Anderle is stubborn. The man stood up suddenly, pushing back his chair. He picked up the sea axe and gave it a swing through the air. It does feel good in the hand. It has a nice balance to it. He turned to Fanar. Here's where I'm going to need you to remain logical. I can't get within a mile of Anderle anymore, but I'm betting a Barskall could. I'd like you to kill Anderle for me. Fanar was so surprised he didn't say anything at first. When he finally spoke, it was through gritted teeth. You just destroyed my ship and killed my friends. Why the hell would I do anything for you? Logic, Barskall. Have you forgotten already? He shook his head sadly. Let me explain. First, Anderle is a warlord who has no doubt conscripted thousands of your countrymen to fight in his vain battles. His death would be just. Second, if you refuse, I'll execute you and some of your friends. Let's say the ones who were with you at the dibs that night. Elliot and Gideon, right? Fanar said nothing. He clenched his fists and strained against the ropes, wanting nothing more than to put his hands around this man's neck and squeeze. However, if you agree, things will be quite different. I wouldn't expect you to go alone. You could take Elliot and Gideon. Hell, take one or two more as well. Just not the captain. I need her. He set the sea axe on the desk and leaned toward Fanar. Anderle wears a distinctive ring on his right hand with a large green jewel set into it. Bring me that ring, and the hand on which he wears it. That'll be my proof that you've done the deed. If you do that, I'll let every member of your crew go. This I swear. Fanar stared at Simon's lively dark eyes, and the hatred inside him grew. And then you'll use the Barskall army to attack Holdgate. Simon shrugged. Perhaps eventually. It depends on how my other plans go, but Anderle's going to attack Holdgate anyway, and soon. Is this why you destroyed our ship? So you could force me to do this for you? Simon cackled with laughter. No, that was for a much more important reason. This is just a nice bonus. Fanar's eyes moved again to the bottle of cider drac, which was still open on the desk. So those are your options, Barskall. Kill an evil warlord and save your friends, or refuse and die. What's it going to be? Kill the trespassers! Kill the trespassers! Kill the trespassers! Kill the trespassers! Hekla went pale. Guys? I think they might mean us. Dustin just shook his head. Of all the people on the Foggy day, she's the one who makes it to the island? He turned to Abbey. Any thoughts on what we should do here? Abbey bit her lip as she considered that. The chant outside the strange ship was getting louder and louder. It seemed that more people were arriving. From the anger in their voices, she didn't think the crowd would be dispersing any time soon, even if they wouldn't desecrate their sacred place by setting foot on it. I guess we have two choices. Either spend the rest of our lives aboard this thing, or go out and try to calm them down. And if that doesn't work? Dustin asked. Abbey touched the hilt of her sword. Then you get magical while Hekla and I start stabbing. Hekla nodded slowly. Would this be a good time to mention I left my sword on the Foggy day? Wonderful, Dustin muttered. Sorry I didn't stop to pack before jumping off the ship to avoid a fiery death. Abbey held up a hand. Would you both focus, please? She walked toward the door, taking one last look at the map etched on the bulkhead, freezing the image in her mind. When we get out there, I'll try to talk to them. Dustin, be ready with the magic just in case. He tapped his staff against the floor, and the metal rang. You know I will be. I'm getting pretty good with lightning. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. With that, she led the way out onto the deck. When she reached the rail, she stopped and waited for the others. The chanting petered out as the people saw her. Huh, Hekla muttered. I'm just going to go ahead and say it. This is really bad. The crowd in front of them looked even larger than it sounded, but more disconcerting than the size of the crowd was the way they were dressed. Their clothing varied, but every one of them wore a dark hood pulled down over their eyes. Abbey scanned the crowd looking for a leader, but the hoods made them all look equal. There were men and women, tall and short, thin and wide, but none of them seemed to be elevated over the others. She cursed softly in frustration. It would have been far easier to reason with an individual rather than an entire angry crowd. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward. Hello, everyone. As you may have guessed, we're not from around here. She paused, staring into the crowd to gauge their reaction to her words, but all she saw were the shadows under their hoods. On behalf of my friends and myself, I'd like to apologize. We had absolutely no idea this was a sacred site. If we had known, we would have never gone aboard. I, for one, have learned a valuable lesson today." She glanced back at her friends. Hekla nodded enthusiastically and motioned for her to continue. Dustin just shrugged. Turning back to the crowd, she continued, "I think this is a great opportunity for us to come together and—" She trailed off when she heard the chant starting. It began quietly, near the back of the crowd, but it quickly picked up steam. "Kill them. Kill them. Kill them." "Okay, maybe we're not all on the same page here." Abbey held up her hands as if that would calm them. "Dustin, maybe it's time for the fallback plan now?" In an instant, the stormcaller was at her side. He planted the end of his staff on the metal deck, and his eyes went blue-green. "Hekla!" Abbey motioned for the Barskall woman to stand on the other side of her. "Ready?" Dustin asked through clenched teeth. "Am I ready to face off against 100 furious hooded zealots? No." She put one hand on Dustin's arm and the other on Hekla's. "But let's do it anyway." Hekla tensed. "Wait, what are we doing?" "Follow my lead," Abbey replied. A powerful gust of wind flew out from Dustin, slamming into the crowd and carving a path through the middle of them. As soon as the blast hit the crowd, Abbey tightened her grip on her friends and channeled her magic, reducing their weight as well as her own. She climbed onto the top of the rail and leaped as far as she could, carrying her friends with her. With their reduced weight, they made it nearly halfway through the crowd before they landed, touching down in the gap Dustin's wind had created. The moment they landed, Abbey let go of her friends, returning them all to their normal weight. She sprinted through the gap, hoping she'd clear the crowd before the hooded men and women recovered from their surprise. When she reached the edge of the gathering, she kept running. She risked only one quick glance over her shoulder, confirming that her friends were on her heels. She followed the path of least resistance, heading downhill toward the beach they'd washed up on only an hour before. The shouts of the crowd followed them closely, but Abbey tried to ignore them. She didn't want to fight these people, who were angry only because they felt their sacred site had been desecrated. She would if she had to, but she didn't want to. They reached the edge of the forest, and Abbey kept going, churning her feet through the sand toward the waterline. If it did come to a fight, they could stand with their backs to the water. That would keep the enemy from surrounding them as easily, and the sea would give Dustin a few more tools in his arsenal. She stumbled to a halt in ankle-deep water and turned to face her enemies. To her surprise, the enemy was gone. Hekla and Dustin stopped too. The Barskall woman squinted into the woods. "They're still there, watching from the edge of the trees." Abbey could see them too now, vague shapes in the shadows. Why wouldn't they come past the tree line? Dustin drew in a deep breath. "Abbey, look." She turned toward where he was pointing, and what she saw made her hand go to her sword. "Looks like we're not in the clear yet." 6 figures approached along the beach. 2 of them were children, but the other 4, they had the look of warriors. 2 men and 1 woman had swords drawn. The last one, a woman with red hair, appeared to be unarmed, but she strode toward them with a confidence that made it clear she could handle herself. "Could be they're friendly," Hekla said. "Yeah, right. Just like all the other inhabitants of this island." Dustin planted his staff in the sand. His eyes turned blue-green, and the clouds above them began to darken. Abbey drew her sword. They wouldn't attack first, especially since the people had children with them. But if they wanted a fight, Abbey would be ready. She stared at the group. Something about the woman with red hair seemed almost familiar. For just a moment she thought she saw a little sparkle of light over the woman's shoulder, but then it disappeared. It took Abbey a moment, but then she remembered. "Dustin, stop! They're not enemies." "How the hell do you know that?" Abbey wasn't sure how to answer the question without sounding like a crazy person. The truth was, she'd seen the red-haired woman before. She was one of the heroines Abbey had seen in her dream. Chapter 10.
"Absolutely not."
The magistrate's voice was firm, and his face was as cold as stone. Benjamin clenched his fists, trying to keep his anger in check.
Didn't you hear what Jarvie said?
Of course I did, the magistrate snapped.
That's exactly why I'm saying no.
Benjamin looked frantically at the faces around the table. The gathered storm captains and storm callers could overrule the magistrate if they chose, but one glance at those faces told him it was probably a lost cause. It was the second day of council meetings. On the first day, Jarvie had revealed what he'd learned on his journey south. In the month and a half since the Foggy day had been there, Algon had somehow gotten their magic school up and running. It made no sense to Benjamin. They had wanted him to be the physical magic teacher. How could they have gotten a replacement and set things in motion so quickly? Not only that, but it seemed that this physical magic user had taken to the seas. It was an open secret in Algon that they were responsible for the burning of the Undertow, and that any Holdgate ship which crossed into their waters would face a similar fate. "I don't understand," Benjamin had said on that first day. He'd been quiet for most of the meeting since he wasn't a storm caller or a storm captain, but he had to ask this. "Supposedly this physical magic user is running the school and wreaking havoc on the open sea?"
"Apparently he brought some followers with him when he came to Algon,"
Jarvie clarified.
"They call themselves the Faithful. They are leading the classes while he's away."
Jarvie went on to explain that Algon had also struck a pact with the Barskall leader. Both groups wanted Holdgate wiped off the map, and it was only a matter of time before they made their move. The morning of the second day, the magistrate had reconvened the council, and Benjamin had somehow once again scored an invite. This time he was not remaining silent.
"The Foggy Day is out there, somewhere near Algon's territory, and they have no idea the Algonians are targeting stormships. We need to send a stormship to find them."
The magistrate sighed.
"Benjamin, I understand you're upset. Your daughter is on that ship."
Benjamin clenched his teeth.
"You understand?"
"Really?"
The magistrate's voice was cold when he answered. "Yes. If you'll recall, my son was murdered not long ago on Captain Tor's orders. So yes, I understand being concerned for the well-being of your offspring."
Benjamin looked away. I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking about your loss." The magistrate waved the apology away.
"I'll explain one more time. Holdgate is facing a very serious threat, both at sea and on land. We have to keep our stormships and our fighters here. Sending out another stormship to find the Foggy Day would be foolish. They could just as easily be destroyed before they found the Foggy Day, and then we'd be down 2 ships. That may sound harsh, but we need to be practical."
The former blacksmith drew a deep breath to calm himself before responding.
"Abbey saved this city. I would think the city might want to at least try to do the same for her in return. I understand the sentiment, but a sentiment is all it is."
20 minutes later, the magistrate dismissed the council. Benjamin was so torn up with worry and anger that he didn't hear much of what was said during the remainder of the meeting. He only realized it was over when the men and women around him started to stand. He made it all the way to the street before someone tapped him on the shoulder. He turned to see Jarvie and Captain Roy behind him.
"Are you all right?"
Jarvie asked. Benjamin nodded. "Just angry and concerned. I trust Abbey to handle herself. She's been through a hell of a lot, but something about this has me worried."
"Still," Captain Roy said, "you have to admit the magistrate has a point."
He paused, then smiled.
"But we're 3 old men. It'll take more than a little logic to stop us."
Benjamin blinked hard. "Wait, are you saying what I think you're saying?" Jarvie just grinned.
"We can't take Thunderclap," Roy said. "The magistrate's right. The city needs all the stormships. Besides, it would attract too much attention. But I know of a fishing vessel we might be able to borrow."
"Are you sure about this?" Benjamin asked Roy. "The magistrate won't be happy. You could lose your ship."
Roy shrugged. "I've never been too worried about my reputation or my career. I still have my striking good looks. Besides, after everything Abbey, Sid, and Dustin have done for this city, there's no way we're leaving them blind out there. I'm sure I can get a few sailors to sign on, but we need one more thing. A stormcaller."
Jarvie scratched at his head.
"I think I know of one who isn't assigned to a ship at the moment, though he has sort of sworn off sailing."
"You can't be serious," Benjamin exclaimed.
"I can,"
Jarvie said with a smile.
And I am. They found Victor at his usual spot, standing knee-deep in the water on a beach south of town. The Barskall stormcaller spent most of his time there these days, communing with the water. After returning from Gren, he'd decided he'd had enough of stormcalling in any official capacity. Benjamin couldn't blame him. He'd spent years being forced to train stormcallers for the Barskall king, after all. He looked wary when he saw them, so Benjamin got right to the point. Victor, we need your help. The stormcaller turned toward the sea. I don't do that anymore. Not like you're asking, I mean. I think I've earned a little peace. Benjamin nodded. I agree, and I wouldn't ask if it wasn't important. Victor sighed. Everything's important with you people. It's always what's the word? Crisis. Like I told you. It's the Foggy day, Benjamin interjected. The ship's in trouble. Abbey, Dustin, Sid, Olaf. They're all in trouble. Victor hesitated only a moment before he said, I'll get my things. I'm telling you, Dustin, Abbey insisted. They aren't our enemies, but if you start throwing magic at them, you might change that real quick. Dustin clutched his staff, his eyes blazing bluish-green for another moment. Then he loosened his grip on the staff, and his eyes returned to normal. Abbey, you need to explain what's going on. Soon, I promise. But for now, put away your weapons and follow my lead. She glanced at Hekla. You too. Hekla frowned. It's always talking and plotting with you people. In Barskall, we fight first and figure out if they're friends or enemies later. Abbey glared at her. She sighed. Fine. Have it your way. The other group was almost to them now. Abbey had only a moment to figure out how she was going to convince them they were friendly without coming off as a crazy person. She raised her hands in a sort of double wave, mostly to show that she wasn't holding a weapon. Hello! The woman with the red hair exchanged a glance with the blonde-haired man with the sword. Don't worry, Abbey said as they approached. We're, good guys. Dustin sighed. Smooth. The red-haired woman looked skeptical. The others kept their weapons drawn, but they seemed to relax a little. They exchanged a reserved but peaceful greeting. The red-haired woman's name was Rona, and the blonde was her brother Alistar. The other man was named Donnan, and the woman was Astaire. The children didn't introduce themselves. We're from Holdgate, Abbey said dumbly, as if that would explain their presence on this beach. It's not illogical to think that a storm raider would be with the Dark Society, Donnan said in almost a whisper to his friends. Alistar's eyes narrowed. Are you storm raiders? No, Dustin replied, his voice a little sharp. Why would you assume that? Abbey raised a hand. We're good guys. So you said, Rona replied. But we have a bit of experience with people who say they're the good guys. So you're not with the Dark Society, Alistar said. Not with Lady Mowain. We're not. In fact, we've never heard of her. Dustin leaned forward on his staff. The move was meant to look casual, but Abbey knew it was intended to keep him ready to cast at a moment's notice. Listen, maybe we should all just go our separate ways. Not yet, Abbey snapped. She looked at Rona. I know how crazy this sounds. We met each other 2 minutes ago, but I think we have a lot in common. I know your magic can control shadows. Alistar raised his sword. How do you know that? Abbey stammered for a moment, not sure whether to tell the truth. But if her dreams were real, and she was now convinced they were, she had a lot in common with this woman. If she couldn't be honest with her, who could she be honest with? She drew a deep breath before speaking. I saw it in a dream. Rona glanced at Alistar. Well, that's not the strangest thing we've ever heard. Doesn't mean it's true, her brother answered. Abbey pushed on. She didn't care if Alistar believed her. It was Rona she needed to convince. Maybe I was shown that dream so I'd be ready for this moment. See, we're shipwrecked on this island. We need help getting off. She briefly recounted their experiences since they'd been on the island, including nearly being killed by the cult in dark hoods.
I'm sorry to hear about your troubles, Esther said, crossing her arms. But we're not leaving. We just got here.
Rona glanced at her friend. We did see that ship enter the cave. Wait, what cave? Dustin asked. The others didn't answer for a long moment. Finally, Rona spoke. If you really are good guys, prove it. Maybe we can work together. Alistar's eyes widened. What are you doing? I'm giving them the chance to prove themselves. She met Abbey's gaze. There's dark magic at work on this island. We need to get inland. But as you apparently learned, these woods are teeming with the disciples of a dark magician. The cave we saw has to be the entrance to some secret port, which means it's probably heavily guarded. And that there are ships in there. Abbey nodded slowly. So we work together to fight our way into the cave. We get to steal a ship. You get access to this dark magician's personal port. Rona turned to her party. Any complaints? Donnan was the first to shake his head. If they can fight, that's good enough for me. Hekla gave him a toothy smile. Don't worry, we can fight. Would you like a demonstration? We believe you, and I'd rather see you kick some enemy arse. Alistar stifled a chuckle. Let's do this. Rona nodded. Good. Follow us to the cave. The walk took over an hour, and during that time they got to know their new allies a little. The more Abbey learned about them, the more it seemed that her dream had been accurate. Rona really was another woman fighting for justice against long odds. It turned out that Rona and her friends were from the Lost Isles, but when evil had moved beyond the lands they called home, so had they. After a while, Abbey sidled up beside Rona. So Alistar is your brother? Rona raised an eyebrow. Yes, but don't get any ideas. He's sort of taken. Abbey let out a laugh. No, it's not that. I was just... I don't know. Thinking about siblings, I guess. Do you two get along? Now it was Rona's turn to laugh. Not always, but we take care of each other. We protect each other. Always have. We grew up in... Well, it's a long story. Let's just say we made it through together. What about you? Any brothers? No. The answer sprang to her lips automatically before she even considered Simon. But she had promised herself she'd be honest with this woman. Actually, I might. I sort of just found out about him. Like you said, long story. Rona nodded, but to Abbey's relief she didn't ask for clarification. A bit of advice. Whoever this guy is, get to know him. Learn to trust him. Family is important. Abbey's face darkened. I don't think it's going to be like that between us. Why not? What's he done that's so bad it's more important than family? He burned my ship and captured my friends. Rona was quiet a moment. Ah. In that case, you have my full permission to kick his arse. It's high on my to-do list. She paused for a moment. Listen, this is going to sound cheesy as all hell, but in my dream someone told me you are fighting for justice. I just want to tell you that I know how it is. It can be lonely, even when you have all your friends around you. Sometimes it seems like they don't understand, at least it does for me. I just want you to know that there are more of us out there. However it feels sometimes, you're not alone. Rona smiled slightly, an expression that would have been barely noticeable if Abbey hadn't been watching her so closely. You either, Abbey. Her smile widened a little. I've seen the way that stormcaller looks at you. You're definitely not alone when he's around. Abbey felt her face redden. He's just a friend. She cleared her throat and desperately tried to think of a way to change the subject. Are we close? Me and you? I mean, we just met, but you can tell me anything, and... Oh, she blushed. You mean distance-wise? It shouldn't be much longer. Good, Abbey smiled. I'm really looking forward to seeing those shadow powers in action. Chapter 11. The group crouched among the rocks, watching the waves lap the mouth of the cave. Alistar turned to Dustin. What do you say, Stormcaller? Can you get us in there?
Dustin watched the waves in silence for close to a minute before answering.
I can get you in, but the moment the waves stop crashing, they'll know something strange is going on.
Abbey nodded her agreement. The cave had clearly been put into use because it was mostly accessible by boat. Any person attempting to swim in there would risk being dashed against the rocks, but a skilled sailor could guide a ship through the passage.
What she wouldn't give to have Gideon and his stone-shaping abilities here. With a cave like this, he could...
Donnan looked to the two children.
You two follow us, but not too close. We'll keep you safe.
The children nodded solemnly, but then the girl perked up.
We could burn them out. One good burst of flame and...
And the boat would be lost to the fire as well, Donnan pointed out, ruffling her hair.
Dustin drew a deep breath.
Okay, here's what I'm thinking. I'll send a massive wave in there to cause as much chaos as I can, then I'll draw all the water out, or as much of it as I can. I won't be able to hold it forever, so you'll have to move fast.
Rona turned to Abbey.
Can he really do that?
Abbey grinned. Dustin's cocky, but he can back it up. If he says he can do it, he can do it.
Thanks for the vote of confidence, Dustin said. I'll have to wait out here in storm call. Be ready when I let the water back in. You'll have to bring the boat out here to pick me up, so don't choose anything big. If 3 people can fit and it has a sail, I can get us home in it.
I like his confidence, Alistar said. Time to see if he can back it up. Dustin gave him a look, but rather than reply, he plunged the tip of his staff into the sand and closed his eyes. It took only a moment before the sea responded. As Rona and her friends watched in rapt amazement, a huge wave swelled and rushed toward the mouth of the cave. It seemed to diminish as it reached the mouth, as if it were trying to squeeze through the 30 by 30-foot opening. A moment later, the water rushed out, leaving behind a greatly reduced body of water entering the cave.
Go!
Dustin shouted, his voice strained. Abbey drew her sword.
You heard the man.
Together, the two groups dashed toward the mouth of the cave, leaving Dustin behind as he endeavored to hold back the water. As they entered the cave, Alistar drew his sword, and it began to glow. This wasn't like when Olaf or her father set their blades on fire. This seemed to glow from within. They splashed through the knee-deep water into the cave, all of them aware that if Dustin's magic failed, they'd be swallowed in a torrent of seawater. Thankfully, they didn't have far to go. The ships were docked not more than 30 yards inside the cave. Abbey's eyes quickly settled on her target, a skiff on the west end, docked a bit away from the 3 larger ships. She pointed at the small vessel.
Hekla, there!
The Barskall woman nodded fiercely and angled toward the dinghy.
Look!
Someone on the docks called. Abbey spun toward the sound. There had to be at least 30 warriors up there. Thankfully, none of them were wearing those creepy hoods, but all of them carried swords. They were almost at the docks now, and the men there were ready to meet them. Abbey held her own sword at the ready, prepared for combat. But Rona struck first. A shadow under the docks seemed to come to life, and it reached up and grabbed the man closest to the edge, hauling him over and down into the shallow water. Abbey marveled at her new companion's power, and then she redoubled her speed. This woman from the Lost Isles might be another warrior for good, but there was no way Abbey was going to let her have all the fun. Abbey leaped out of the water, reducing her weight to increase her jump distance, and landed on the docks. As her feet touched down, her sword began to move. The next few minutes were a blur of combat and frantic action. As she fought, she saw Alistar's glowing blade out of the corner of her eye. He and Donnan made short work of their opponents, while Astaire peppered them with arrows. Hekla was keeping pace. She tackled the first guard she saw and took his sword. Then she went to work, clearing her foes off the docks with an enthusiasm that proved Barskall weren't all about Ciderdreck. With each blow, she let out an ecstatic shriek. A glance at the other group showed them pushing back one side of the enemy forces. Soon they were shouting and charging after them down a dark tunnel that led away from the main cavern. A second group of the enemy forces moved toward the boat, either trying to escape or seeing that it was Abbey's target and wanting to defend it.
Stop them!
Abbey shouted as she ran forward, striking them down left and right. Soon Hekla reached her side, and they were taking them down like gophers at archery practice. And just like that, it was over. The people guarding this strange port had been defeated.
"Clear!"
a voice shouted. They turned to see Alistar charging back, Rona and the others just behind him. The victors all stood panting for a moment. Then the water came rushing back in with a whoosh. Abbey looked at Hekla.
We need to go.
The Barskall woman nodded and headed for the skiff without a word. Abbey turned to Rona, who stared back with a look of pride. Abbey felt like she should say something profound, something that would put a cap on this meeting between two of what the woman in the dream had called the fighters for justice. Instead, she just said,
"Thank you."
"This whole dark society might impact your lands, too," Rona stated. "You sure you don't want to stay and help us take them down? We could use a fighter like you." Abbey shook her head.
"I think some of my friends might still be alive. If there's even a chance of that, I need to do everything I can to save them."
"I understand. I'm pretty sure we can take them down. I mean, there's been nothing we haven't been able to handle yet. Take care of yourself."
"You too," Abbey said with a grin. "Never alone."
"Never alone," Rona echoed. With that, Abbey got in the skiff and started rowing. She took one last look at the group from the Lost Isles as the boat went through the mouth of the cave. As they passed into the sunlight, they saw Dustin waiting for them, a big smile on his face.
"What took you so long?" he asked. "Let's get out of here. We've got a flying fire wizard to catch."
"That we do,"
Abbey agreed. She took one last look at the island. As much as she hated what had happened to bring her here, this island was the place that had proven her dreams were real. And for that, she was grateful. She raised the sail and nodded toward the bow.
"All right, Stormcaller. Take us home."
They kept Fanar away from his crewmates for the next day and a half, locking him in a separate chamber below decks. He heard the low rumble of constant chatter through the bulkhead, but he couldn't tell whether it was his friends or the crew of the ship that had captured them. He tried calling out to them a couple times, but no one ever answered. On the afternoon of the second day, 3 men came and hauled him from the dark chamber. He blinked against the painfully bright sun as he set foot on the main deck. One of the men opened the hatch that led down to where the crew of the Foggy Day were being held.
"Elliot! Gideon!"
He stopped and turned to Fanar.
"Simon said you could have one more. Who do you want?"
Fanar thought quickly. He had forgotten that he might be able to pick another companion. Simon had said it couldn't be the captain. It had to be someone who could fight, that was obvious. But there was another consideration, too. Who would be most likely to get the crew in trouble if he or she stayed? Or, put another way, who would be the person to remove from the group for the good of all of them?
"Olaf,"
Fanar said.
"Olaf, too,"
the man yelled through the hatch. The 3 men climbed awkwardly up the ladder, their hands bound, and they had just as strong a reaction to the sunlight as Fanar had. From the looks on their faces, they were concerned they might be headed to their executions. Their eyes widened when they saw Fanar. He gave them a friendly nod and forced a confident smile. "Hello, boys. How'd you like to go on a little mission?"
"Shut up,"
the man who'd brought them on deck shouted. He pointed to a ship's boat hanging from the starboard side of the ship.
"That's your vessel. Get into it as quickly as possible."
They did as they were told. Elliot and Gideon looked nervous, but Olaf seemed as overconfident as ever. Once they were in the boat, Fanar said, "You forgot to untie us." He raised his hands to show they were still bound. The man on the deck tossed a large bundle wrapped in oilcloth into the boat.
"Cut yourselves free."
Elliot unrolled the cloth. It was filled with weapons. Fanar's sea axe, 3 swords, a bow, and a quiver of arrows.
"They know us so well."
The man on the deck stepped out of sight, and someone else took his place. Simon.
"Gentlemen, I hope Fanar chose his crew wisely. He'll explain the details of our arrangement. Just know that your friends are counting on you."
He pointed straight east from the ship, and Fanar noticed for the first time just how close to shore they were. The landscape ahead was dominated by a craggy mountain.
"Head up that mountain and you'll find your target,"
Simon smiled.
"Or more likely, he'll find you. When you've finished the job, head back to the beach. I'll have someone waiting to bring you to me. Best of luck."
With that, he turned on his heel and marched out of sight. They waited in silence as the boat was lowered the last few feet and splashed down into the water. Fanar snatched his sea axe and cut himself free. He did the same for his boatmates, then grabbed the oars and started rowing toward shore. After a moment, Elliot cleared his throat.
Say, Fanar, I don't mean to pry, but what the hell is going on? You agreed to do a job for that piece of shit?
Fanar tried to remain unmoved by his friend's anger. He'd had nearly 2 days to process this, unlike his friends.
We have to kill the Barskall warlord and bring his hand back to Simon. If we do that, he says he'll let everyone go.
Gideon grunted. And you believe him? Fanar considered how to explain this.
I spent time with him yesterday. And yeah, I sort of do believe him. He seems to view this whole thing as some kind of sick game. I think he'll play by the rules he's created.
And you decided this after one whole conversation with him? Elliot asked.
Fanar didn't answer, just put his back into rowing.
Wait a minute, Olaf exclaimed. Maybe this isn't all bad. We've been looking for the Barskall army, and now we know where they are. On that mountain. What if we ditch this mission and head back to Holdgate? Come back here with an army?
He'll kill our friends, Fanar said.
Olaf scoffed. How's he going to know where we went? He'll have no idea if we got killed by the Barskall or went rogue.
Elliot reached down and picked up a sword from the bundle.
As much as I hate to agree with Fanar on this, we do have another problem. We have no idea where we are. Holdgate could be north of here, but it could just as easily be south.
Fanar grimaced. That was why he kept us all locked up in the dark, so we couldn't see which direction we were heading.
Maybe if Dustin or Sid were here, they'd be able to tell where we are from the landscape, Elliot said.
Gideon nodded. But he sent a Barskall, a stone shaper, a man who's been in Gren more than a decade, and Olaf. Smart move.
Hey, what's that supposed to mean?
Olaf asked, his voice indignant. As they approached the shore, Fanar looked at his companions. I've been thinking about this a lot. I brought you all along because Simon told me I could, and it was a good chance to get you out of harm's way. But the whole idea here is for me to infiltrate the Barskall camp and get close to Anderle. I think you three should wait on the beach until I return. The other three looked at him in shocked silence a moment. Then Elliot smiled.
Okay, I think you know that's not happening. We were having a nice relaxing time in that cargo hold until you pulled us out for this bullshit. If you're going to kill a warlord, you're not doing it without us.
He reached into the bundle and grabbed a sword.
This one work for you, Olaf?
The young sailor took it with a smile.
Want me to light it on fire? I could use the practice.
No! The other three shouted.
The last thing we need is you setting the boat on fire, Gideon said. No sword for me, Elliot. I'll find a stone when we get ashore. That'll be weapon enough for me.
Good, Elliot chuckled. That leaves 2 swords and a bow for me. Call me high maintenance. I don't care. After he'd strapped all his weapons on, he turned to Fanar.
All right, Barskall. Apparently we're in the warlord assassination business now. I assume you have a plan? Put us ashore and point us toward him.
Chapter 12. Abbey, Dustin, and Hekla had spent the first night after leaving the island shivering as they tried to sleep aboard the small skiff. They were making good progress on their voyage, but they were out of sight of land, and Dustin needed rest. Even as strong as he was, he couldn't storm call nonstop. Abbey had slept fitfully. She'd wanted nothing more than to have another dream, maybe one that would give her a clue to what she was supposed to do next. But none came that night. So far they hadn't had to commit to their final destination. They'd just headed east, away from the island and toward the Caldfell Peninsula, but soon they would have to make a choice. Angle north toward Holdgate, or south toward Algon? Holdgate felt like the smart choice, the safe choice. They could rally the stormships to prepare a proper defense of the city. But it also felt like they were abandoning their friends. On the other hand, what else could they do? Dustin had identified the ship that had attacked them as an Algonian vessel, but that didn't mean Simon would return to that city. When the sun finally rose, Abbey welcomed it.
Thankfully, it appeared Dustin had slept more peacefully than she had, and he returned to storm calling with gusto. 2 hours after sunrise, they saw the ship. It was a storm ship, that much was clear even from a distance. The vessel had been burned so badly that neither of them could identify it until they were almost on top of it. "Wave break," Dustin announced bitterly. "This is wave break." Abbey stared at the ship, her heart filled with a combination of anger and sadness. Wavebreak had been one of the smaller ships in the fleet, carrying maybe 30 sailors. What had happened to those sailors? Had Simon taken them captive too, or had he simply killed them? They circled the ship, searching for any survivors. "Hello?" Hecla called. "We're friends. Come out." To no one's surprise, there was no answer. "How many times has he done this?" Dustin asked. Abbey just shook her head. "I don't know, but this bastard is going to pay. Think he did this one before or after the Foggy day?" "I can answer that question." The voice came from the blackened wreckage of the ship. Abbey stood up in the boat, instinctively trying to get closer to the survivor. The man peered over the side of the ship at them with a smirk on his face. His hands were engulfed in flames. For a terrible and hopeful moment, Abbey thought it was Simon. But another look at his face made her realize that was not the case. This man was at least 30 pounds heavier, and while he wore his hair in a similar style to Simon's, his beard was fuller than the other man's. "I was really hoping someone would show up," the man called to them. "I knew it was a long shot, but Simon destroyed this ship on a major fishing route in the hopes someone from Holdgate would stumble across it. And, lucky me, here you are." Abbey drew her sword. "Dustin?" "I'm on it," the stormcaller replied. A moment later she flew upward, riding Dustin's wind. When she reached the edge of the ship, she stepped onto what remained of the deck and turned to face the man with the fire. "Now that was unexpected," he said. "Who are you?" Abbey asked, her voice thick with anger. "Why are you doing this?" The man chuckled. "I'm just a humble son of Arcadia. Or I was before I followed Simon. Now I'm something more. I'm one of the faithful. I'm a fire hand, as you can see." He raised his flaming hands proudly. "You're going to tell me where he is," Abbey growled. "If you think—" "Shh," Abbey said with a smile. "Don't tell me yet. I want to hurt you a little first." With that, she dashed toward him. The deck was half ruined, and she had to leap over a few gaps where the pine boards had burned completely, but she found her way across. She was almost to him when he raised his hand and threw fire at her. She rolled to her left, and the flames soared past, missing her by a wide margin. After seeing his attack, she relaxed a little. He had fire, yes, but it wasn't like Simon's. Those fireballs had moved through the air with the speed of an arrow and the power of a crashing wave. This was more like a man throwing a spear at her. That she could handle. "Based on the little flying stunt, I assume you're Abbey," the man said, stalking toward her. "That means I'm not allowed to kill you. I don't think Simon will mind if I burn you a little, though." He threw another fireball, and again she managed to avoid it, ducking underneath. She stayed in a crouch after it flew by her. As soon as the fire had left his hand, he walked forward again. "You see, Abbey, Simon is more than a mentor. He's shown me a new way of life, a way to be my best. You'll see. He'll show you, too." Abbey waited until he had almost reached her, then leapt toward him. She slashed his leg with her sword. He let out a scream as her blade cut into the back of his thigh and fell to the deck, his flames disappearing as he grabbed his ruined leg. Abbey straightened to her full height. "Maybe he should teach you some basic fighting strategy. You have fireballs and I have a sword. Why the hell were you trying to get closer to me?" His only answer was a groan of pain. She shook her head sadly. "I've been waiting a day and a half to fight one of you idiots. You could have at least made it challenging." The man looked up at her, fury on his face. He raised one hand and his eyes went black. The beginning of a flame formed in his hand, but she brought her sword down, driving it through his palm and pinning the hand to the deck. "Well, at least you tried something," she said. "I gotta give you credit for that. But now that your temper tantrum is over, how about I ask you some questions?
We'll start with an easy one. When did you burn this ship?
Go to hell.
His voice was strained with pain and anger. Abbey leaned on her sword, and it cut deeper into his hand. He shouted in pain. Not the answer I was looking for. Try again.
A week. I've been here a week. We killed the crew, and Simon told me to wait in case a stormship found the wreckage.
Damn it all, Abbey muttered. She couldn't concentrate on the people who'd already died, though. Not now. She needed to focus. How many of you fire hands does he have? She leaned on the sword a little more to encourage his active participation in the conversation.
20,
he cried. Good. Where can I find Simon? Panic leapt into the man's eyes.
I don't know. Honest, he didn't tell me his plans.
His genuine fear made Abbey think he was telling the truth. Okay, we'll come back to that. Now this next question you may be tempted not to answer, but I'm going to keep asking for as long as it takes. And the longer I have to ask, the crankier I'm going to get. Do you understand? The man nodded frantically. Good. She crouched and spoke softly. Everyone has something they love. I need to know what that is for Simon. What's he care about more than anything else? In other words, how do I hurt him? It took a little more convincing, but eventually, the man answered the question. For a group of 40 people with tied hands crammed together in a dark cargo hold, the crew of the Foggy Day were surprisingly pleasant to each other for the first 2 days. It wasn't until the 3rd day that Sid caught wind of trouble. Despite her hopeful speech to her crew the day they were captured, Sid had no illusions. She did not believe she was going to get out of this alive. Simon didn't seem the type to ransom hostages. He was the wrong kind of crazy for that. He was a schemer. He had some sort of plan for them, and it would involve somehow damaging Holdgate. Setting one of the stormship captains free probably wasn't part of the plan. However, she felt like there was a pretty decent chance for at least some of her crew to live. Abbey and Dustin were out there, and she did believe they'd do their best to save them. If anyone could pull off such an impossible task, it was them. And now she had something else positive to focus on. Elliot had been taken away. Granted, she didn't know exactly what had happened to him, and it was possible it was something bad. But she didn't think so. After all, the man had called for the 3 of them by name. She was hopeful they had been set free, maybe to carry a message back to Holdgate. She convinced herself that they'd been freed, and she hung on to that as if it were an indisputable fact. Elliot was free. She was glad Gideon and Olaf were free too, of course, but her brother's freedom was what gave her the strength to keep going, to keep giving hope to her crew. So it was a bit disheartening when Melwyn came to her that morning. "Captain, people are talking." He spoke in a low voice, not wanting to be overheard. That was impossible in this cramped space. Sid was sure at least 4 people were eavesdropping on their conversation, but it couldn't be helped. She knew from his tone that this wouldn't be good news, but she tried to keep her voice chipper. "Yeah? What are people saying?" Melwyn leaned a bit closer. "It's one of the recruits. Dag. You know him?" Of course she knew him. It was a dumb question. Even if she hadn't known every member of her crew before this, she'd been stuck in a hold with them for 3 days. She sure as hell knew him now. Besides, the kid had been Abby's first pick at the dibs. Sid had made a point of getting to know him. "Yeah, what about him?" Melwyn hesitated. "People are saying he's giving the other recruits trouble. Taking their rations." Sid tilted her head. "Dag?" It was difficult to imagine that skinny little guy intimidating anyone out of their food. He was the smallest of the new recruits by far. On the other hand, Abbey had selected him for a reason, and Sid had agreed with the choice. The kid had the fire in his eyes. "All right," she told Melwyn. "I'll talk to him." Over the course of the next hour, she slowly made her way across the hold to where Dag and the other recruits had stationed themselves. She stopped and spent a few minutes chatting with each person she passed, doing what she could to raise their spirits. Some complained about the way the ropes were rubbing their wrists raw. Others wanted to talk about what they'd do when they got out of here. A few even asked Sid how she was doing. She encouraged some, scolded others, and playfully insulted a few of them, whatever she felt would best lift their spirits. When she finally reached Dag, she asked him to come with her to the least crowded part of the hold. It was no coincidence that this was also the area that held the waste buckets. Not wanting to spend too long over there, she got right to the point. I'm hearing troubling things, Dag. I'm hearing you're giving some of the recruits problems over rations. He looked surprised, but after a moment he slowly nodded. I guess I am. She resisted the urge to punch him in the eye. Damn it all to hell. What were you thinking? He blinked hard. Well, ma'am, I guess I was hoping I could handle it myself. I didn't want to get you involved. Not yet. She tilted her head in surprise. That hadn't been the response she was expecting. Me? Don't tell me you're dumb enough to think you can take my rations, too. Now Dag looked confused. After a moment, his eyes widened. Wait, you think I'm stealing people's food? That's not it at all. I need you to be honest, son. We're in a bad situation here, and I don't have time for bullshit. I know, he said quickly. That's part of why I didn't want to bother you with this. You've got enough on your plate already. Okay, clearly we're not on the same page. What didn't you want to bother me with? He hesitated. I'm not one to snitch on my friends. She once again resisted the urge to smack the kid. Look around. See where we're at? We're way beyond the not snitching phase. If there's something I need to know, you damn well better tell me. He nodded slowly. Okay. Yeah. You're right. He glanced nervously at the corner where the recruits were gathered. Yesterday I noticed that a couple of the recruits were getting extra rations. I asked them about it, and they denied it at first, but it was pretty hard to ignore once I'd noticed. I pushed on them a little, and they eventually told me the truth. Those Algonian bastards are giving them extra rations for passing along information on what people are talking about down here. Specifically what you're talking about. Sid's eyes narrowed. Only 3 days, and some of her crew had already sold her out? After I caught them, they tried to cut me in on the deal, but like I said, I don't snitch on my friends. Or my captain. Sid rubbed her chin, thinking. It really pissed her off that her crew would betray her for a little more hardtack. Not that she'd said anything that valuable for them to pass along. Not yet, anyway. But perhaps she could use this to her advantage. Do me a favor, Dag. Tell them you've reconsidered. Tell them you'll pass along every word I say. Dag grinned, quickly catching on. I can do that, ma'am. And what should I tell them I heard you saying? Now Sid smiled. This was going to be fun. Chapter 13. Ah, Algon. Dustin paused, breathing in the sea air through his nose. City of Spires. Abbey watched the city as they approached. She could see the numerous tall buildings, each higher than the tallest in Holdgate. The harbor was crowded too. Most of the ships were smaller than the ones she was used to seeing back home, but the sheer number was impressive. You know, they say Algon was one of the main trading hubs after the Mad Days, Dustin remarked thoughtfully. Jarvie used it as a base of operations for a while, back when he was establishing trade routes. I think about that every time I come here. I wonder what it was like back then. Did the people in those days ever imagine it would grow into the city it is today? I never get tired of floating into this port. Abbey glanced at him distractedly. Hecla was listening with rapt attention, but Abbey had been traveling with him too long to buy into his bullshit. You've never been to Algon before, have you? He grinned. Nope. My mentor Harold made sure we avoided any actual fun destinations. If it was anything more than a desolate rock, we didn't go there. It really is called the City of Spires, though. I saw that written on a map. I don't know. Sounds made up. Abbey angled their skiff toward an empty spot at the dock. She hoped their arrival didn't attract too much attention. Considering their humble vessel and the number of more notable ships in port, she didn't think that would be a problem. Come to think of it, Dustin continued, we did stop by a village during a festival once when I was 12. I'm pretty sure that was just an accident, though. Harold made up for the mistake by making me study maps by candlelight for the next 5 nights. When they reached the docks, a woman quickly ran over to collect the docking fee. When she told them the price of docking for a single day, Abbey did a double take.
it would cost most of their already meager funds.
Abbey glanced at Dustin. City of spires, you said? More like city of greedy bastards trying to milk travelers for every last iron piece.
Accurate, but I'm not sure it would fit on a map, Dustin said dryly.
The woman just frowned at them as she collected their payment. When she was gone, Dustin turned to Abbey.
By the way, remind me to keep more money in my robes so the next time our ship sinks we can afford lunch and a docking fee.
Hekla stepped onto the dock.
You're in a chipper mood.
Dustin considered that a moment, then shrugged.
I wouldn't call it chipper. I mean, my ship sank and my crew is currently being held captive. I guess it just feels good to have a plan.
Agreed.
Abbey had gotten the information she needed from the firehand on the wreck of Wavebreak and left him there, alive but wounded. She didn't know if he'd make it back to safety, and she didn't much care. Her plans would be in motion long before he could get word to Algon to warn anyone. As they walked, Abbey noticed the streets were less crowded than she would have thought, considering how many ships were in harbor. There was a little light foot traffic, but everyone seemed to be hurrying to some destination or another. There wasn't the usual milling around and chatting she usually saw near docks. Sailors were the greatest carriers of news and gossip in the land, and normally there were plenty of people hanging around, anxious to hear stories brought from foreign lands. The sailors were anxious too, wanting to hear the latest news from the port they'd just docked in. That didn't seem to be the case here. Abbey decided to enjoy the quiet. It was late afternoon and there was a gentle breeze blowing. She was walking in a new city with two good friends. With the many terrible things that were happening, it was nice to take a moment and enjoy the simple pleasures in life. She saw a butcher shop ahead and smiled.
Hey, Dustin, you remember that time you got a job delivering meat for the butcher near my father's shop?
Dustin chuckled.
Man, I haven't thought of that in years.
How long did you last, anyway?
A day?
It was a solid day and a half. In my defense, the butcher should have specified I couldn't leave the entire delivery of fresh meat out in the hot sun for 4 hours while I went fishing. I blame his poor instructions.
Hekla just shook her head.
Your childhoods were very different from mine.
They rounded a corner and saw a young man shouting into the streets. Learn magic and other skills! Get paid to learn! All are welcome!
Abbey and Dustin exchanged a glance. What do you suppose this is all about? The stormcaller asked.
Abbey shrugged. One way to find out.
She marched up to the crier. Hey there, I'm interested in learning magic.
He smiled widely.
Smart choice.
He nodded toward the docks.
Are you new in Algon?
We are, Abbey said.
A glint appeared in his eye, similar to the glint that appears in the eyes of all conmen when they spot an easy mark.
Excellent. Let me be the first to welcome you to the City of Spires.
Dustin nudged Abbey.
See?
The young man continued.
Algon is the only city in the world where the only thing you need to learn magic is the willingness.
Is it true they can teach me fire magic? She asked.
Oh, sure. Fire magic, storm magic, even that mystic shit. What's it called?
Mystical magic?
Abbey offered. Yeah, that too.
Dustin took a step forward.
What happens if I can't learn magic? I heard some people struggle with it.
Have no fear on that front, my friend. If magic isn't for you, we'll teach you to fight. You'll join the proud ranks of Algon's standing army. You'll defend our glorious city from the barbarian hordes in the north. All you have to do is go down to the school, sign your name, and we'll take care of the rest.
Uh-huh, Abbey said skeptically.
And how long am I committed once I sign my name?
His smile wavered, but only for a moment.
They'll discuss those details at the school.
Abbey raised an eyebrow.
I'm not going to the school until I know the details.
The young man held up a hand.
Ah, you're a smart one, I see. The look before you leap type. I can respect that. Fine, I'm not really supposed to do this, but for you...
He gave her a slow look up and down.
How long?
Hekla asked impatiently.
You need only commit to a brief 4 years, and you'll get your free magic training.
They promised to visit the school and said their goodbyes to the man. As they walked away, Abbey grimaced.
Well, now we know how they're recruiting.
Dustin nodded.
The question now is, how many have they convinced to sign up?
I'm telling you, if I know one thing in this world, it's this." Gideon's face was a mask of earnest seriousness as he spoke. "Mushrooms from northern Gren are far superior to those from southern Gren." Elliot shook his head, a look of sorrow on his face. "It makes me sad that you think that. It just proves how little of southern Gren's cuisine you actually experienced." "You're crazy. I lived in Gren my whole life. I was raised on those mushrooms. To even compare the two regions should be considered a crime." Olaf rolled his eyes. "Would you two shut up about the mushrooms already?" "Yes, please do." Fanar briefly wondered what his life had come to that he was agreeing with Olaf. They'd been traveling up the mountain for nearly a day, and they had yet to see any signs of people, Barskall or otherwise. Fanar was beginning to wonder whether the Barskall were on this mountain at all, or if maybe this was some twisted trick Simon was playing on them. Or more likely, another piece in Simon's mysterious plan. For some reason, Fanar had fallen into a natural leadership role on their journey thus far. Simon had given him the mission, so maybe it made sense. On the other hand, Elliot had long been leader of the Tall Grass Raiders, and Gideon had been a prince in Gren, so he'd sort of expected one of them to take control. He was both surprised and gratified that they'd let him lead. One thing they had learned on their journey was that Elliot and Gideon were capable of arguing over everything from mushrooms to the ideal weather for climbing a mountain. Gideon preferred a cloudy day, while Elliot felt cool, clear weather was superior. Fanar was about to weigh in with his opinion on mushrooms. They were disgusting regardless of the region in which they were grown, when he heard something on the trail ahead. He raised a hand, quieting the others. The voices were too soft for him to make out exactly what they were saying, but he was able to tell it was a fairly large group. Turning to the others, he softly mouthed, "Wait here." Then he crept forward along the trail. He rounded a curve and came upon a group of 10 Barskall gathered around a wagon. They were struggling with one of the wheels, arguing about how to accomplish whatever task they were trying to complete. When they saw Fanar, they stopped talking and stared at him, open-mouthed. He paused for just a moment, trying to put himself in the mindset of a Barskall warrior who'd been trapped on some mountain in Caldfell for months, not doing battle hundreds of miles from home, and idly waiting for orders before they could finally make their move. He gave them a relaxed and not exactly friendly nod. "What's the problem here? You're blocking the whole damn road." One of the men stood up. "What the hell are you doing down here?" There was no hesitation in Fanar's voice when he answered. If he was going to lie, he might as well do it boldly. "Scouting, of course. What the hell are you doing here?" The man scowled at Fanar. He was tall for a Barskall, nearly Elliot's height, Fanar estimated. "You aren't supposed to be this low on the mountain without permission from the sergeant of the South Face Brigade." Fanar barked a harsh laugh. "You idiot. The sergeant's the one who sent me. Now get out of my way before I report the lot of you." The tall man chuckled. "I don't believe you. And why the hell not?" His smile widened, revealing the 3 remaining teeth in his head. "Because I'm the sergeant of the South Face Brigade." He drew his sword, and the men around him started to stand. "Now are you going to tell us what you're really doing here?" Fanar sighed and drew his sea axe. "Honestly, I wouldn't even know where to start." He called over his shoulder. "I could use a little help here." The man took a step forward. "Ain't no one around to help you. We're the only living souls for miles." "That's where you're wrong, Sergeant." Fanar waited until he heard footsteps behind him, then charged the tall man. As the sergeant prepared to defend himself, Fanar ducked, moving past him. He swung the sea axe at the man's back, and it struck him between the shoulder blades. The sergeant fell, and Fanar pulled his blade out of the body. An arrow struck the warrior to the left of him, and Fanar turned to see Elliot, still holding his bow at the ready, drawing another arrow from his quiver. Olaf rushed forward, sword held aloft, letting out an angry war cry as he ran. Gideon ran toward the 3 Barskall warriors standing closest to the rock wall. As they raised their swords, he touched the wall. The stone began to move almost immediately. It shifted, wrapping itself over the warriors and pressing down on them as they cried out in surprise and pain. Fanar only had time to take down one more enemy soldier before the fight was over. The four of them stood over their 10 fallen enemies, winded from the brief but intense combat. Fanar looked his companions over, making sure none of them had been injured. They hadn't. He had to admit it was pretty impressive that they'd taken down so many enemy warriors so quickly. On the other hand, it was his fault they'd had to fight at all. He'd never had the illusion that he'd be able to pass as one of Errol's Barskall warriors forever, but he'd also never expected to be found out so quickly. It was clear they were going to have to rethink their approach. If this group of soldiers had identified him as an imposter, what chance would he have against the security at the main camp? Elliot walked over and pulled his arrows from the fallen enemies. Then he nodded to Gideon. "Nice work." "You too," the stone shaper said. Olaf put his sword over his shoulder and strode to where the mule stood, yoked to the wagon, giving the animal a scratch behind the ears. "Well, on the positive side, I guess we have a mule now." Chapter 14. Abbey waited for the man to wake up, crouching in the frame of his open window. She listened to him snore softly, enjoying the feeling of power. She could kill this man before he woke if she chose, but she wasn't there for that. She was there for information. After a few minutes, she got tired of waiting, and she cleared her throat. When that didn't wake him, she said his name. "Otto." The man's eyes snapped open, and he lay frozen, staring up at the ceiling. He looked so surprised there in the moonlight that she almost laughed. "You are Otto, right? Member of the Algon City Council?" He didn't answer for a moment, and she could almost feel him deciding whether to lie, calculating which answer would give him the best chance of surviving this strange encounter. "I was just making conversation," she said before he could reply. "I know who you are." He seemed to relax at that a little. The decision had been taken out of his hands. He pushed himself to a sitting position. "One shout, and my guards come running." Abbey shrugged. "I'm willing to bet I can reach you before they do." "What do you want? Are you here to rob me?" "No." She paused for a moment. "Well, maybe. Those docking fees you people charge are outrageous. I may have to resort to thievery if I stay here a few more days." "You're a visitor to our city, then?" "You've got a keen intellect, Otto. Nothing gets by you. I see why they appointed you to the city council." She swung her legs inside the room and sat on the windowsill, a much more comfortable position. "You came here to insult me?" "No, I came here to talk. I have questions for you. About Simon." He tensed visibly at the man's name. It was clear, even in the dim moonlight. He'd had a visceral reaction. "I don't have anything to say about him. If you want to attack me, then do it. But I'm still not going to—" She held up a hand. "Relax, Otto. We're just talking here." He was rattled. She regretted so quickly bringing up the topic of Simon. If she'd known he'd have such a strong reaction, she would have worked her way into it. Now she needed to find a way to put him at ease. "All right, listen. What if we talk about something else for a minute? I believe you know my father." He shifted in the bed, getting more comfortable. She could immediately tell he was back on familiar ground now. "That's not surprising. I know many people, even beyond our city." "He and I live in Holdgate." "Holdgate?" He thought a moment. "You're Benjamin's daughter. You're Abbey." She smiled. "Guilty as charged." When he spoke again, it was in a harsh whisper. "Your father and I had an agreement. He was going to run our school, but he just disappeared." "I wasn't there," Abbey pointed out. "But I got the impression he didn't like the way you were treating the Arcadians trying to get to your city. Something about using Barskall stormcallers to sink their ships. Does that ring a bell?" Otto slammed his hand on the bed in frustration. "If he just would have talked to me, we could have worked something out. Instead, he left. If he hadn't done that, we never would have had to deal with this." He trailed off before he finished his sentence. Abbey suddenly realized what that tone in his voice was any time he mentioned, or even came close to mentioning, Simon.
It was fear. Otto was terrified of Simon.
Abbey slid off the windowsill and took a step closer to Otto.
Listen, I know things haven't gone the way you'd hoped with Simon. That's why I'm here. I can help.
The councilman laughed, but there was sorrow in that laugh. Oh, you can't help. No one can help. The things that have happened in this city.
He trailed off again.
Abbey took a step forward. She was on the verge of resorting to intimidation, but she figured she'd try a friendly approach one more time.
Tell me, Otto, what could be the harm? Simon destroyed my ship. He hates me. Even if I were to tell him that you gave me information, do you think he'd even believe me?
Otto shook his head slowly. Oh, he doesn't hate you. He's obsessed with you. You're all he ever talks about. The way you defeated Captain Tor and Dahlia and the Barskall fleet. He's told me the stories a dozen times.
A chill ran through Abbey. She'd thought that talk about wanting to help her, wanting to teach her, had just been posturing on Simon's part. Now she wasn't so sure. What if he was sincere, and destroying her ship and killing her fellow stormship sailors had been just a way to make her better in his twisted mind? She didn't want to think about that. Defeating someone like Dahlia, someone seeking power for its own sake, that Abbey could do. But this? If she couldn't even follow this man's logic, how could she hope to stop him?
All right. You want to know what he's up to? Otto asked. I'll tell you. He's building an army. He's recruiting every man and woman dumb enough to join his cause, some of them barely old enough to grow hair anywhere besides the tops of their heads. And he's preparing them for battle.
Against Holdgate? Otto sighed.
I'd assume so, but he stopped telling me what he was up to weeks ago. At this point, your guess is as good as mine.
He paused a moment, then continued.
That's all I have to say to you. I've given you more than you deserve. You were born in Arcadia and raised in Holdgate. I guess you know I hate both those places, and I'd just as soon see you dead as living. I'm going to scream for the guards now. If you want to kill me, so be it. I'll die happy, knowing you'll be close behind me.
She leaned toward the city councilman. He looked small, sitting on his bed, clutching his blanket. I don't care if you believe me or not. I don't care if you deserve it or not. I'm going to stop Simon. I'm going to take down his army. With that, she turned and marched back to the window. The last thing she heard as she climbed through was Otto yelling,
Guards! Intruder!
She ignored it. He'd given her all the information he was going to, and it was time to move on to her next destination, the more important one, the one where she could actually hurt Simon. She crouched on the windowsill for a moment, then leapt into space. Looking down, she saw Dustin on the ground 4 stories below her. His wind hit her just as she reduced her weight, and she rode it safely to the street below.
Well, it's not exactly thunderclap,
Clemens complained for at least the 10th time that trip.
It's not even the foggy day.
Captain Roy clapped his first mate on the back.
And yet, somehow, we're making do.
Benjamin shook his head in admiration at the captain's patience. Clemens certainly did have a point. The fishing vessel was so small, Benjamin couldn't imagine how they'd fit more than 4 dozen people aboard. But they wouldn't need to unless they actually found the foggy day and its sailors were, hopefully, alive. It was crowded enough on the fishing vessel with only 7 of them. Captain Roy, Victor, Jarvie, Clemens, Benjamin, and a pair of sisters from Thunderclap, Hilda and Britt. The crew had worked together efficiently on their voyage. They'd sailed the route the foggy day had been assigned to cover, but so far they'd discovered nothing. Not that that meant anything. It was a very big ocean out there. As the hours at sea passed, Benjamin felt a gnawing suspicion that this had all been a mistake. Roy, Clemens, Hilda, and Britt had put their careers on the line, abandoning their real assignments at a time when Holdgate was being threatened and needed their support. And for what? To protect the foggy day? A ship with a stone shaper, the leader of the tall grass raiders, a trio of Barskall warriors, the best stormcaller in the land, and Abbey herself? Thunderclap might be the flagship of the Holdgate fleet,
But the Foggy Day was the most dangerous. They could take care of themselves just fine. Yet another part of Benjamin, a larger part, didn't see it that way. He felt a primal instinct to find the Foggy Day. His instincts told him his little girl was in trouble, and he was going to do whatever it took to help her. So now they were doing the only thing they could think to do. They were headed to Algon, the source of Jarvie's information about the enemy. Benjamin walked up to his old friend. "What's the plan when we dock?" Jarvie cocked a smile. "I have a friend who has an intimate knowledge of the comings and goings in Algon." Something about the way he said it caused Benjamin to raise an eyebrow. Would this friend happen to be of the female variety? "That she would. Caroline is an old fisherwoman I've known since just after the Mad Days. We've recently reconnected. These days she runs the docks, collecting an impressively exorbitant docking fee from every sucker who wants to visit her fair city. If there's any information on the Foggy Day in Algon, she'll have it." Excellent. Should we wait until morning to call on her? By Benjamin's estimation, it was well past midnight already, and who knew what time it would be when they finished docking? Jarvie chuckled. "No. Like many people my age, she doesn't sleep much. She'll be awake, and glad for the company." "Victor!" Captain Roy called. "Ease off on that wind a little. We're nearing port." "Yes, Captain." Victor stood in a small basin of seawater Roy had placed at the bow of the ship for him, storm-calling in his strange Barskall fashion. Benjamin had found the experience of traveling with Victor quite different from voyages with Holdgate storm-callers. Victor couldn't call winds as powerful, but he was rather skilled at keeping the sea calm and holding them to an even pace. Benjamin hadn't been seasick once on the journey. "The thing is, Captain," Victor continued, "it may take some, what's the word? Time to calm the wind. It's not like a candle I can just blow out. It requires a conversation. Between me and the wind, that is." Captain Roy rolled his eyes. Benjamin could tell traveling with a Barskall stormcaller was taking some getting used to for the old sea captain, too. Victor's relationship with the ocean was different than most stormcallers, more spiritual, and he felt the need to describe it in great detail regularly. "Fine," Roy said. "Just do what you can." They made it into port and docked their little ship without incident. Despite the late hour, a young woman ran up to the ship immediately and demanded an outrageous sum as a docking fee. Jarvie smiled. "See? My girl Caroline runs a tight operation." "And you can't get us a discount?" Clemens grumbled. Benjamin had to smile. Clemens played the role of the tough, jaded sailor, but he'd leapt at the opportunity to go rogue and help his friends from the Foggy Day. Benjamin knew that the man's respect for Abbey bordered on devotion. Hilda, or was it Britt, Benjamin still couldn't tell them apart, climbed off the ship onto the dock, breathing a sigh of relief. "Thank the sea. Now we can get away from that terrible smell." Benjamin had to admit she was right. The vessel carried a certain odor from years of hauling fish. Clemens laughed. "Are you kidding? That smell will be in our clothes and hair for days. There ain't no getting away from it." As Captain Roy stepped off the ship, he turned to Jarvie. "Well, I guess you're in charge now that we're on land. Lead the way." The 7 sailors walked down the nearly empty streets of Algon, staying near the water. It was a beautiful moonlit night, and Benjamin took a moment to clear his head and enjoy the feeling of being in a strange city on yet another adventure. A rough voice interrupted his peaceful thoughts. "You there! Stop!" Captain Roy and Benjamin exchanged annoyed glances, but they did as they were told. A young man who couldn't have been more than 25 marched up to them. He wore his long hair tied back, and he carried himself with the confidence of someone in authority. Jarvie stepped forward and met him with a smile. "Good evening, sir. What can we do for you this fine night?" The man grimaced. "You can tell me what the hell you're doing out past midnight. Do you have official business?" Jarvie paused a moment. "Our business is our own, but I assure you we mean no harm. We're simply on our way to visit a friend.
Not anymore, you're not. You're out past curfew without approval. That means I have to take you into custody. The good news for you is you'll be accepted into Algon's service. You can learn magic. Or if that doesn't work out, you can always—
That's not going to happen. Benjamin had had enough of this. They'd traveled a long way, and he didn't have the patience for this nonsense. We're not hurting anyone, and we weren't aware of any curfew. Stand aside and let us go about our business.
Ignorance of the law is not an excuse.
Benjamin put his hand on his sword. I said, stand aside. The man let out a small laugh.
You really have no idea who I am, do you? I'm one of the faithful.
He raised a fist, and his eyes went black. Suddenly, flames burst from his hand, engulfing his fist.
Now come with me, or I'll burn the lot of you to ash.
That was all the answer Benjamin needed. He drew his sword and drove it through the man's chest without another word. No one said anything for a long moment. Finally, Hilda spoke. We've been here, what, 15 minutes? And already we've killed a fire magic user. We're off to a great start.
Clemens shrugged. You travel with these guys a little while and you get used to it.
Benjamin cleaned his sword on the man's cloak. He'd never seen fire magic used the way that man had. What was going on in Algon? Chapter 15. Fanar and his team huddled in a crag Gideon had shaped for them, peering down at the Barskall camp. Olaf shook his head and repeated the question he'd asked at least twice before in the hours they'd been hiding in their spot. Have you ever seen so many Barskall in one place? Fanar raised an eyebrow. I grew up in Barskall, so, yeah. But in truth, Fanar wasn't sure. The Barskall naval fleet they'd battled in the Faroes had probably been bigger than this, but not by much. He'd expected the camp to be large, but not this large. How long had Captain Tor and his allies been hauling Barskall warriors across the sea? How many trips must it have taken to get this many of them to Caldfell? And how had Dahlia convinced them to remain peaceful for so long? Looking down at the group sent a chill through Fanar. It made him doubt not only his own mission, but also the future of Holdgate itself. If an army this large attacked, how would the city survive? It also raised the question of why the Barskall were waiting to attack. What was Simon planning to do that couldn't be accomplished with a force this size? They'd been watching the camp since mid-afternoon. Now it was the middle of the night, and Fanar's hope that the defenses would lighten a bit was proving accurate. A few of the fires around the perimeter of the camp had gone out, and no one was bothering to relight them. In short, the guards were getting sloppy. That probably meant they were tired. Fanar turned to his companions. It's time. Elliot's brow furrowed with worry. Are you sure about this? The Barskall nodded. It has to be this way. If I'm caught alone, at least I stand a chance. But if you all are with me, a bunch of non-Barskall, we're all dead. You might be right, Gideon observed, but that doesn't mean I have to like it. Fanar shrugged and smiled. I can live with that. Olaf put a hand on the Barskall's shoulder. Good luck, man. You can do this. Fanar was genuinely touched by Olaf's words. He'd never heard him say anything encouraging before. Thank you, my friend. He turned to the others. Remember what you promised. If things go badly for me, get the hell out of here. Find your way back to Holdgate, and warn them. Even though they knew it would likely mean Simon would kill the rest of their crew, they'd agreed, after seeing the size of the Barskall army, that Holdgate needed to be warned, assuming they could find their way there. But first, Fanar would give this his best shot. He'd attempt to sneak into the camp and assassinate the warlord Errol. After everything the warlord had done, he certainly deserved it. Fanar said his goodbyes and made his way down the stone steps Gideon had fashioned. When he reached the bottom, he headed for one of the spots where the campfires had gone out. He tried not to think about what would happen if he failed, both to him and his friends. He tried not to consider the painful death that might await him. He tried not to think about the odds of him being able to escape the camp with the warlord's hand, even if he did manage to sneak in there and kill him. Instead, he focused on the task at hand, to get into the camp without being noticed. That was his only goal in life. Once he accomplished that, he'd allow himself to think about next steps. He waited, crouching in the brush outside the camp, watching the spot where he intended to enter. The fire that had burned there was nothing more than a pile of dimly glowing embers now, and there wasn't a guard in sight. After he'd waited 20 minutes and seen no movement, Fanar decided it was time to go for it. He moved as quickly and quietly as possible, stepping out of the brush into the clearing with no hesitation. A few moments later, he passed the fire pit. He was officially inside the camp. Just another 20 yards and he'd be past the perimeter, and then he'd easily be able to lose himself in the camp.
"You there! Stop!"
The voice had come from in front of him. It was a guard stationed near a tent close to the extinguished fire. Fanar silently cursed. His view of the guard had been obstructed by the tent when he'd been hiding in the brush. He was just about to turn and run when another voice came from his left. "You got something?"
"I sure do," the first voice answered. "And he'd better not move an inch from where he's standing or I'll cut him in half."
Fanar froze as a third voice called out. They had him flanked. He quickly ran through the possibilities in his mind. What were the odds he could take down these 3 men? More importantly, could he do it quietly enough that it wouldn't bring even more guards running? The honest answer to that question was no.
"What have I been telling you, boys?"
the first guard asked as the other 2 reached him.
"You let your fire go out, you don't ruin your night vision. A sneaky bastard like this tries to breach camp, you spot him. If he would have tried to get in near one of your stations, you would have been so blind from your damn fires you wouldn't have seen him."
Fanar grimaced. The second guard walked up to him. "What the hell were you doing outside camp, soldier?" "Sorry, sir," Fanar said. "I was just getting some air. I didn't realize how far I'd wandered."
"Check that out,"
the third guard said, gesturing to the weapon on Fanar's belt.
"Holy hell," the first guard exclaimed. "Is that a sea axe? I haven't seen one of those in years."
The second guard nudged Fanar. "You know how Errol feels about traditional weapons? You too good to carry a sword like the rest of us?" Fanar didn't answer.
"Something ain't right here," the first guard observed. "I say we throw him in the brig until morning. Let the sergeants figure it out."
The others murmured agreement. Fanar held up his hands. "I must say, gentlemen, I'm impressed. I thought I'd be able to waltz in here and head straight for Errol's tent. But you've done yourselves proud today." The second guard put a hand on his sword. "What's he talking about?" Fanar sighed in resignation. "Okay, listen. I'm not supposed to say anything about this, but clearly you boys can be trusted. The truth is, I'm a spy. Errol sent me to Holdgate. I've been there for weeks. But something's happened in the city, and I need to speak with Errol immediately."
"I say we stick with the brig plan," the first one said. "If he's telling the truth, Errol will confirm his story and he can pass along his information then."
"This can't wait until morning," Fanar insisted. The guards looked at each other for a long moment. Finally, the first guard grabbed his arm.
"Fine. I'll pass it up through the chain of command. You better not be lying, or it will be all our heads."
Hekla smiled as they approached the ancient building. "We're doing something straightforward for once." "Just do your best not to kill any students," Abbey requested. "Remember, many of them were duped into this." "Don't worry," the Barskall woman said. "I'll only slice up the firehand people." They reached the building, the oldest in Algon from what Abby's father had told her, and stopped. This was the real reason they'd come to Algon. This building contained the thing that could hurt Simon, or so the firehand on the wreck of Wavebreak had claimed. Dustin drew in a deep breath. "Ah, invading a magic school. This brings back memories." "At least this one's not on top of a mountain," Abby observed. She turned to her companions. "You ready to do this?" They both confirmed that they were. Abbey took a deep breath and knocked on the door. They waited in silence for a long while. Finally, the door creaked open, and a blurry-eyed woman stuck her head out the narrow opening. "Hi," Abbey said cheerily. "We'd like to enroll." The woman blinked hard a few times. Clearly, she wasn't fully awake yet. "Now? No, I'm sorry. It will be morning in a few hours. Come back then."
Sorry, can't do that. We're shipping out at first light. It's either enroll us now or lose us forever.
Also, in the morning, there would be far more people around, and getting to their target would be much more difficult. But she didn't feel the need to add that. The woman at the door hesitated. Can you wait here a moment? I need to get my superior." Abbey wedged herself in the open doorway and raised the hand that had been holding her sword behind her back.
I'm afraid we cannot wait here a moment. We need to come inside now.
The woman's gaze was fixed on the tip of Abby's blade, which was pointed at her throat. She suddenly looked much more alert and took a step back, allowing them to enter. Dustin was the last to step inside, and he eased the door shut behind him. Abbey scanned the room with her eyes, trying to get her bearings. This had been some sort of religious gathering place before the Mad Days, she knew. The entryway they were standing in was absolutely massive and utterly beautiful. Seeing this place made her even more angry that Simon and his faithful were using it for such an evil purpose. She turned back to the woman.
We're looking for a man named Carter.
The woman hesitated just a bit too long before answering. There's no one here by that name. Abbey took a step forward.
Now see, that's a problem because I simply don't believe you. We have it from a very reliable source that he is here. The person who told us that was very motivated.
It's true, Hekla confirmed. He was bleeding everywhere.
The woman's eyes widened. You don't understand what you're asking me to do. If Simon finds out I took you to Carter— Not to sound cold, Abbey interrupted, but Simon's not here. We are. Whatever Simon might do to punish you is days, maybe weeks away. You seem like a clever girl. I'm sure you can be somewhere else before he gets back here. We, on the other hand, are here right now, and we've been known to be very convincing. Dustin closed his eyes and gripped his staff. Thunder crashed loudly overhead.
Nice effect,
Hekla said softly. He glared at her. Thanks, but wait until we're done with the intimidation before complimenting me next time. Abbey ignored them both, keeping her eyes fixed on the woman. So what's it going to be? Definite pain now, or the threat of possible pain later? The woman stammered a moment. Okay, listen. I'll take you to Carter on one condition. As soon as I show you to his room, I'm leaving this place forever. Don't come after me. Abbey nodded quickly. Our business with you is done the moment we see Carter's face. She paused, thinking. Fine. We have ourselves a deal. Follow me, and try to keep quiet. Anyone else catches us, the deal's off. She led them up a long and winding staircase. As they climbed, Abbey caught views of the floors they were bypassing, all of them illuminated by Magitech lights mounted on the walls. On the second floor, she saw what must have been a massive classroom. It had seats for at least 100 people. Having learned magic from her father one-on-one, she wondered what it must be like to study it in such a large group. Would it be more difficult because of the lack of teacher attention? Or would it be easier with students everywhere, encouraging and competing with one another? She supposed it didn't matter much. Every one of the seats was empty now. She wondered where they kept all the students at night. Did they sleep in this building, or somewhere else? The next floor they passed was another large room, but it had been divided into sections. Places for the teachers to plan their lessons, maybe? The third floor contained a hallway lined with numerous doors. She wondered if these were the bedrooms the students stayed in. Finally, on the fourth floor, the woman stepped onto the landing and turned to them. This is it. She led them to a large oak door at the end of the hall. After raising her fist, she stopped and turned to Abbey. Are you certain you wish to speak to him? I'm certain. The woman swallowed hard, then knocked. They heard movement on the other side of the door. Then a deep voice said, Come. She pulled a keyring out of the bag on her shoulder with a shaky hand. It took her 4 tries before she found the correct key. She unlocked the door and swung it open. Leaving the keyring dangling from the lock, she gave Abbey a little nod. Good luck. I hope you find some joy before Simon kills you. With that, she turned and scurried down the hall. Well, who's there? The man asked. Step into the light so I can see you. Despite the early hour, Carter sat in a chair in front of a huge window that reached nearly floor to ceiling. In the strange pallor of the moonlight, it was difficult for Abbey to determine his age, but he certainly bore more than a passing resemblance to Simon. She walked into the room and stepped into the moonlight coming through the window. "My name is Abbey. I need to talk to you about your son." He glared at her for a long moment, but the longer he stared, the more his expression softened, until he was finally smiling. "Why, I know who you are. You're Laura's daughter. Please join me. I have so much to tell you." Chapter 16. Fanar waited outside for over an hour. They held him at sword point, refusing to let him sit. The longer he waited, the surer he became that his ruse hadn't worked. It had been a desperate gambit anyway. The best possible result still would have ended up with him dead. Even if he had been able to take Errol with him, there was no way he'd have been able to get the warlord's hand back to Simon. It was a little late to back out of it now, though. So he waited, his legs stiff from the lack of movement and his body tense with thoughts of what might happen next. The original 3 guards had long ago been replaced by people who, judging by the quality of the weapons they carried, were much more important. Finally, about an hour before sunrise, a woman Fanar had never seen before appeared and greeted him with a smile. "Warlord Errol will see you now." His heart beat fast in his chest as they led him down the dirt path between countless tents to a much larger one at the end of the row. They'd taken his sea axe, but at least his hands weren't bound. That was an improvement over the way things had been aboard Simon's ship. Still, he was weaponless, which meant attempting to kill Errol was probably out. Maybe he could tell Errol about his mission and find a way to play the 2 leaders against each other. But if he did that, he'd be admitting he had come here to kill Errol, and he couldn't imagine that ending well for him. The woman pushed the tent flap open, and Fanar stepped inside, flanked by a guard on either side. A huge man sat on a throne at the end of the long tent. He glared at Fanar as he approached. "So you're the one who got me out of bed in the middle of the night claiming to be my spy. I can't decide whether I'm angry or impressed. Are you even a real Barskall? Or is that sea axe we found you with a prop?" Fanar forced himself to answer confidently. "It's real, and so am I. I was born and raised in southern Barskall, conscripted to the King's army and tested on Cyderdrek." You're a deserter, then." In truth, Fanar was a lot worse than that, but he wasn't about to mention it. Errol leaned forward. "You realize I'm going to have to kill you, right?" "I don't see it that way, sir. You're the warlord of this army. You don't have to do anything." Errol chuckled. "I suppose you're right. I don't have to. I get to. Executions always raise morale among the troops, and they're pretty fun for me, too. The only question is, how will we do it? Drawn and quartered? It's a classic for a reason." "Perhaps we could tie him down and let a boar devour him, sir," offered one of the guards. Errol scratched his chin. That has potential. Any other suggestions?" Now that the warlord had opened the floodgates, the ideas came fast and furiously. Everything from death by 1,000 cuts to crushed rocks to burning at the stake was thrown out. If Fanar hadn't been the person whose death they were discussing, he might have been impressed with the variety of execution methods they came up with. As it was, he was more frightened than appreciative. The warlord seemed to have narrowed the possibilities to 2, hanging him up for the vultures to peck to death, or drowning him in pig's blood, when Fanar interrupted. "Sir, I'm curious. Don't you even want to know what I'm doing here?" Errol shrugged. "Not really. Maybe you regret deserting and are trying to quietly rejoin, or maybe you're working with my enemies. But I don't think either of those are the case." He gave Fanar a sly smile. "See, after we caught you, I sent my guards to scour the area around the camp." Fanar felt a sinking feeling in his stomach. "And you'll never guess what they found. 3 fighters hiding in the hills. And these weren't just any fighters. One carried 2 swords and a bow. He managed to put arrows in 10 of my guards before we took them down. Another seems to have magic that controls rocks. He took out 5 more guards. And the third—" He turned to the woman. "Remind me about the third one again." "He was very annoying, sir," she answered. Errol turned back to Fanar. "The third was very annoying. As far as I'm concerned, all 3 deserve to die. But the point is they were hiding in the cliffs, waiting for you to return. You're a Barskall. If you were heading into enemy territory and they weren't allowed to join you, that can only mean one thing." He glared at Fanar. "You're their leader." Fanar was taken aback. Gideon, Elliot, and Olaf had been captured? While he was still trying to process this information, Errol spoke again. "I think I understand. You've come to this land because it's weak. You want to make a name for yourself, so you've collected a few good fighters. I understand you. I really do." His gaze became stern. "But when you come into my camp to try to recruit my soldiers, you've gone too far." Fanar blinked in confusion for a moment. Then something occurred to him. This was something he could use. "You're right, sir. That was my intention, but I only ever meant to recruit a few. You never would have missed them." Errol scowled. "Many or few, I don't care. I'm going to treat you the same way I would any rival warlord who entered my camp. I'm sentencing you to death." "Very well." Fanar allowed himself a slight smile. "Then as a fellow warlord, I formally challenge your sovereignty." Errol's eyes widened. He stood up from his throne and walked toward Fanar. The thick muscles in his arms rippled as he wrung his hands in frustration. He stopped in front of Fanar, towering over him. You dare challenge me to single combat?" Fanar nodded. "As a rival warlord, it's my right. And you said you were treating me as a warlord." Errol looked around the room to see if anyone would object to Fanar's words. None of them did. There was no way the warlord could back down now, Fanar knew. Not if he wanted to keep the respect of his most trusted advisors. "Fine. We'll meet in battle an hour after dawn. Though I warn you, I intend to make your death slow." He turned to the woman. "Take him to a tent so he can prepare himself." Against all odds, Fanar had managed to survive this meeting. Now he just had to defeat a Barskall warlord in single combat. Abbey stared at the man for a long time without saying anything. So long, in fact, that he started to question her. "You are Lara's daughter, aren't you?" She nodded, slowly recovering from her surprise. She was afraid to ask the next question, afraid of what the answer would be, but she had to ask. "How did you know her?" He chuckled. "I was her teacher, among other things." "Careful," Abbey warned. "That's my mother you're talking about." The old man's eyes narrowed as he took in Dustin. "You're running with a stormcaller." "Running with?" Dustin asked. "What's that supposed to mean?" The man shook his head sadly. "Theirs is a pathetic and superstitious form of magic. Do you know they actually believe their magic comes from the sea itself? As if the ocean were just one big pool of magic, and they were the only ones special enough to use it. And those staffs? Pretentious assholes, the whole lot of them." Hekla clicked her tongue in disgust. "Something tells me this guy isn't going to leave this room alive." "I won't argue with you there," Dustin muttered. Abbey took a deep breath. "Your name's Carter, right? I need to talk to you about Simon." Carter waved a hand in disgust. "Everybody always wants to talk about Simon. I'm half sick from talking about Simon. How about we get back to that mother of yours? The body on her. She could take the simplest peasant's dress and fill it out so that every curve made me want to." "Okay." Dustin held up a hand. "Listen, you crazy old bastard. I was going to do my best to keep you alive until the end of this conversation, but you're not making my job easy." Abbey ignored Carter's lewd comments.
Simon claims he's my brother.
Carter barked with laughter at that. Of course he does. That's his way, isn't it? And I suppose it's true, in a way.
What does that mean? Abbey asked.
She was trying not to read too much into his words, nor interpret what they might mean. She needed to hear him say it. It's like I've been trying to tell you, Carter insisted. To understand that, we need to talk about Lara.
Abbey nodded, her heart beating fast in her chest. Okay. Tell me about my mother.
And try to avoid saying anything that will make Abbey cut your throat, Dustin pleaded. Lara was just 16 when I first met her. I was about 10 years older. I noticed her right away.
Gross,
Hecla interjected. She was just a serving girl at my family's home in Arcadia, and I was one of the first students at the academy. I quickly rose to the top of my class, fire magic being my specialty. Everything was going well. But after I graduated, things changed.
How so? Abbey asked.
I was powerful and ambitious, a combination Chancellor Adrian did not like. We butted heads a few times. So rather than risk a confrontation I knew I would lose, I offered to do a job I knew needed to be done, one that would take me far away from Arcadia.
And what was that? Abbey wondered.
Carter smiled. I offered to hunt down the Founder.
Abbey tilted her head in surprise. The Founder was the man who'd brought magic to the world and helped end the Mad Days. He'd also helped found Arcadia. Then he'd traveled, bringing the gift of magic to other places, including Holdgate. If not for the Founder, storm magic would have never been developed.
I knew the job would take years, if not a lifetime, but I also knew someone so powerful couldn't be allowed to roam the world freely. That kind of power needed to be reined in. So I left Arcadia with a small company of my closest friends.
And your favorite serving girl? Dustin guessed.
Carter nodded. You're not as dumb as you look. Yes, Lara came with us, and 5 years into our travels, when Simon was born, she vowed to take care of him.
Whoa, hold on, Abbey exclaimed. Was my mother...
She couldn't get out the words. Carter's eyebrows went up in surprise. Was Lara Simon's actual mother? Not even close. She wouldn't let me touch her, though I certainly tried.
He let out a cackle.
Again, gross, Hecla said. Simon's mother was some barmaid I impressed one night. I'd developed some unique magical techniques by then, including the fire hand.
He raised his right hand, and green flame erupted from it.
Abbey started to draw her sword. Relax, Carter said, extinguishing the fire. Just a demonstration. I have to remind myself I can still do it every once in a while. The way Simon keeps me locked up here, I sometimes forget I was ever good for anything. Anyway, when I found out I had a son, I took the boy and got rid of the barmaid. Lara agreed to help raise him. She was the only mother Simon ever knew.
Abbey's palms were covered in sweat. Simon wasn't her brother by blood, but part of her understood why he'd said they were siblings. From the sound of it, he'd had more time with her mother than she had.
Anyway, that was the way it went for the next 6 years. We traveled to exotic regions searching for the Founder. We found plenty of unlawfuls, untrained savages using magic, and we dealt with them the only way you could deal with such people. I taught Lara some magic during our travels, even though I knew Adrian wouldn't have approved of me doing so. She had a real knack for it. Not so much the fire magic, but she was dangerous as hell with ice.
So what happened? Abbey asked.
Carter sighed. I suppose Lara started to feel guilty after a while. She had too big a heart, your mother. She felt sorry for the savage unlawfuls, as if they deserved her pity. One day she just up and left. As much as I cared for her, I'll never forgive her for abandoning my son. He loved her as much as any child has ever loved a mother. And she left him.
Abbey's mind reeled from this new information. Did her father know all this? Was he still keeping things from her, or had her mother lied to her father? That was the last time you saw my mother?
Carter nodded. I was broken-hearted when I heard what had happened to her. Such a shame. Those damn hunters.
Yeah,
Abbey said distractedly. Her mind was already circling back to Carter's son.
Is that why Simon is doing this? To get back at me because my mother abandoned him?
Carter thought about that a moment, then shook his head. I don't think so. He genuinely feels a connection with you. He's trying to make you better, I think. He wants the two of you to work together. He thinks that if he burns the Caldfell Peninsula down, maybe the two of you can rebuild it together.
Abbey shook her head at the insanity of it all. He's going to attack Holdgate. What's the plan? When's he going to take his army there?
Carter cackled with surprise. You don't know? The army's been on their way to Holdgate for the past week. They should arrive any day now. By the time you get back, it'll have been destroyed.
Chapter 17.
Captain Sid, the man called through the hatch. Simon requests the pleasure of your company, if it's not too much trouble.
Sid was sitting next to Dag, schooling him in some of the basics of stormship sailing to pass the time. The kid had a quick mind, and he was inquisitive, asking plenty of follow-up questions about positions on the ship. He was clearly considering the various paths his career might take, which was pretty impressive considering they were locked in an enemy cargo hold with no guarantee they'd ever escape. She once again reminded herself to compliment Abbey on her selection next time she saw her. When the guard called her name, she carefully suppressed her smile and slowly walked to the ladder as if it were a journey she was reluctant to make. She didn't have to fake her pained response when she reached the top of the ladder and stepped into the sun for the first time in days. They led her to the captain's quarters, where she found Simon sitting behind the desk. Ah, Captain, please have a seat. I hope you don't mind me saying you look a bit peaked, and you don't smell great either. She sat down, frowning. I've been crammed in a cargo hold with 40 people for 3 days, Simon. Smells happen. By the way, does this ship have an actual captain? Yes, he's around somewhere. The poor guy's learned to stay out of my way, I suppose. He waved the thought away. But enough about him. We're here to talk about you. I've heard things, Captain. Troubling things. Sid wasn't much of an actress, but she did her best to look surprised. What kinds of things? He leaned forward and smiled broadly. The way I understand it, you managed to signal another stormship just before I sank the Foggy Day. A piece of magitech, I believe? Sid let her mouth fall open. Simon chuckled. Don't look so surprised. It took me all of 3 hours after your capture to find the weak links among your crew and convince them to pass along the gossip in the hold. All for a little hardtack, I might add. So my question for you is, does this other stormship have a way of tracking you? And what did you do with the magitech? Sid managed to keep a straight face for all of 10 seconds. Then she burst out laughing. Simon's smile wavered. I'm sorry. What am I missing here? She raised a hand to wipe a tear from her eye, brought on by the laughter. You sea-damned idiot. There was no signal. It took me all of 3 hours to realize you'd compromised some of my new recruits, so I started feeding them bad information. She shook her head sadly. I'll tell you something. Those kids would believe anything. I was considering telling them I had a magitech device that could control whales and I was going to signal the whales to attack the ship. I decided that was too over the top. But now I'm not so sure. Now why in the hell would you feed me lies? He asked. She glared at him, looking right into his eyes. Because you burned my ship and killed friends of mine, you bastard. I'm your prisoner, so I don't have a lot of power here, but I'll do anything I can to make your life even a little bit more difficult or annoying, and I'm going to do it as hard as I can. For a moment, she thought he was going to strike her. Instead, he raised his index finger. You know something, Captain? I like you. When he saw the skepticism on her face, he continued. No, I really do. You're tenacious, and you're nearly fearless. I want you to remember something. Just because we're enemies now doesn't mean we always will be. Somehow I don't think I'll get past what you did, Sid told him. Simon shrugged.
I'm sure it seems that way now, but things change. This is nearly over, Sid. There's going to come a time in the very near future when Holdgate as you know it no longer exists. Then I'm going to build it back, better than before. There will be no stormships, not as there are today anyway, but I will need good captains. I hope you'll consider serving in my fleet when the time comes. I'm going to go ahead and give you a hard no in advance on that one, Sid replied. Maybe you'll change your mind when you see what I'm going to do for your friend Abbey. He looked out the porthole into the distance beyond. You know, Captain Tor wasn't worthy of her, nor was Dahlia. Not really. And yet they still managed to make her stronger, to help her grow her legend. Just imagine how strong she'll be after she faces me, an opponent who can truly challenge her. Sid thought about that a moment. So you're saying you don't want to kill Abbey? Simon laughed. Good grief, no. I want to help her. Change can be painful, but it's inevitable. The people she surrounds herself with, the enemies she faces. None of them are worthy of her. I'm going to change that. Sid gritted her teeth. She'd had enough of listening to this man. Can I go back to the hold now? He sighed but nodded to the men waiting by the door. They grabbed her by the arms and hauled her to her feet. I'm perfectly capable of walking on my own, she barked at them. When she'd almost reached the door, he called to her again, and she stopped. Captain Sid, I've been meaning to ask you. Why do you shave your head? She thought about telling him it was none of his business, but then she decided there was no harm in it. It used to be a promise. I swore to keep it shaved until I found my brother. Now that I've found him, it's more of a reminder. Of what? That even in the darkest times, when everyone around you says you should give up, there is still hope. Goodbye, Captain Sid. Enjoy the hold. The next time we see each other, the world will be very different. Let's hope so, she said. The sailors led her out of the captain's quarters and back to the hold. Just as Jarvie had predicted, Caroline was awake when they arrived at her home. She was a small, thin woman who looked like even one of Victor's weak winds might be able to knock her over. Her eyes were lively and alert, however, and hinted at a wicked sense of humor. She greeted Jarvie with a wink and invited the 7 of them inside. Jarvie led the conversation, telling her about what they'd seen and the reasons they were there. She shook her head sadly when Jarvie had finished. Dark times. Very dark times. Any suggestions? Benjamin asked. If there's anything at all you could do to help us, we'd very much appreciate it. She was quiet for a long time, as if deciding how much to tell them. Finally, she said, I've been keeping tabs on this Simon ever since he somehow convinced the city council to give him Kraken, our flagship. Before that, even. Him and that damn magic school. What's wrong with his magic school? Benjamin asked. That was something he'd been wondering about ever since he first heard about it. He'd been technically in charge of the school for a while, so he personally knew the difficulties associated with getting the school up and running. And yet, Simon had somehow made it thrive in just over a month. Caroline chuckled. What's wrong with it? It's a shell game. A con. The school doesn't even exist. Benjamin exchanged surprised looks with Jarvie. What do you mean, ma'am? She waved him away. You can keep your ma'ams. But to answer your question, he's got quite the scam running. You saw the recruiters out there on the docks, I'll bet. We ran into one of them, Captain Roy confirmed. The man tried to intimidate us with fire magic. Caroline's eyes widened. Ah, then you had an encounter with more than just an average recruiter. He must have been a fire hand. They're Simon's closest disciples. Call themselves the Faithful. There are only a few of them left in the city, I think. I guess we're just lucky, Benjamin said with a weak smile. He thought it better to leave out the fact that he'd run the man through with his sword. You were saying the school's a scam. She nodded. And what a scam it is. The recruits get people to sign up. Young, old, man, woman, it doesn't matter. They'll take just about anyone. Did you notice how empty the streets are? That wasn't just because it was night. They're like that during the day, too.
Yet we noticed the port is nearly full, Captain Roy pointed out. I've noticed it too, she said grimly. Simon and his friends are quite the recruiters. They sign people up as they're getting off their ships and the people never return. I've got 36 small abandoned vessels docked out there with no one paying fees. It's a nightmare. I don't understand, Benjamin said. How do they get so many people to sign up? Ah, that's the brilliant part. They approach the person asking if they would like to get paid to learn magic. Who'd say no to that? Especially in Algon, a city that's traditionally been left behind by its magic-wielding neighbors. And with the pay they were offering, most found it impossible to resist. Benjamin waited, curious to hear what the scam was. It seemed like a fair deal so far. Caroline continued. Somewhere near the end of the conversation, the recruiter will mention almost in passing that if the person proves unable to learn magic, they'll be enlisted in Algon's new standing army instead. They frame it like it's a good thing, that they'll be guaranteed a job even in the unlikely event that magic isn't for them. The truth is something quite different. How so? Jarvie asked, though there was a twinkle in his eye that made Benjamin suspect his old friend might have already figured out the recruiter's game. They take them to the magic school and give them a bullshit magical aptitude test. Can you guess the number written on this paper? How many pebbles are in this cup? That type of thing. Benjamin nodded along. He was starting to understand. Let me guess. Very few people ever pass the test. Caroline chuckled. As far as I can tell, no one ever has. Holy hell, Captain Roy cursed. But by that time, it's too late. They've signed the contract, and now they're conscripts in the Algon army. They're marched off to Simon's secret base in the mountains the very next morning. As far as their families know, they're in the magic school, unable to contact outsiders for the first year. But in truth, they're preparing for Simon's invasion of Holdgate. She sat back in her chair and raised her eyebrows. Thankfully for me, I have eyes and ears in places even Simon can't guess. You run the docks for 50 years, you get to know some people. I'll bet you do, Captain Roy said. So what about the attacks on the water? Benjamin asked. If Simon's at this camp in the mountains... Oh, I don't believe he is, Caroline corrected. I think he's on Kraken. I have ships on the lookout for him. They spotted him on the coast near a town called Podroar just yesterday. She turned to Roy. Do you know it? Roy grinned. There's not a village on Caldfell's west coast I couldn't find blindfolded. I'm not sure if that's a good thing or not, Caroline confessed. I wouldn't recommend confronting him, but if you insist on it, that's where he is. Or at least where he was yesterday. They made small talk for a few more minutes just to be polite, then took their leave and headed back to the dock. The sun was starting to rise by that point, and even after Caroline's words, Benjamin was surprised to find the streets so sparsely populated. He saw 3 recruiters between Caroline's home and docks, but very few people for them to recruit. The people he did see on the street, maybe half as many as Benjamin would have expected, avoided the recruiters like they were carrying the pox. So are we really going to... what's the word? Hunt him? Victor asked when they'd almost reached their vessel. I'm not sure, Benjamin admitted. For all we know, he hasn't even encountered the Foggy Day. But if he has... Something up ahead caught his eye. It was so unexpected that for a moment he couldn't understand what he was seeing. Even after he understood, it still seemed pretty unbelievable. Abbey, Dustin, and Hecla were climbing into a pathetic little skiff. He stood there for a few moments gaping at them, then realized they were preparing to depart. He ran to their skiff at a near sprint. When he reached them, he put a hand on their boat, panting, a wide smile on his face. Abbey looked just as shocked as Benjamin felt. Father? What are you doing here? He thought for a moment, then chuckled. Honestly, I don't even know where to start. Me either, Abbey said. She jumped off the skiff onto the docks and grabbed him in a big hug. Chapter 18. Fanar sat in the tent watching the sun rise through the opening, waiting for the fight of his life to begin. The woman who'd taken him to see Errol stepped through, momentarily blocking his view.
Just wanted to let you know that the search for your sea axe continues. It turns out it's been traded a few times since you got to camp, and we're still trying to figure out who has it now. Don't worry, though. We'll find it."
Fanar just nodded. They'd given him his choice of weapon for the duel, but there had only been one possibility in his mind. That sea axe had been in his family for generations, and there was no way he was going into this fight with anything else.
"Can I get you something while you're waiting?" she asked. "Ale, perhaps?"
He shook his head, then paused. "Actually, there is something you can bring me." He was a little surprised when she agreed to his request. She came back 5 minutes later with Elliot, Gideon, and Olaf in tow, all of them with their hands tied. "Here we are again," Elliot said with a grin after the woman left. "Why are we always getting tied up? Is it possible we're just bad at our jobs?" "You're looking at it the wrong way," Gideon said. "We always get out of our bonds eventually, don't we? Maybe we're very good at our jobs."
Fanar spent the next few minutes explaining what had happened since he'd last seen them.
"I don't understand," Olaf said. "Why didn't he just refuse to fight you and have you killed outright?" Fanar grinned. "He'd already declared me a rival warlord. To refuse me single combat would have been seen as cowardly." "Now you just have to beat him," Elliot said. "Shouldn't be a problem for you, right?"
Fanar hesitated.
"You haven't seen him. Errol is a tower of muscle. Besides that, he's sure to be high on Ciderdrek." "But that's an advantage," Gideon pointed out. "He won't have your control." "I hope so, but a guy like him has had access to all the Ciderdrek he wants for years. He may have built up a tolerance to the psychological effects. It's possible he'll have the speed and the strength, but not the lack of control."
The group fell silent for a minute. Then Olaf pointed to a table in the corner. A large vial of Ciderdrek sat on top of it.
"Maybe you should fight fire with fire."
Fanar grimaced. He hadn't asked for the drink, but they'd placed it in the tent for him anyway, assuming he'd want it. In truth, it was very tempting. The draft would give him a better chance in the battle, and it would also make him oblivious to pain if things didn't go his way. It almost seemed foolish not to drink it. After a long moment, Fanar said, "You know, after everything we've been through, if I'm going to die, I want to do it with a clear head." Only a few minutes later, the woman returned. She stuck her head through the flap and spoke in a solemn voice. "It's time."
Fanar nodded, then he turned to his friends. "Will you cheer me on?" "Just to be clear," Olaf said, "if you lose, they'll probably kill us too, right?" "Oh, definitely," Fanar confirmed. Olaf nodded. "Then I'll be cheering very loudly on your behalf."
They made their way to a clearing past the warlord's tent. As they reached it, the massive gathering of Barskall began to jeer at Fanar, hurling insults about his size, his strength, his manhood, and the likelihood of his parents being some form of insect. Gideon put a hand on Fanar's shoulder. "Pay no attention to them, my friend. Let your heart harden with every insult." "Easy for you to say," Fanar told him with a grin. A young man ran up and whispered something to the woman. He then handed her a weapon. Fanar's sea axe. "Ah, they found it," Fanar said. The woman nodded and handed it over. "Apparently a butcher was using it to behead chickens." Suddenly the crowd roared its delight. A sure sign Errol had arrived. "Salton seas, you weren't kidding," Elliot muttered when he saw the warlord. Errol was dressed only in animal skin leggings. He raised his arms into the air and howled with battle fury. Gideon shook his head. "It's all showmanship. A man like that will be overconfident." "True," Olaf agreed. "He's probably never lost a fight in his life." "You're not helping," Gideon told Olaf. Fanar took a step forward. "Well, it's now or never. Wish me luck, gentlemen." With that, he walked to the center of the clearing. There was no horn, no bell, no announcement to signal the beginning of the fight. This combat had no rules other than the last man alive wins.
Errol stalked over to meet Fanar, letting his massive broadsword drag on the ground behind him. He glared down at Fanar, and when he spoke, his voice was slurred with Ciderdrek.
Ready to begin, little warlord?
Fanar didn't bother answering. Instead, he stepped to his right and swung at Errol's left side, the side where the sword wasn't. Errol moved with uncanny speed, bringing his sword around and blocking the blow. Fanar pressed the attack, swinging at the big man's legs, his neck, and his face. Errol anticipated every blow. Finally, Errol made an attack of his own. Fanar dodged, but he had to step backward to do so, putting his enemy out of the range of his sea axe.
Not bad, Errol said. Much better than I expected, but not good enough.
The warlord attacked again, and again Fanar dodged. He knew that avoiding the blows was his only chance of survival. With a sword that big and a warrior that strong even before he had consumed Ciderdrek, Fanar knew that straight-out blocking the sword could permanently damage his weapon. Errol struck again, and again, and a third time. With each attack, Fanar's escapes grew more and more narrow. The big man was just too fast, not to mention his reach advantage. Fanar knew he had to find a way to get in close. It was his only chance. Then Errol struck a fourth time, and Fanar noticed something. Each time he missed, Errol brought his sword back almost to his right shoulder, leaving his left side exposed. Now that Fanar had spotted the weakness, he needed to exploit it, but that would mean surviving another strike. He stepped forward just a little, and sure enough, Errol took a big swing at him. Fanar was ready. He dodged left, leaping out of the way. Even so, the tip of his blade came within 2 inches of his nose. As the sword whooshed past him, Fanar set his feet and prepared to strike. The moment Errol instinctively brought his sword toward his right shoulder, Fanar lunged forward, thrusting his sea axe with all his might. There was a satisfying crack as the sea axe slid into the warlord's side. Fanar wasn't taking any chances. He pushed the blade in all the way to the hilt and yanked upward, ensuring as much damage as possible. Errol took a step forward and raised his sword as if he were going to attack again. Then his eyes lost focus, and he collapsed to the ground. For a long moment the crowd was silent. Fanar thrust his bloody sea axe into the air and let out a victorious shout. Elliot, Gideon, and Olaf ran to the center of the clearing.
"Holy shit, you did it!"
Elliot exclaimed.
"I told you guys he could do it," Olaf said. "Didn't I tell you guys?"
Gideon looked even more shocked than the rest of them.
"What does this mean? What happens now?"
The chant started softly, but quickly gained momentum until every warrior in the crowd was screaming, "Fanar! Fanar! Fanar!"
"It means we get to live."
The victorious Barskall grinned at his friends.
"Also, it means I'm the new warlord."
"Are you absolutely sure about this?" Benjamin asked his daughter. She gave him an annoyed glare. He'd asked the same question 3 times already in the last hour. "I'm sure. It's pretty much on our way. I don't see why we wouldn't stop." After their sweet reunion on the docks of Algon, things had quickly gotten serious, and there had been fierce debate among the group. They'd shared their stories, Abbey telling them how the Foggy Day had been destroyed and that they'd learned the Algonian army was already on its way to Holdgate, and Benjamin sharing what they'd learned from Caroline about the size of the Algonian army and the possible location of Simon's ship Kraken. The central question had become clear: confront Simon and attempt to free the crew of the Foggy Day, or head straight to Holdgate to warn them of the impending danger. The debate raged even as they began the journey north from Algon in their pathetic little fishing vessel. In the end, though, Abbey's key point won the majority over. They didn't have to choose. Podror was in a cove, but it was basically on the route to Holdgate. It would be foolish to not attempt a rescue. Besides, if they had a shot at taking Simon down, they had to take it. Benjamin was the last holdout against the plan, but Abbey suspected he actually held the same view as her. He had the annoying habit of playing devil's advocate in order to get others to think more deeply and logically about their positions. "May I point out that we are on a tiny fishing boat and they have the flagship of the Algonian fleet?" Clemens grinned at the former blacksmith. "You may, but it's not going to help." Eventually, they settled on a strategy for the attack. They'd come in hard and fast, using Dustin and Victor's combined powers to zoom their fishing vessel alongside Kraken before those bastards even saw them coming. Every time Abbey saw Dustin and Victor stormcall together, she was left in awe. Working in concert, they'd have been able to make short work of Kraken if sinking it wouldn't have also killed their friends. Instead, the fighters would have to board Kraken and free the crew of the Foggy Day as quickly as possible. Abbey wasn't sure it would work, but she was certain that she'd rather face Simon up close than from a distance where he could use those deadly fireballs most effectively. With the element of surprise on their side, they just might have a chance. After a bit more discussion, Benjamin was satisfied with the plan and dropped the pretense that he was against the idea. "So this Simon is a fire magic user, huh? Maybe I can teach him a bit about how we did it in the old days." Abbey didn't reply. As much as she hated to admit it, Simon's fire magic was in a whole different class than her father's. She wasn't about to tell him that, though. It was something he'd have to see for himself. Guilt crept up in her stomach as she looked at Benjamin. She hadn't told him about Simon's connection to her mother yet. It wasn't that she didn't want him to know, but this cramped fishing ship with absolutely no privacy didn't seem like the place to bring it up. Part of her knew that was just an excuse. Truth was, she didn't want to see him hurt. She remembered how it had felt when she'd learned he'd hidden his past from her. She could only imagine how he'd react when he learned his wife had lied to him for years. "We're almost at the entrance to the cove," Dustin called from the bow. "Hang on tight, people." Abbey glanced at her father. "You sure you're not getting too old for these crazy battles?" Benjamin laughed. "No way. I think this is the secret to staying young." "Speak for yourself," Jarvie grumbled. "I'm definitely too old for this." "Here we go!" Dustin shouted. A powerful wind hit their sails at the same moment a massive wave lifted them, and the ship shot forward into the cove. To Abby's excitement and relief, Kraken was still docked there, just as the old woman Caroline had told Benjamin and his companions. "We got you, you bastard," Abbey muttered. Not wanting to wait a moment longer than she had to, Abbey leapt over the side of the ship and rode the wind to the Algonian vessel. She drew her sword as she landed and prepared for combat. Instead, she found an empty deck. She stood there for a long moment, confused. At first, she thought it was maybe just poor crew management at work. But then she realized it wasn't just that part of the deck that was empty. It was the entire deck. She ran up the companionway to the quarterdeck, a sinking feeling in her stomach. It, too, was empty. As she explored each deck, each level, each cabin, she found the same thing. Nothing. Hooks were landing on the rails now, and her companions were dumbstruck when they boarded the ship and found her alone. "They're gone," Abbey said in a vacant voice. "Everyone's gone." Hekla held up a finger. "No. Not everyone. Listen." After a moment, Abbey heard it too, pounding coming from below them. She ran to the hatch that led to the cargo hold and threw it open. The first thing she saw through the hatch was Sid's filthy, squinting face smiling up at her. "Took you long enough," Sid said with a laugh. Abbey hopped through the hatch and embraced her friend. "Are you all right? Is everyone else?" Sid nodded. "Most of us are. We lost a couple. Sigmund. Hekla, I think." "I'm right here," Hekla called, sounding annoyed that her captain had presumed her dead. "Thank the sea," Sid shouted through the open hatch. She turned back to Abbey. "Elliot, Gideon, Olaf, and Fanar are all gone. They took them away a couple days ago, and I don't know if they're alive or dead." Abbey put a hand on her friend's shoulder. "If they're alive, we'll find them and get them back." Sid sighed. "It's so wonderful to see you. We haven't heard a peep out of the crew in hours. We were starting to think maybe they left us for dead." "They sort of did." Abbey was helping her crew onto the deck when Clemens ran up to her.
I found something you should see. It was on the desk in the captain's quarters.
He handed her a slip of parchment. As she read it, the color drained from her face.
Abbey, I'll see you in Holdgate. I hope you're ready for what's next. S.
Chapter 19. Abbey and Sid stood on the quarterdeck of Kraken, watching the crew move about, as if in a daze. "You think they'll be okay?" Abbey asked her friend.
Sid didn't take her eyes off her crew as she answered. "They were locked in a cargo hold for 3 days. It was pretty shitty, but it's not the worst thing that's ever happened to anyone. They weren't tortured, and they had food and water."
"And how about you, Captain? Are you going to be okay?"
Sid turned to her and gave a thin smile. "Like I said, it wasn't the end of the world."
Abbey frowned. She knew her friend was hiding how difficult the experience had been. Yes, she hadn't been tortured, but she had experienced the added stress of being responsible for 40 people's lives. They were her crew, and they had been locked up for 3 days. She hadn't been able to do anything about it but wait and hope. Abbey knew it would have almost killed her to have been in that position. Sid continued.
"The best thing for all of us at this point is just to get back to work."
She ran a hand along the rail.
"We've been through a lot, but at least we got a great new ship out of it."
Abbey raised an eyebrow. "You don't think Algon is going to want their flagship back?"
Sid chuckled. "They're welcome to try and take it."
Abbey looked over the port side at her father's pathetic little fishing vessel, which was creeping along close behind them. The former crew of the Foggy Day had claimed Kraken for the voyage back to Holdgate, and Benjamin and the team he'd brought to Algon had stayed on the fishing boat. Dustin storm-called from Kraken, but both ships were benefiting from his winds.
"You think we'll beat the Algonian army to Holdgate?"
Sid asked. "I sure hope so." Abbey had given the matter a lot of thought, but she hadn't come to a proper conclusion. According to Jarvie, moving an army overland from Algon to Holdgate would take a minimum of 2 weeks under the best of conditions. Carter had told Abbey the Algonian army had left for Holdgate over a week ago. It was that word "over" that was concerning her. It was such an imprecise turn of phrase. Did it mean 8 days? 10? 12? And how good could Carter's sense of time be when he was locked in that same room all the time? Abbey had no idea. Based on what they knew, she believed it was very likely they'd make it to Holdgate before the Algonian army, but there was no way to be certain. All they could do was get back home as quickly as possible and hope for the best. And there was still the open question of where Simon was. Had he gone to join his army, or was he up to something else? "Here's what I don't understand," Abbey admitted. "Why did Simon do any of this?"
Sid shook her head. "I don't know, but when I spoke to him it seemed like he had a real hard-on for you."
Abby's nose wrinkled in disgust. "It's not like that. He thinks of himself as my brother." Sid raised an eyebrow.
"Is he?"
"No, not really. It's just that my mom—" Her voice trailed off. It didn't feel right to tell the story to Sid before she'd had a chance to tell it to her father. "He knew my mom. It's complicated."
"Sounds like it,"
Sid said. Abbey stared out at the open water for a while before continuing. "He says he wants to teach me. It's like he thinks putting me through hardship will make me stronger."
"Sick bastard," the captain replied.
"Yeah, but see, that's what's bothering me. If that was really his intention, at least there would be a disturbing logic to the whole thing. It's messed up, but if you put yourself in his head, it sort of makes sense. It's just that his actions don't line up with that being his goal."
"How so?"
Abbey turned toward her friend. "Okay, imagine he just wants to make my life hell. Why burn the other stormships?"
Sid shrugged. "Maybe to make Holdgate weaker? He's made no secret of the fact that his long-term goal is to destroy the city, right? Even if it's just another way to hurt you."
"Okay, fine, but let's look at the Foggy Day. He destroys the ship, which I get, but why take all of you captive? If he wants to hurt me, why not just kill you all?" Sid thought about that.
"He wanted you to imagine all the terrible things he could be doing to us?"
That didn't track for Abbey, but she went with it.
If that was the case, why would he basically return you to me unharmed? It's clear from his note he knew I was coming here. Wouldn't it have been more horrific if I had found all of you dead? Or if he'd stayed here and fought me off so I'd once again failed to save my friends? Why would he just leave?
Sid nodded slowly. I see your point. But from what I saw of him, he's pretty crazy. Why does there have to be any logic to what he's doing?
Abbey disagreed. Simon was crazy, yes, but he was also a planner. His scheme to recruit soldiers for the Algonian army had been brilliant. He'd been planning this a long time, and he'd proven over the past 3 days that he was capable of staying one step ahead of them. She believed Simon had a plan, and that allowing her to take Kraken and save her friends was a key piece in the puzzle. She wasn't going to argue with Sid about it, though. Not now, after they'd just been reunited. Only time would tell which one of them was correct.
You want to hear something funny? Sid said. I managed to pull a fast one on him while I was in the cargo hold. I found out some of the recruits were trading information for extra rations, so I fed those people some false information.
Nice move.
Yeah, but here's the thing. When he confronted me and I told him the information was false, you should have seen the look on his face. I think I genuinely hurt his feelings. He seemed shocked that I would play a trick on him. It was like he thought we were going to be buddies.
She shook her head in disbelief.
I'm telling you, Abbey, something's not right about that man.
I won't disagree with you there, Abbey said.
After a moment, Sid nudged Abbey. Hey, do me a favor, would you?
Of course.
She gestured toward the main deck. Find somebody who's not working and yell at them for me.
Abbey cocked an eyebrow. Are you serious?
I am. We need to rebuild their sense of normalcy. Besides, we are at sea. We can't have a crew that's just wandering around with their thoughts the whole voyage. It's time to get to work.
Abbey shrugged. It had been a while since she'd gotten to yell at anyone. It might be fun. Aye, aye, Captain. Is there anything I can do for you, Warlord Fanar? The woman asked him. They were in the warlord's tent, surrounded by the same advisors who had gleefully suggested gruesome methods for Fanar's execution only the night before. Now their demeanors were quite different. They all listened intently when he spoke, hanging on his every word and falling all over themselves to compliment him on everything from his battle prowess to the regal way he sat on his new throne. It had only been 12 hours since he'd been named warlord, and Fanar was already exhausted. He was about to tell the woman he didn't need anything, when a thought occurred to him. Actually, there is something you can do for me. She bowed her head humbly. Anything, my warlord. You can tell me your name. I apologize. I've been with you all day, and I never even thought to ask. Her cheeks turned a deep crimson. Please, don't apologize. I didn't properly introduce myself when we met. It was just that you were in a rather different position at the time. He waved the comment away. He didn't need to be reminded he'd been their prisoner less than a day ago. My name is Tyra, she said in a voice so soft it was almost a purr. Pleased to officially meet you, Tyra. I'm Fanar. She turned an even deeper shade of red at that. Fanar turned his attention to the 10 advisors in the tent. These men and women had eagerly introduced themselves almost immediately after he'd defeated Errol, probably wanting to make a good impression. Fanar had been a bit overwhelmed at the time, and he couldn't remember a single one of their names. He wasn't about to ask for them again now, not until he needed to. Instead, he addressed them as a group. Just so we're clear, I'm counting on all of you to advise me of any traditions I should be following. Is it customary to have a feast when there's a new warlord? I'd like to do something nice for my soldiers. The advisors exchanged confused looks. The shortest, widest man among them took a step forward. He looked at Fanar with a benevolent patience, as if he were addressing an especially slow child. Forgive me, warlord, but did you not say you grew up in Barskall? Fanar sighed with frustration. I did, in a small village in the south. Before yesterday, the closest I'd ever been to a warlord was when one marched through my village when I was 9. Forgive me if I'm not up on all the traditions. The man held up a hand. Of course.
I meant no offense. A feast would be a nice gesture, though don't make it too extravagant, or they'll think you're soft. And you might consider killing one or two of them between courses to remind them you're not to be trifled with.
I don't think that last part will be necessary. But yes, make the arrangements for the feast. The man nodded, then paused. Clearly there was something else he wanted to say. Go ahead, Fanar prompted. Speak your mind.
We were just thinking it might be a nice gesture if you were to execute the foreigners, my warlord.
Foreigners?
It took Fanar a moment, then he got it.
You mean Elliot, Gideon, and Olaf? The ones I came here with?
The man nodded. It's just that some in the camp might think your loyalty is not to the Barskall if your closest friends are two Holdgatesmen and a Gren.
Fanar sighed. That's not happening. In fact, that will be all for tonight. Leave me.
The advisors made a show of bowing and saluting him as they made their way out of his headquarters. When they were gone, Fanar headed for the tent where his friends were being housed. Elliot grinned as Fanar pushed through the flap.
There he is! The warlord!
Stop, Fanar demanded. He wondered if he was blushing as hard as Tyra had when he'd asked her name.
Sorry, Elliot said. It's just that we have so many questions.
Fanar sighed.
Okay. Ask away.
Elliot nodded at Olaf to proceed.
So, is this like a lifetime appointment? He asked.
Fanar shrugged.
Until someone kills me. So, yeah, pretty much lifetime. And do they have to do anything you say?
That one was trickier. Technically, yes.
However, if I lose the support of the majority, or if they think I'm weak, they'll kill me in my sleep.
Olaf said, rubbing his chin.
And can anyone just challenge you to single combat to take your place?
Only another warlord. Usually that's someone who has an army of a comparable size to mine. Errol made the mistake of saying he was going to treat me as a warlord, which was why I was able to challenge him. They had quite a few more questions, but eventually the conversation moved to more mundane things. They were discussing their dinner, and Fanar was trying to explain the broad strokes of Barskall cuisine when he noticed someone standing just outside the tent.
Warlord Fanar, are you in there?
He recognized the voice as Tyra's.
Yes, come in.
She bowed as she entered, then she handed him a small piece of parchment.
This just came for you, delivered by an Algonian soldier.
Fanar exchanged a worried glance with Elliot. Then he broke the seal and unfolded the parchment.
Errol, the time has come. We attack Holdgate the night of the new moon. Your patience will be rewarded with treasure beyond your dreams. We will burn the city to the ground. Simon.
He turned to Tyra.
How far are we from Holdgate?
She looked surprised that he didn't know that information.
We are about 2 days northeast of Holdgate.
He nodded, thinking about the timeline. The new moon was 3 days away. If he could get there before the attack, he might be able to help fight off the Algonians. Something about this felt off. Why had Simon really sent him to kill Errol? He'd said it was because Errol no longer trusted him, but there was nothing in the tone of that note that indicated that was the case. And he must have sent that messenger almost immediately after he sent Fanar and his friends.
Tyra, there's been a change of plans. We're riding out tomorrow as early as possible.
Tyra smiled widely.
Finally, a battle! The warriors will be so pleased.
She scurried out of the tent to spread the word.
What's going on, my friend?
Gideon asked.
Fanar showed them the note. If this is true, we need to get back to Holdgate as quickly as possible, Elliot pointed out. Yes, Fanar said, and we're going to bring an army with us.
Elliot scratched his chin.
You've been warlord for all of 1 day. Do you really think you're going to be able to get your army to switch sides? You said yourself that they'd kill you if you lost majority support. That's true, Fanar agreed. But I've been thinking about that. I believe I might have a way to win them over to our cause.
Chapter 20. Kraken was allowed entry into the Holdgate port after narrowly avoiding a confrontation with the 3 stormships guarding the city. A frantic string of messages and counter-messages sent through flashes of light reflected off a mirror eventually convinced the stormships that they were friendlies. Even so, they were met at the docks by the city guards. Roy, Benjamin, Sid, Dustin, Clemens, and Abbey were ordered to see the magistrate immediately. As the city guards led them to the magistrate's offices, Clemens cleared his throat.
Say, Captain Roy, you don't think this is about the fact that we abandoned our posts on Thunderclap, is it?
Roy chuckled.
I think that may come up during the course of our conversation.
Wait, Abbey exclaimed. You didn't have permission to come rescue us?
Benjamin smiled.
I guess it's time you found out the truth, Abbey. Your old man's a rebel.
Just as Roy had predicted, their desertion of Thunderclap did indeed come up early in the conversation. They'd barely taken their places around the long, rectangular table when the magistrate leaned forward and glared at Captain Roy and Clemens.
Which of you would like to explain why the captain and stormcaller of my flagship disappeared while the city was under the threat of attack by an army of Barskall?
I will, Benjamin said immediately.
See, I asked you for help to find the Foggy Day, and you refused. So a few of us decided to take on the mission ourselves. I convinced Captain Roy and Clemens to help because I knew they were emotionally attached to the crew of the Foggy Day.
The magistrate stared at him, wide-eyed at his honesty.
Benjamin shrugged.
What? I don't even work for you. It's not like you can fire me. I can throw you in my prison. I've been there before. I seem to remember escaping.
Sid held up a hand. Okay, let's all hold on for a minute. Magistrate, maybe they disobeyed an order, but it was a damn good thing they did. The Foggy Day was attacked and burned, and my crew were taken captive. The enemy might still have us if not for the people around this table.
They went on to tell the magistrate about Simon, his attacks, and the information they'd learned in Algon. He listened in amazement. When the tale was done, he said,
Just so I understand, not only do we have a Barskall army waiting in the mountains to attack us, but we also have an Algonian army on their way? And a powerful fire-wielding wizard?
That's about the size of it, Abbey said. Based on the information we gathered, the attack will be happening any day now. We need to be ready.
And this firehand, Simon, was it? What do we know about him?
Abbey started to answer, but her father beat her to it.
Not much, Benjamin admitted. He appeared out of nowhere to found this phony school. We think he's Arcadian, but beyond that he appears to have something against Holdgate based on the way he's been attacking stormships.
The magistrate rubbed his chin. Dustin shot Abbey a look. Even though he didn't say a word, she knew what he was thinking. He couldn't believe she hadn't told Benjamin what they'd learned about Simon. The guilt weighed heavily on her when she realized how many people in that room knew more about Simon than Benjamin did. Now he was giving incomplete information to the magistrate because he didn't know the full story. She promised herself she'd tell her father everything as soon as the meeting was over. No matter how painful it would be for him, he needed to know. He deserved to know. They spent the next hour strategizing about how they could best defend the city. Simon and his firehands had burned 4 stormships that they knew of, and another 5 were still unaccounted for. That left only 6 stormships in Holdgate. Based on what they knew, the Barskall army and the Algonian army would both attack on land, but they had to prepare for the possibility that Simon had a naval attack planned as well. After all, he'd proven himself pretty effective against ships. The magistrate paused a moment.
Look, the way I see it, we are as prepared as we can be for this. Between the city guard, the militia, and the stormship sailors, we have a pretty good chance, even if they do have 2 armies.
Captain Sid nodded.
The only thing that worries me is Simon and his firehands. I think we need a special team to watch for those assholes and take them down.
I'm special, Abbey said quickly. Wait, that sounded way more egotistical out loud than it did in my head.
You're not wrong, the magistrate said. I'm thinking Abbey, Benjamin, and a few others can hunt these firehands. And everyone else, he glared at Roy and Clemens, will stay in their assigned positions. Do you understand?
They both indicated that they did. Abbey turned to Dustin. What about you? Maybe you should be on the wall on the east side of the city,
since that's where the attacks will likely be the heaviest.
I worry about the seawater supply up there, the magistrate said. We can keep some basins of it up there, but if the enemy knocks them over, you won't be able to storm call.
The walls on the west side of the city, the seaside, were built with a trough of seawater along the top of them, but it wasn't as easy to keep seawater flowing on the other side of the city. Dustin hesitated a moment, then he sighed. What the hell? I guess it's time to come clean. I can storm call without seawater, or any water at all. The magistrate's eyes went wide. He was even more surprised when he realized no one else was reacting to this information. Sorry, Dustin said. I should have told you earlier, but after the thing with Captain Tor, I wasn't sure who I could trust.
I'll be drowned, the magistrate exclaimed. I didn't know such a thing was possible.
Neither did I, Dustin said with a grin, until I did it. The rest of the meeting went quickly, with the group discussing high-level logistics. The magistrate said he'd call a meeting to discuss the plan with the storm captains and storm callers later that day, along with the head of the city guard. Then he dismissed them. As they were leaving, Abbey walked up to her father and touched his arm. He smiled when he saw her.
That went about as well as could be expected, right? And we get to work together on a special team to take out the fire hands. Those idiots have no idea what they're up against. It almost makes me feel sorry for—
Hey, she interrupted. Do you think we could go back to your place for a little bit?
He looked surprised.
Sure. Why? Not that I mind or anything.
She found she couldn't meet her father's gaze.
It's just— we need to talk.
When Benjamin arrived at his usual practice location the next morning, he was surprised to find someone waiting for him.
Hello, Hekla.
The Barskall woman nodded a greeting. He was surprised to see her face screwed up with emotion. She almost looked as if she'd been crying. He'd never seen her show a single shred of emotion, other than amusement at something humorous or anger in the heat of battle. He was caught a little off guard, not just by her presence, but by her emotional state.
Are you all right?
She glared at him.
Of course I'm all right. What would make you say otherwise?
Okay, sorry. Listen, if you want to be alone, I can come back later.
For some reason, that seemed to make her even more angry.
Let me ask you a question, blacksmith. Are you so put off by a little basic human emotion that you can't stand to be in the same physical location as someone who might cry?
He took a step backward.
No, I just didn't think—
You didn't think I could stand the shame of having a mighty warrior like yourself see me like this? Well, I have news for you. I came here specifically to watch you train. And you will train, blacksmith, or we will clash with more than words.
He was so taken aback by her intense and bizarre reaction that he didn't know how to respond. Finally, he said,
In that case, you're welcome to watch me practice.
Good,
she said sharply. Benjamin shook his head and chuckled softly. He honestly couldn't remember ever having exchanged a single word with this woman, and based on how this conversation was going, he wouldn't go looking for another opportunity to speak with her anytime soon. He took a deep breath and tried to clear his mind. He liked practicing here in the mornings. The sound of the waves hitting the rocks below the wall soothed him. Also, he could conjure all the fire he wanted and throw it as hard as he wanted. All it would hit would be rocks and water. Olaf usually joined him unless the foggy day was at sea. They'd practiced together for well over an hour most mornings. The young man was on his way to becoming a skilled fire mage. Benjamin paused. Was that why Hekla was here?
I didn't know you were interested in fire magic,
he said to her as he conjured a fireball. He let it grow until it was a bit larger than his head. Then he threw it hard. It shot through the air trailing smoke, traveling 20 yards before it arced down toward the water.
I'm not, she replied, at all. It's crude and inaccurate, and that asshole Simon used it to burn my favorite ship.
He conjured another fireball and reshaped it, turning it into a column of flame that stretched between his hands. Then he moved his hands in a spiral, and the fire spun out over the water.
Then why are you here?
Because it's important to Olaf, she stammered. He talks about this practice time like it's the best part of his day. Now that he's missing, I guess I wanted to see what all the fuss was about."
Benjamin stopped conjuring and turned toward her. "I'm sorry about Olaf. Don't give up hope. He's probably with Fanar, Elliot, and Gideon. Those 4 can take care of themselves."
"I haven't given up. After losing Sigmund, I can't imagine I'll lose Olaf, too. It just seems too cruel."
She paused for a moment.
"Olaf says you practice up here because it's peaceful. Is that true?"
He nodded. "Among other reasons."
Hekla chuckled.
"Ah, here's where you Holdgate's men are behind the Barskall. War isn't peaceful. Battle isn't peaceful. Why would you want your training to be?"
Benjamin thought about that a moment.
"It's a good question. Magic feeds on your emotions, or at least it can. It's easy to conjure when you're upset or angry or afraid, but it's more difficult when things are calm. That's why we practice here. If you can cast a fireball on a peaceful morning as you watch the sun rise over the city, you can do it anywhere."
"I suppose that makes sense."
He started to resume his practice, but then he turned to her again.
"He talks about you, you know. A lot. Sometimes I can't get him to shut up about how great you are."
Hekla looked away.
"That's exactly the problem. He's barely more than a boy, and he's rushing into this. I'm 10 years his senior, and he'd marry me in a second if I let him."
"Sorry, I don't see the problem here. You like him, right?"
"I do."
She thought for a moment.
"Maybe a little too much. But the things I've seen, the things I did as a tall grass raider, I don't know. Sometimes it feels like the weight of the life I've lived would crush him if he knew the details. I know he comes off as arrogant, but he's very innocent in his own way. He's naive to the ways of the world outside Holdgate."
"You're telling me,"
he said with a chuckle.
"I don't want him to get hurt."
Benjamin turned toward the sea and conjured a fireball. It was brighter than the others he'd cast that morning, and he knew why. The emotions were raging inside him. The things Hekla was saying reminded him of Laura. His conversation with Abbey the previous afternoon had left him shocked. At first he hadn't wanted to believe the things she told him, but the logical part of him had to admit it answered many of the questions he'd had for a long time. Somewhere inside he'd always known Laura was too good at magic not to have put some serious time into practicing, and she'd known so much about the world outside Arcadia. He told himself it was just because she'd spent time as a servant in the homes of well-traveled nobles. But now he knew better.
"Hekla, may I give you some advice?"
The Barskall woman hesitated a moment, then nodded.
"If you care about Olaf, you run at that relationship with everything you have. Damn the consequences. Who cares what happened in Gran or that he's younger than you? You've found each other, and that's all that matters. Everything else is just distraction."
Hekla stared at him a moment, then broke out in a wide smile.
"I never took you for the romantic type, blacksmith."
He turned back toward the water so she wouldn't be able to see his flushed face.
"It's a rare affliction for me, and it usually passes quickly."
"I think you're right, though," she said. "I'll take my sword and use it to gut anyone who stands in the way of our relationship. Their blood will run freely at our wedding ceremony, filling the cups of all who wish us well."
Benjamin scratched his head.
"You're quite the romantic too, Hekla."
"I know," she said proudly. "My mother used to say the same thing."
Chapter 21. The alarm sounded 2 hours before dawn, startling Abbey awake. She was out of bed and out the door, sword in hand, in under 3 minutes. She reached the center of town, where they'd agreed their team would meet, to find Benjamin waiting for her. She suddenly realized this was where the militia had gathered before the last battle in Holdgate, when Captain Tor had attacked.
"Took you long enough,"
Benjamin said with a smile. The other 5 members of their team, all former crew from the Foggy Day, including Hekla, arrived within the next 5 minutes. "Okay," Abbey directed. "Let's start on the east wall." They'd arranged it so that anyone who spotted a fire hand would signal to them with a mirror,
similar to the signaling system used on the stormships. That way they could constantly move to wherever they were needed most. When they reached the top of the wall, they found the section where Dustin and most of the Foggy Day crew was stationed. Unlike the other stormship crews, Captain Sid's team had been assigned a land-based position. Dustin nodded a greeting when he saw them. The fighting had yet to begin, but they could see hundreds of torches approaching through the darkness below. The Algonian army had arrived. Dustin turned to Abbey.
You know, the people we're about to face were mostly tricked into joining this army. They probably don't want to be here any more than we do.
Abbey put a hand on her friend's shoulder.
I know, but they're attacking our city. We have to defend ourselves. You can't hold back.
He nodded slowly.
I won't. I just felt like it needed to be said.
They waited quietly for a few more minutes as the torches grew closer. Then a fireball flew from far below to strike the stone wall, and the fighting began.
Archers, Captain Sid called. Knock!
As the bowmen prepared to attack, so did Dustin. He closed his eyes and cast. Then the lightning struck. Dustin brought down a bolt of lightning on the army below, then another, then a third. Even as the lightning continued, heavy hail began to pelt the army. Abbey could see by the frantic movements of the torches that Dustin's attacks were causing chaos. The arrows, lightning, and hail might have thinned the enemy's troops some, but it wasn't enough to stop them. In a few short minutes, they'd reached the wall and begun their attack in earnest. 6 quick flashes of light came from somewhere on the wall to the north of them.
That's the signal, Abbey shouted. Let's go!
Abbey and Benjamin led their team along the top of the parapet, moving quickly through the troops stationed there. Soon they heard swords clashing. A few Algonians had already managed to mount the wall. They pushed their way through the fighting and reached the spot that had signaled for their help. "Let's go to work," Benjamin called to his team. His sword burst into flame. That part of the wall was thick with Algonians. Somehow, in the short time it had taken Abbey and her companions to get to the spot, the enemy had gained an advantage. It only took Abbey a moment to determine the reason. 3 fire hands stood near the center of the fighting, their hands ablaze. As Abbey raced toward them, one of them threw a large fireball at a group of 3 Holdgatesmen. It hit one square in the chest, and he careened backwards, tumbling off the wall. 2 more fireballs quickly followed, and his companions joined him in death.
Holy hell,
Abbey muttered. One firehand had taken out 3 soldiers in less than 10 seconds. No wonder the Algonians were gaining an advantage. She focused on the firehand who had attacked the 3 men, and charged. He spotted her when she was 10 feet away and raised his hand, sending a ball of flames at her head. She quickly dropped to a crouch, and the fireball soared over her head. Then she leaped at him, lashing out with her sword. He raised his other hand, but he didn't manage to get off another blast before she impaled him with her blade. The other 2 firehands were trying to put some distance between themselves and Abbey. She shook her head in disbelief. Those idiots wore swords on their belts, but they didn't even have them drawn. They were too busy using both hands to produce fire.
"Focus on the fire hands," she called to her team. "Get in close. They're dangerous from a distance, but they've got nothing if you're within arm's reach."
She saw Hekla charging another of the firehands. The man conjured a wall of flame between himself and the Barskall woman, causing her to stagger backwards, but it dissipated after a few moments, serving only to have made Hekla angrier. She raced forward the moment it was gone, and cut his throat. Benjamin took on the 3rd firehand, fighting fire with fire. The former blacksmith narrowly avoided a column of flame that shot up from the ground near his feet, but he managed to reach the mage and finished him with his flaming sword. He trotted over to Abbey. "You all right?"
"Loving every minute of it."
Despite her bravado, she knew they were just getting started. The torches below the wall stretched far into the distance. This would not be a quick battle, nor an easy one. "Let's stay focused on the firehands," Benjamin reminded the team. "I gotta admit, they're damn good with fire magic. Probably better than me. Lucky for us, they can't fight for shit." They saw another 6 flashes of light a bit farther north. More firehands. As they started toward it, Hekla nudged Abbey.
"What the hell is that?"
Abbey looked where her friend was pointing and saw a whole different group of torches approaching from the north.
a massive army racing toward them, maybe even larger than the first.
More Algonians? Benjamin asked.
No, Abbey answered. Those are the Barskall. Gotta be the Barskall.
Wonderful,
Hekla muttered.
This fight just got a whole lot more interesting.
A sense of dread crept through Abbey. She'd been confident a few moments ago. It wasn't going to be easy, but she'd believed they could beat the Algonians. But 2 armies? One of them wild with battle rage from consuming Cyderdrek? She didn't know if they would survive that. She drew a deep breath and steeled herself for the battle that was sure to rage through the night and into the following day. Then, as Abbey watched, something strange happened. The Barskall army didn't move toward Holdgate. Instead, it headed for the Algonian army's northern flank. It was as if the Barskall were moving to attack the Algonians. Abbey didn't have long to consider the ramifications of what was happening. The 2 fire hands up ahead soon had all her focus. She zeroed in on one of them and charged. All the while, one thought kept running through her mind. Where was Simon?
"Where do you want me, warlord?" Elliot asked with a grin.
Fanar gazed at the Algonian army ahead. So far they'd remained focused on the Holdgate wall, not realizing an attack was about to hit their flank. But that wouldn't last. Soon they'd figure out what was happening and shift their attention to the Barskall. It was time for Fanar to find out if he deserved the title of warlord. He turned to Elliot. "I need you in the thick of it. My Barskall will be rushing in there, berserk on Cyderdrek. If you hang back and shoot arrows, you're as likely to take out our people as theirs." He turned to Gideon and Olaf. "That goes for you as well. Let's see if we can eliminate some of their fire magic users. And I'll bet the fighting spirit will go out of the rest of them real quick if we take out their leader." Olaf nodded. "Just be careful. If you see someone doing some awesome fire shit in there, it could just as easily be me as one of them." "We'll be careful, Olaf," Gideon assured him dryly. The journey to Holdgate had taken almost a full day longer than Fanar had anticipated. Part of that had been due to the conditions of the ancient mountain roads they were attempting to travel. They were barely more than dirt paths, and the recent heavy late-summer rains had made some parts nearly impassable. The other reason for the slow progress was the fact that Fanar had to convince his army to switch sides. He technically could have ordered them to do so, but that move probably would have been suicide, warlord or not. So he'd taken a gentler approach. First, he'd played on their desire to betray the Algonians. Ever since they'd first seen Algon City Councilman Otto walk into their camp months ago, many among the Barskall had considered the Algonians an unworthy ally. While that had planted the seed, it still hadn't been enough for most of his advisors to sign on. Holdgate was too rich a target, and they'd waited in those mountains to attack it for too long to easily abandon the idea. So he'd offered them something else, something he knew they wanted. The gambit had paid off, and now his army was attacking their former allies with all the gusto most people reserved for long-hated enemies. Fanar, Elliot, Gideon, and Olaf were at the front of the fray. Barskall warlords didn't hang back and strategize. They didn't lead from the rear. Barskall warlords fought, and that was exactly what Fanar intended to do. "Are you certain you don't want any Cyderdrek, my warlord?" Tyra had asked him shortly before the battle. Fanar had just shaken his head and replied, "I don't need it." Drawing his sea-axe from his belt, he dashed into the fight, charging the surprised Algonians. He headed straight at the biggest fighter he could see. The man carried a battle-worn sword, and he reacted to Fanar's approach with grim determination. This wasn't one of Simon's recent recruits. This was a career soldier. Fanar feinted like he was going for the man's chest, then dropped down close to the ground and skidded past him. He struck the back of his leg with his sea-axe, cutting his hamstring. The soldier fell, and Fanar finished him. He looked to his right and saw Gideon. The stone shaper handcrafted a stone chest plate. He carried no weapon other than that. It was all he needed. The stone snaked out from his chest plate in deadly tendrils that stabbed his enemies and wrapped themselves around their necks.
The Algonian soldiers facing Gideon looked terrified in the dim torchlight. Clearly, they'd never seen anything like this. Elliot tore through his enemies, each of his twin swords moving with the skill most swordsmen barely had with one. He wore a wide smile on his face as he fought alongside the Barskall warriors. And Olaf, as good as his word, attacked with a flaming sword. The Algonians responded with even more fear to him than they had to Gideon, perhaps because of their experiences with the fire hands. In the middle of the fighting, Fanar looked up at the wall. The sun was just beginning to peek over the mountains, and in the dim light he saw his friends taking on a fire hand. The man's hands were ablaze, but he was flanked by Abbey and Benjamin. The father and daughter team made short work of the mage. The battle lasted less than 2 hours. Sometime shortly after dawn, the Algonians began laying down their weapons. Fanar hurried along the battle lines, strictly ordering his warriors and commanders that no soldier who surrendered was to be harmed. They grumbled at the order, but they accepted it. They'd seen Fanar fight twice now. Once could have been luck, but with his performance on this battlefield, he'd earned their respect. Just when he was sure the fighting was over, he saw a woman climbing the wall, her right hand ablaze. A fire hand. Fanar raced to the wall and began to climb, hoping to beat her to the top. He was climbing two-handed, so he was moving at a quicker pace, but she still managed to reach the top before he did. But only by a moment. The fire hand was still getting to her feet when Fanar pulled himself onto the wall. He drew his sea axe and stalked toward her. "I got it," Abbey told him coolly. She dashed past Fanar and took down the fire hand with one strike of her sword. Then she turned back to the Barskall. "Holy hell, Fanar! Thank the seas you're alive!" "You too," he said with a grin. "We thought you might have been killed when the Foggy day burned." "Nope, I'm too stubborn to die that easily." She gestured at the Barskall army. "Are these friends of yours?" He shrugged. "Friends? Subjects? Call it what you will." "Subjects?" She raised an eyebrow. Elliot pulled himself onto the wall. "You're looking at the new warlord of the Barskall army." Before Abbey could respond to that bit of news, someone else joined them. Olaf strode purposefully toward Abbey. Hi, Olaf," she said. "What are you—" He walked right past her to Hekla, grabbing the Barskall woman in his arms and kissing her on the lips. Elliot barked a laugh. "Nothing like a battlefield makeout session." Fanar looked out over his army. He could see them rounding up the Algonians. The fighting had stopped. He turned to Abbey. "We did it. After all that, we finally won." Abbey looked troubled. "Did we, though?" He knew immediately what she meant. They'd defeated the Algonian army, but their general, the man who'd assembled them, had not shown up at the battle. Simon was still alive, and that meant it wasn't over. Not yet. Chapter 22. The 2 days after the Battle of Holdgate went by in a blur of activity. The Algonian army was being held outside the city, and the magistrate was personally on his way down to Algon to negotiate an official surrender with Otto and the city council. Sid had gotten him to promise that any treaty would include allowing Holdgate to take permanent possession of Kraken as partial compensation for the stormships that had been burned. Spirits were high in Holdgate. The threat of a mysterious Barskall army that had hung over them for so long was finally gone. Though most of the people in the city didn't understand why the Barskall army had suddenly switched sides, they understood Abbey and her friends had had something to do with it. And that was good enough for them. Late that night, after most of the patrons of the Drunken Bear had gone home, one corner table remained full. If it had been anyone else, the owner might have asked them to leave so he could close for the night. But not these people. He'd gladly serve them for as long as they wanted to stay. Abbey, Dustin, Sid, Fanar, and Elliot sat around the table, drinking ale from large mugs made from bone. They were sharing stories and laughing, having lost all sense of the hours slipping past, the way old friends often do when they sit down together. Fanar had told his advisors he was going to the city because the soft Holdgatesmen had asked for his help subduing some unruly prisoners. It was the only way he could sneak away without them thinking he was weak for spending time with foreigners.
That reminds me, Abbey said. You never told us how you convinced the Barskall to switch sides, Fanar.
Fanar smiled sadly.
That was easy. I just had to promise to take them home.
Wait, what do you mean? Back to Barskall?
He nodded. They've been gone too long. They wanted to go home, but they knew their lands had been claimed by others while they were gone. They wanted my assurance that not only would I take them back to Barskall as soon as possible, but that I'd help them reclaim their rightful lands. Dustin's eyes widened. You're going back to Barskall? Like, for good?
Fanar nodded again.
This warlord thing isn't short-term. I made a lifetime commitment to my people. Besides, I accomplished what I set out to do. Dahlia is gone, so my people are safe from her influence. Thanks to you.
He raised his glass to Abbey, then took a long drink.
Elliot cleared his throat. There's something else. When Fanar goes back to Barskall, he won't be going alone.
Now it was Sid's turn to exclaim in shocked surprise.
What are you talking about?
He thought for a moment before answering. I spent over a decade with my Barskall Ekya in Gren, my tall grass raiders. As difficult as those years were, they were also the happiest of my life. I didn't realize it until the battle, but I've missed the Barskall. I relate to them differently than anyone else. It's where I'm meant to be. He looked at Sid. Can you understand that?
Of course. But it's not permanent, right? You'll come back eventually.
He looked away. I'm not sure. For now, I just know that for now I want to be there and help them take back their homes.
Abbey nudged him.
Hey, I kind of thought we were going to... I don't know.
Yeah, me too, he smiled. I did promise you a date. I hope you understand. Besides, I don't think you'll have to look too far to find someone who's a better fit for you.
Dustin cleared his throat.
So that's it then? You're just leaving? With Simon still at large?
Fanar shrugged.
We don't know how long it'll take for him to show up again. It could be months. Maybe longer.
Abbey shook her head.
This isn't going to be like it was with Dahlia. We're not going to chase him around Earth shutting down his various schemes. He didn't even show up at the battle. He still has a plan here, and it won't be long until he strikes. When he does, we'll take him down.
They moved on to lighter topics for a while. Then, when there was a lull in the conversation, Dustin spoke.
You guys know that thing about the sword in the crib?
Sid and Elliot groaned, and Abbey and Fanar looked at each other, confused.
Wait, a sword in a crib? Abbey asked. What the hell is that?
It's a cheesy old tradition, Sid says. No one actually does it. Do they?
I wouldn't be so sure, Elliot said with a laugh. There are some weirdos in this city.
Dustin turned to Abbey and Fanar to explain.
When a Holdgate father lays his baby in the crib for the first time, he's supposed to set a sword in there too.
Isn't that a little dangerous? Abbey asked.
Dustin laughed. Just a little. Anyway, as he sets the sword down, he's supposed to say, I will give you no fortune, no property, nor ship, but I will give you a sword with which you can earn these things for yourself. It's like a blessing that's supposed to bestow strength on your baby.
Huh, Abbey said. And you bring this up why?
Dustin smiled.
Looking around this table, I see a group who was very different not long ago. I was a kid who barely passed the testing. Sid was a lifelong first mate on an unremarkable stormship. Abbey was a blacksmith's daughter turned stowaway. Fanar was a conscripted soldier, and Elliot was a rebel trapped in a foreign land. Look at where we are now. He shook his head in disbelief. We've done some crazy things along the way to get here. Like breaking into a magic school, Fanar said.
Twice,
Sid added, and they all laughed. The point is, Dustin said, we've come a long way, and we earned it all on our own.
No, Abbey said, raising her glass. We had each other.
After they finished their drinks, they decided it was time to call it a night, and said their goodbyes.
parting as a group for what might be the last time. Abbey walked alone toward her sleeping quarters, thinking about what Dustin had said. They had come a long way, but they still had so far to go. Not only was Simon still out there, but there was also the girl from the dreams. The one with the monsters. If what they had to do next was half as crazy as what they'd already been through. A thought suddenly struck her so hard she stopped in her tracks. Something else her friends had said. Breaking into a magic school. Twice. In that instant, she suddenly understood. She knew what Simon's plan was, and she knew where he was going next. Abbey raced across the city. The Drunken Bear was a good 10-minute walk from where she needed to go, but she wasn't walking. She was sprinting. The longer it took her to reach her destination, the more damage Simon could do before she arrived. She silently cursed herself for not having figured it out sooner. He had basically come right out and told her. It was about her. It had always been about her. He'd burned stormships to damage the Holdgate fleet, yes, but it had also been a callback to what Abbey had done when she'd lit the mainsail of Thunderclap on fire. Simon had just replayed her actions in a much more effective manner. He'd captured her friends and held them aboard a ship so that she could rescue them again, just as she had rescued them on the Foggy day when Captain Tor had held them captive. He'd had his fire hand feed her the information about his father so that she would break into a magic school, just as she had in Barskall. He was recreating all her greatest victories. She didn't understand why he was doing it, not exactly, but she knew where she'd find him next. There was one more victory to recreate. The one that had made her name. She dashed up the stairs to the top of the western city wall, then drew her sword and turned in a slow circle. She saw nothing but darkness. The city was asleep. No one knew anything might be amiss. No one but her. Could it be she was wrong? But no, this had to be it. This was the place she'd faced down Captain Tor. They'd fought on this wall to determine the fate of the city. There was no way Simon would recreate her other victories and not this one. Maybe she was just early. Maybe he'd wait a week, or a month, or a year. Maybe she'd spend the next decade looking up at this wall, wondering when he'd finally make his move. Ah, there you are. I was so disappointed when you didn't figure it out last night. Or the night before. The voice came from behind her. She spun and looked one way along the wall, and then the other. Both were empty. He wasn't on the wall, she realized. He was floating over the water. His black hair and robe made him nearly invisible against the night sky. Only his pale face and bare arms gave him away. Good, he said. Now we can begin. Suddenly his hands burst into flames. He pumped his fist backward, and a ball of flames shot out. Not at Abbey, but at something far below. She ran to the edge just in time to see one of the ships in the harbor burst into flames. No, she yelled. What are you doing? I'm doing exactly what I told you I was going to do, he said. I'm teaching you a lesson. She drew her sword. Come face me. I don't think so. He drew back his fist again, and another fireball flew. Abbey cursed as another ship went up in a fiery blaze. I wonder if that was a storm ship, he mused. By the way, how many ships do you think are in port down there? I know there are only a handful of storm ships left, but if you count the fishing vessels and the trading ships, there must be a few dozen, right? This could take a while. What she wouldn't have given for a windy night. But the air was still, and he was hovering a good 20 feet from the edge of the wall. If she got a running start and reduced her weight, she might be able to make it. But it would be a close thing. And if she missed, there would be no one left to stop him. Maybe if she could get him talking, she could distract him long enough to figure something out. We beat your army, she started. He looked at her and tilted his head, looking genuinely perplexed. Oh, Abbey, don't you get it? That was the whole point. She gritted her teeth. What are you talking about? I told you I was going to destroy Holdgate and that you'd be powerless to stop me, right?
Then I sent my armies after you, knowing that no matter the odds you'd find some way to beat them. And you did. I was so proud of you.
You weren't even there.
He chuckled. Of course I was. Just because I wasn't fighting doesn't mean I wasn't watching. I must admit your friend Fanar surprised me. I sent the Stone Shaper, the Tall Grass Raider, the Loudmouth, and him on a suicide mission. Errol was getting very restless, and I figured killing them would keep him distracted for another day or two. I never expected them to actually take control of the Barskall army. Very impressive.
She considered her options. She could try throwing her sword at him, but the chances of it doing any real damage were slim. She could attempt to conjure a fireball of her own, but she had to assume he'd be pretty good at defending against her pathetic attempts at fire magic.
I don't think you appreciate how much work I've put into trying to help you, he continued. You ever wonder what happened to your old house? The one your father and mother lived in back in Arcadia? The one you were born in?
He paused a moment to see if she'd venture a guess. When she didn't, he continued.
My father bought it. I was just a child at the time, but I begged him to do so. And he did. We left it exactly as it was when you lived there, and we have had it cleaned every week so it's as if you never left.
Abbey shook her head in amazement. Crazy doesn't even begin to describe you.
He shrugged. Maybe. But guess what I found in that house? A letter your mother wrote you.
She froze at that. Of all the crazy, lunatic things he had said, this one shocked her the most. You're lying.
He held up a hand. Don't worry. I didn't read it. I recognized your mother's handwriting immediately. She used to leave me notes all the time before she left me. The letter's waiting for you. I'll take you to it when this is over. There's just a little more work to do first.
He threw another fireball, and another ship erupted in flames. Abbey gazed down at the 3 flaming ships. Had there been people on them? Maybe they'd been sleeping, maybe just working late. Now they were dead, all because of this monster. She decided in that moment that she was going to kill this man, no matter the cost.
Do you understand now? He asked. Do you see the value of my words? You can destroy my army. You can break into my magic school and learn my secrets. You can save your friends. None of it matters. I told you I was going to destroy Holdgate, and I'm going to do just that. I don't even need an army.
He threw another fireball, but he didn't aim this one at the boats. Instead, he shot it past Abbey, and it slammed into a building beyond the wall. A moment later, the building was in flames. I'm going to finish up here, he said, and then we're going to leave together. We're going to be a family. Abbey wanted to cry out, to shout and swear at him, but instead she stayed perfectly still, because she'd noticed something. He was drifting closer to the wall. She waited just another moment, just until he was looking away, and she lunged. His eyes widened as she began to move. Didn't expect that, you bastard, did you? She thought as she swung her sword. At the last moment, he raised a hand and glided backward. Her sword missed him by inches. She wasn't done yet. He wanted to recreate her final fight with Tor. Fine, she could play that game. She reached out with her free hand, closed her eyes, and cast, pulling on him with magic the same way she'd pulled on Tor during their final battle. And nothing happened.
Come on. Really? He shook his head sadly. That move wouldn't have worked against me when I was 10. Your father must be a really pathetic teacher. No offense. I mean, my father's not great either. He killed your mom, you know. Well, ordered her death. She knew too many of his little secrets.
Abbey felt as if the ground had dropped out from under her. Could it be true? Had she been in the same room as the man who'd killed her mother and hadn't known it?
Don't worry. I took care of him for you. After I left Kraken, I paid him one last visit. It was long overdue.
He lazily shot another fireball at a ship below. Stop it, she yelled. I'm going to shove the next fireball you conjured down your throat.
That hardly seems likely. Besides, why do you care so much? It's not like this city's been that good to you.
You're hurting innocent people. My friends are down there.
Your friends? He scoffed. You put far too much faith in your friends. They're not worthy of you." She stepped toward him, shaking with rage now. "You're wrong. It's not about them being worthy of me. You claim you want to make me better, but my friends actually do. They make me want to be worthy of them." Suddenly, a realization cut through the anger. Simon was much stronger than her in the ways of physical magic. He could burn down this city, and there would be nothing Abbey of Arcadia could do to stop him. But Abbey of Holdgate? Now that was a different story. He stared at her, crazed love in his eyes. "I'm going to teach you." "No," she shouted, cutting him off. "I'm going to teach you." She dashed forward and leaped as far as she could, reducing her weight as her feet left the wall. Simon reacted, gliding backward even as she floated toward him. She was losing momentum fast, but she stretched out her arm as far as she could. The tip of her finger brushed his robe. That was all the contact she needed. She couldn't increase his weight without also increasing her own, but that was okay. She shifted them both, making them much heavier. So heavy that they began to tumble out of the sky. She had a good grip on his robe now, and she saw his eyes widen as he realized his power of flight could no longer hold up his suddenly massive weight. "What are you doing?" he bellowed. Abbey smiled. "I'm teaching you a lesson." Just before they crashed into the water, Abbey let go of Simon. She straightened and plunged feet first into the sea. Barely noticing the chill of the water, she surfaced and looked around, frantically searching for Simon. She saw him straining to tread water, looking dazed in the glow from nearby fires. Apparently he hadn't landed as gracefully as she had. She side-stroked towards him, sword between her arm and her chest. He glared at her and his eyes went black. His hand came out of the water and burst into flame, but she'd already reached him. She hooked her arm around his elbow and dragged the hand into the water, extinguishing the flame. She grabbed her sword but was too close to draw it back and stab him, so she slammed the hilt into his face. Blood streamed from his nose. He let out a yelp and pushed her off. Abbey raised her sword, but before she could attack, he shot upward into the air. The bastard was trying to fly away. She grabbed his leg and hugged it, hauling him down, but still he rose. Just before she lost her grip on him, she increased both their weights, and they splashed back into the sea. He let out a guttural scream of anger, and once again his right hand burst into flame. Abbey decided she'd just about had it with magic. She threw herself at him, wrapping her arms around him, and got him in a bear hug, keeping his arms pinned to his sides and his hands in the water. She kicked furiously, struggling to keep her head above the surface. "Abbey," he said, choking out the words. "Think about—" She slammed her forehead into his already injured nose, and he yelped in pain. "Shut up," she yelled. "I'm not your sister." She headbutted him again. "I'm not your friend." Another headbutt. "And I'm definitely not your student." She released his arms and pushed off him, putting 2 feet between them, and she drew back her sword. A tiny smile appeared on his face as he lifted both hands out of the water. In a single motion, he raised them into the air, conjured fire around both hands, and swung them toward Abbey. That was as far as he got before Abbey's sword whooshed through the air and cut his throat. The flames went out immediately, and he made a sick, gurgling noise. Abbey swam to him, grabbing him by the shoulders. "I'm a Holdgate stormship sailor. In the water, I always win." Then she pushed him down and held him under. She felt him kick a few times before he stopped moving altogether. She turned and swam to the Holdgate shore, dragging his body with her. The city was wide awake now, people scrambling to fight the fires in both the harbor and the building Simon had hit. There would be damage, but the city would survive. Abbey had done it. She'd beaten Simon. She'd saved Holdgate. She allowed herself a moment to stare at the city. Then she began to climb the rocks. They would need help fighting those fires. It was time to go back to work. Epilogue. Arcadia, 1 month later. Abbey spent 3 minutes attempting to jimmy the lock on the door before frustration set in.
She looked to her left, then to her right, and, seeing that the street was empty in both directions, she kicked open the door. The moment she stepped into the house, an unexpected wave of nostalgia washed over her. She'd thought maybe things in Arcadia would feel familiar. Granted, she'd only been 3 years old when she left and remembered almost none of it, but she'd still had a vague notion that the sights of the city would jar her memories. That hadn't happened. The hours she'd spent walking the streets had been odd. She'd felt like a stranger in a foreign city rather than a woman returning to her childhood home. She heard idle gossip, people talking about Julianne and airship and the boulevard, but she didn't really know what any of it meant. But stepping inside this place, her childhood home, was different. It had instantly felt familiar. And while she didn't have full memories, she did have flashes, images of things remembered. Her mother's hair, the way the floor felt against her bare feet, the sounds of her parents laughing. It was just as Simon had told her. He'd even kept the furniture the same. It was clean and free of dust, as if her mother had just walked out the door an hour ago to run to the butcher's shop. Part of her wished her father had come along. He could have told her stories, pointed out things that probably would have jarred more memories loose for her. At the same time, she understood why he had decided not to. She walked over to the dresser at the end of the room, and there it was, lying on the oak top. A yellowing, folded piece of parchment with her name written on the front of it in a confident hand. She stared at it for a long time, studying the swoop of the A and the way the bottom of the Y curved and crossed over itself. She'd never seen her mother's handwriting. The letter wasn't sealed, so there was no guarantee Simon hadn't read it. Or the cleaning person. It may have been read dozens of times over the past 16 years, but that didn't matter. It had been written for her, and she was finally getting the chance to read it. She picked up the parchment with shaky hands and carefully unfolded it. Tears filled her eyes as she began to read. Abbey, you were born during a storm. Did you know that? It seems like the kind of thing your father might have forgotten to tell you. He's not good with the details. Not those kinds of details, anyway. That's the thing I remember most about the night of your birth. Holding you in my arms for the first time while the rain pounded the roof and splattered against the windows. I wanted to tell you everything about myself right then, everything I'd learned, much of it the hard way, but you wouldn't have understood. It wasn't the time. If you're reading this, it means I didn't live long enough to explain it all to you. I'm very sorry about not being there for you as you grew up. I want to explain what I learned to you now. When I was young, I ran away with a powerful man. It was exciting for a while. He taught me magic, and together we hunted for a man called the Founder. I could fill a book with the adventures we had in those early times. We weren't lovers. He was more like a mentor to me. 2 things happened that made me change my mind about traveling with him. First, he had a child, one I helped him raise for a while. I started to see our adventures differently then. What had seemed wild and exciting at first started to feel dangerous and irresponsible. The other thing that happened was that the man I was traveling with began to change. At first it was all about finding the Founder, and we often helped people we met along the way. Over time, he became more and more interested in punishing those he felt were unworthy of using magic. I haven't told your father about my travels. Benjamin, if you're reading this, I'm sorry for that. I hope you understand I was trying to protect you. If the man I traveled with thought you knew his secrets, he'd have had you killed, and I won't let that happen. As I look at you today, Abbey, you're so young, but I can already see that you're going to be mighty. I don't know if you're going to learn to use magic like your father and me, or if your power will exhibit itself in other ways, but I can already see the power in your very personality. And that's why I need to tell you what I learned from my travels. Power makes you hungry. Power wants to defend itself and grow more powerful, and that can often manifest in terrible ways.
It's easy to be powerful and cruel, but to be powerful and kind? That is the rarest combination, and the most valuable. You are going to become a powerful woman. I know that in my heart. So please remember. Use your power to help others, not to gather more power for yourself. Be powerful and kind. It's rare, but it is possible. If anyone can do it, it's you. All my love, Mom. Abbey read the letter 3 times, tears running down her face. Then she folded it carefully and put it in her pouch. She briefly considered searching the rest of the house. Maybe there was some other keepsake she could take to her father to remind him of his old home. Ultimately, she decided against it. Her father had taken all the items he felt were valuable on the night they fled Arcadia, and Abbey had the most valuable item, to her, tucked in her pouch. She took one last look around the living room, then turned and walked out of her childhood home, leaving the broken door open behind her. Then she took her leave of Arcadia. It might have been her birthplace, but it wasn't her home. She was the first mate of a stormship. She could cuss and fight as well as any sailor on Earth. She was so stubborn that she couldn't be bribed, talked, or threatened out of a position once she dug her heels in. In other words, she was a Holdgate girl through and through. She always had been. And now it was time to go back to her stormship.
So just to be clear, Olaf said, his voice skeptical, we're sailing off the edge of the map to some unknown land we think is filled with monsters because of a dream?
No one's forcing you to come along, Olaf, Dustin pointed out. Abbey put her hands on her hips. And it was more than one dream. There were like 3 of them. Benjamin clapped Olaf on the shoulder. Think of all the time we'll have to work on your fire magic. This journey could take weeks. Abbey rolled her eyes. Weeks aboard a ship with my father. Every 19-year-old girl's dream. Hey, you invited me. I felt sorry for you the way you were bumming around Holdgate all day, she said with a laugh. Not sure what to do with yourself. In truth, she was glad he'd come along. Their crew was small, and it was going to be challenging crossing the ocean on a ship larger than the Foggy Day with such a small group. Besides Abbey, Dustin, Olaf, and Benjamin, they had Hecla, Victor, Gideon, and about a dozen others, including Dag. Captain Sid would be at the helm, of course. They still hadn't rechristened their ship with a new name, though Dustin was adamant that they do so as quickly as possible.
Kraken is a shit name. In the old stories, Krakens always destroy ships.
Abbey had to admit he had a point. They would venture into the North Sea, circle the Lost Isles, and then head west. The ship had been docked for nearly a week while Abbey made her solo overland trip to Arcadia. Dustin and Sid had both offered to accompany her, but she'd declined. It was a journey she had needed to make on her own. When she'd returned to the ship the previous morning, she'd given her father the letter. She didn't know if he'd read it, or if he ever would. That was his business. She was just glad she'd been able to give him the opportunity. As they were preparing to depart, Sid walked up to Benjamin.
You know, we've been through a lot. I think we deserve to have some fun.
Benjamin looked surprised, but he nodded.
That we do. I'm glad you agree, she said. I don't know how long it's going to take us to get where we're going. But when we arrive, I'm taking you on a proper date.
She turned and walked away without waiting for a reply, leaving the former blacksmith scratching his head. He was confused, but not displeased. Abbey stifled a laugh. She went and joined Dustin at the bow. Are we ready?
I think so.
He looked around.
She's a good ship. Between Victor and me, we can handle whatever weather the sea will throw at us.
I meant, are we ready to say goodbye to everything we know? To leave the Caldfell Peninsula, maybe forever? Dustin thought for a moment before answering.
You know, when I took my test, Holdgate was a lot different. Captain Tor and Dahlia were storm raiding. Sid's brother was missing, and the Barskall were attacking villages in northern Caldfell. We've done a lot of good.
He paused.
No, scratch that. You've done a lot of good. If you hadn't been there, I probably would have just gone along with the flow.
You convinced me things needed changing, and showed me how to start.
Abbey looked away. You give me too much credit.
I don't think so, Dustin said with a smile. You know, Olaf does sort of have a point. We know your dreams are real, but we don't know anything about the woman sending you them, or her village. We're going a really long way to help people we have never met and know nothing about.
Isn't that sort of the point? Abbey asked. There aren't many people out there who have the power to cross that sea. A sea so big it stretches beyond the edge of every map in Holdgate. We have that power, and we're going to use it to help people.
Dustin grinned. All right then. As long as you promise me there are going to be monsters at the end of this journey. I just wanted to make sure you hadn't changed your mind.
Never, she said fiercely.
Sid joined them. Shouldn't you be yelling at the crew or something, first mate? We have a long voyage ahead.
Abbey chuckled. Yeah, I guess you're right. She started to walk away, then paused. Hey, I've been thinking about names for the ship.
Yeah? Sid asked. What have you come up with?
We're going to a new land, right? Somewhere they've presumably never heard of Holdgate or storm raiders or probably even storm calling. We need a name that says what we're all about.
Would you just tell us already? Dustin demanded.
Fine.
Abbey cleared her throat.
What do you think about Storm Warrior?
They considered the name for a moment. Then Dustin slowly nodded. You know, I kind of like it.
Me too,
Sid said.
It has a ring to it.
Abbey's eyes widened.
Wow, that was much easier than I'd expected. I had the hard pitch all ready to go.
Dustin grinned. Well, if you want us to argue...
No, Abbey insisted. It's settled. Now leave me be. Like my captain said, I have work to do. She cast an eye around the main deck. Dag! You call that a clove hitch? I'm 20 feet away and I see from here you're tying it wrong.
Dustin closed his eyes, and the wind began to blow, softly at first, but quickly gaining strength until it filled the sails and the ship began to move. Storm Warrior sailed away from Caldfell, Barskall, and even Gren. They sailed past where the maps ended, searching for a land of monsters. Author notes: P.T. Hylton. Written October 15th, 2017.
Wow, okay. I got a little emotional writing that ending. That was unexpected.
Thank you once again for reading this book. If you made it this far, that means you've spent quite a bit of time with Abbey and her friends. I hope you've come to like them as much as I have. This isn't the end of Abbey's story. Those monsters are still out there. But it is the end of the first story arc. This book sort of became a statement on why I think the Kurtherian Gambit books are so important to so many people. It's stated most clearly in the letter from Abbey's mom. In real life, we don't always see powerful people defending the weak and having fun doing it. Lots of books have characters fighting for justice, but the attitude and the fun are what set TKG books apart in my mind. You probably noticed quite a few references to other heroines in this book. If you're new to the Kurtherian Gambit world, here's where you can read about each of them. Rona, the only one on this list we actually meet in the flesh in this book. She's the heroine of The Hidden Magic Chronicles by Justin Sloan and Michael Anderle. Start with Shades of Light. Then we have all the heroines Abbey glimpsed in her dream. The one riding the dragon is Hannah from the Rise of Magic series by C.M. Raymond, Ellie Barbant, and Michael Anderle. Start with Restriction. The dark-haired woman standing next to a tiger is Erin from the Tales of a Feisty Druid series by Candy Crumb and Michael Anderle. Start with the Arcadian Druid. The one seeing through the eyes of an animal is Paeta from the Path of Heroes series by Brandon Barr and Michael Anderle. Start with Rogue Mage. The one with the white robe and gold belt who's changing her face is Julianne from the New Dawn series by Amy Hopkins and Michael Anderle. Start with Dawn of Destiny. And finally, the one who started it all, the one the dream voice describes as something very old, is of course Bethany Ann from the original series, The Kurtherian Gambit by Michael Anderle. Start with Death Becomes Her. If you're curious about the origin of the airship Abbey found with the strange skull and crossbones on it,
See the Reclaiming Honor series by Justin Sloan and Michael Anderle. Start with Justice is Calling. Thanks once again to Michael, CM, Ellie, Lynn, and everyone else at this remarkable publishing company. They are truly a joy to work with. Also, one more plug for the audiobooks of this series. Gabra Zachman is killing it with the narration. Her performance alone is worth the price of admission. It's a beautiful October day as I'm writing this, but I've only experienced it from inside my home office so far. Not that I'm complaining. Creating stories all day is pretty much the best. Maybe I'll duck outside for a while and go for a walk, but not for too long. There are a lot more stories left to write. One more thing. If you need more PT in your life, and who could blame you, check out my book, The Savage Earth. I wrote it with my lifelong buddy, Jonathan Beneke, and I'm really proud of it. It tells the story of a world where feral vampires have taken over and the few remaining humans survive by orbiting the Earth in a giant airship, constantly staying in sunlight. I think you'd dig it. Thank you once again for reading. Without you, I wouldn't get to do this crazy writing thing, and I love it. Until next time, P.T. Hylton. Author Notes, Michael Anderle. Written October 19, 2017. First, thank you for not only reading this book, but also reading to the end, past PT's notes to read mine as well. Right now we are about 2 weeks away from a fateful time in my life. The day is fast approaching when 2 years ago, a 48-year-old man, hey, no judgy the age thing here, decided that crossing off a bucket list item for himself and for his oldest son Joshua was something he wanted to do. So 2 years ago, I wrote a story about a feisty woman who was going to die in 6 months. I called her Bethany Ann. Why Bethany Ann? Because I really thought naming characters Revolver, Thunder, or Eagle, you get the idea, was kinda silly. I wanted a real person's name that could be you, or... Well, not me. I'm a guy. No, I didn't make Michael out to be me. That name was based on the Archangel Michael. However, I'll be John Grimes, or maybe Daryl. I think both of them share some of my personality. Now, just 2 years later, we have 97 books out with LMBPN Publishing. These books are based around 2 universes, the Kurtherian Gambit and Oriceran universes. What about when the 2-year anniversary hits? It will be over 100 titles. Woo chakalaka! We have helped a lot of authors in the last 2 years. Some we have done by pimping their books and introducing those authors and their books to you, the readers. Some I have mentored, and some are collaborating with me, and those of us here at LMBPN Publishing are helping them find new audiences. We now have 50 audio projects finished since February of this year, and our audio list is growing quickly. 2 years ago, I was typing on my laptop, writing Death Becomes Her. 2 years later, I am sitting in a chair at the Copacabana Palace Hotel about to put on a dress shirt and leave to go meet with the South American representative for Bookwire, based out of Germany. During our dinner, we are going to talk about whether there is any opportunity to translate the 100-some-odd books we have, plus the next 100 we will do in 2018, into Portuguese for the Brazilian market. Translations are very dicey. They are expensive to do, and there is a very good chance you won't make your money back. So why do it? Part of the reason is to test the market. We already have the stories, and some of them might do well in a foreign language, but we really don't know. If we want to grow and continue our efforts and possibly ever get a show or movie deal, it helps to have an active international community. Plus, and let me be open with you, if we have a large enough international community, they will pay more to get the rights to the stories. I'll have more negotiation clout, and if they pay more, the chances the movie gets shown on the big screen increases. So that was a few words about our 2-year plans and some large dreams, aspirations I have. Now let's talk about P.T. Hylton and what he is up to. Storm Warrior is our 4th book in the Storms of Magic series. P.T. has another series out, the Zane Halloway series, by himself, but he is presently promoting Savage Earth, the Vampire World saga. He is collaborating with Jonathan Beneke on. While he links to it directly on Amazon.com, I'm going to do one better and provide a universal link here. www.bookstoread.com/savageearth. That's www.books2read.com/savageearth. That way, if you click my link, you will most likely be taken to the Amazon for your country, not only the US Amazon, because I'm advanced like that. Also, I'm going to give you a blurb, so you read it and go, tell me more. And maybe a book cover, because books are judged by their cover, and Stephen Campbell just loves it when I add images to the author notes. You should read that as, Stephen Campbell probably hates me adding images to the author notes because Scrivener, the software we use to produce the ebooks, isn't the easiest solution for inserting images. So here is the cover, the title, and the blurb. If you are interested, the book is in Kindle Unlimited and, at the moment, is priced at $3.99. See you next book. Michael. The Savage Earth, Book 1 of the Vampire World Saga, by P.T. Hylton and Jonathan Beneke. If humans want to take the Earth back, they'll need to survive the night. It's been over a century since the humans lost the war for Earth. Cities have been reclaimed by nature, and the planet is quiet and empty by day. At night, feral vampires, more beast than man, roam the lands, hungry for blood. The few thousand surviving humans live on a massive airship that circles the Earth, moving with the rotation of the planet so it's always in sunlight. Alexandria Goddard is a member of the elite ground mission team, a group tasked with making dangerous runs to the planet's surface for the supplies needed to keep the ship airborne. But even as the team fights for their people's survival, dangerous forces are working against them. A growing movement aboard the airship believes it's time for humans to resettle the Earth, and they are willing to go to extreme measures to make their vision a reality. As the situation aboard the ship becomes more desperate, Alex and her team discover a terrifying secret about the vampires infesting the Earth. This is Gabra Zachman. We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of Storm Warrior by P.T. Hylton and Michael Anderle. Text copyright 2017 by P.T. Hylton and Michael Anderle. Production copyright 2017 by LMBPN Audio. LMBPN Audio presents Storm Raiders, Book 1 of the Storms of Magic series by P.T. Hylton and Michael Anderle. Read for you by Gab.